Yes, Judge.
All right. And then for Ms. Smith.
Ms. Smith's offer, similar charges, was a 35 to do a 15. When I had spoken to Mr. Regis and before I made an offer, he indicated she should be more interested in something suspended or maybe probated. And so maybe 15 would have been a non-starter anyway.
Okay. And is that accurate, Mr. Regis?
It's accurate, Your Honor.
And again, just so the record's clear, what would have been the counts they would have been entering a plea to in both situations?
It would have been the top count, which would have been the voluntary would have been reduced, and then the attempted robbery, and then the possession of the firearm.
Stacked on top for both of them?
Yes, Judge.
Great. All right. We'll consider that box checked and we'll move on. I'll say that with a bit of a delayed start, I'd be inclined to say 30 minutes each party for openings. Anyone have a problem with that?
I'll try to keep it under 30, Judge.
All right.
My best.
Everyone have access to Zoom that needs that for openings?
Yes,
I'm in
Judge.
Zoom now.
Okay. And then we'll touch base on some motions in limine. Are there any that we need to take up before we start openings? Because you think you would want to address the subject matter of it during your opening.
Yes, Judge.
All right, Ms. Charles.
Judge, there was an audio statement that was turned over by one of our witnesses in the case, Mr. Kamari White. That audio was turned over to the state in July of 2025 at his first proffer. At that time, that proffer was not recorded. The information I had received from that proffer, his attorney, Mr. Luemba, was that this was a recording done by Mr. White himself in circumstances where Mr. Oliver would not have an expectation of privacy, and that it was taken for the purposes of crime detection and prevention. And Mr. Kamari White will be able to authenticate the voices on the recording as Mr. Jeremy Oliver's and a cousin of Jeremiah Oliver's, who he knows as Sosa. And that recording had been shared with defense for many, many, many months. Earlier this week, for the first time, defense counsel for Mr. Oliver suggested that perhaps Mr. White was inaccurate, he wasn't telling the truth, and where he said it happened wasn't where he said it happened. And so that, I believe, will be the objection. The state's response to that would be that to the extent that she believes it happened in circumstances different from Mr. White describes, that should go to weight and not admissibility. That's a ground that's ripe for cross-examination. And Mr. White is expected to testify, and we believe that it should be admitted subject to, and she can cross-examine him as much as she chooses to.
When would you expect him to testify?
Tomorrow.
In the morning or afternoon?
Yes, Judge.
Depending on
Tomorrow.
how we do.
Depends on how we go today, but the idea was, because Mr. Luemba isn't available today.
Right.
He's
Okay. And so in this recording, I'll start with Ms. Fagan.
Okay, Judge. So my position is that this is a legal recording of two parties who do not consent to being recorded. I request that before any of this evidence comes in, that we actually can have Mr. White on the stand. So instead of doing this by proffer, because, Your Honor, so the allegations in this case that the state is intending to elicit is that Ms. Smith was meeting a gentleman and there was an intended armed robbery. That's her
Right.
story.
What would be your authority if was he doing this at the behest of the state? Was he a state actor at the time? Even if he violated, essentially our wiretapping statute, does that still make it excludable if it's a private actor?
Excludable. Well,
Like, why would it be, if he's not acting on behalf of the state, why does the Fourth Amendment exclude it?
Well, Your Honor, my position, that's kind of why I would like to have Mr. White on the stand, to know his purpose of recording.
But even if you're right, and it was an illegal recording, what's your authority that says it doesn't come into this criminal trial rather than, hey, state should have charged him and you can beat up on him on cross? How does that keep it out?
Wait, I didn't hear. The state should have, he is charged.
With the illegal recording, like,
Oh,
see what I mean?
he's not charged. Right.
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 So is that not your only remedy? How is exclusion allowed here? Even if it was illegally recorded?
Well, I think I'd have to look into it. So if the court, so I've been having this conversation with the state for a few weeks, and then the motion wasn't filed until early this morning. So I would like an opportunity to have Mr. White on the stand to be able to build some of my understanding for my argument.
And I'd be open to allowing that if, and I think that would be a reasonable request. If you can show me authority, and I'll be looking as well, that says even if you do prove that it was an illegal recording, it wouldn't come in anyway, right?
Right, well, there's also foundation, so they're alleging that the other person on the line is a co-conspirator. So I don't know where that information comes from. I don't know how he would know that individual or how long he would have known to be able to identify a voice.
Okay,
So it's kind of more than just the illegal recording.
all right.
Your Honor, if I may respond briefly.
Well, let me do the full loop here.
Yes.
Mr. Regis, anything that you want to add to the argument or just adopt it?
Join and adopt, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Charles?
Judge, so as I said in the beginning, Mr. White had done a proffer initially that was not recorded. I did a subsequent proffer of Mr. White, and that was recorded. And he does give the basis of how the recording came about. He explained that both the parties who were on the call were living in his sister's house at the time where all of them resided. They were guests at the house, and they had been there for several days leading up to the incident. This recording was made shortly after the underlying shooting in this case. And so he has an independent basis for knowing the SOSA and identifying Mr. Oliver's voice. And also he identified some of the video that captures the shooting as well. Again, yes, we've been discussing the audio for several weeks, but the defense's question to me was, how are you going to get it in? And my response was always, how are you going to keep it out? And until this week, it was, well, it didn't happen where he said it did, and he's lying to you. I went back and I had another conversation with Kamari following that conversation with defense, and he didn't change his story. So to the state's position, what he's presented is his truth, and he will be available for cross, and we should do it that way.
All right, and do you have anything to add on this issue of, again, whether this is even something that would provide a basis for exclusion?
No, Judge, I don't see a basis for this, because this is not a police matter. He did this independently. He's a civilian. This was in his home. He explains in the recorded profile what prompted him to record in the first place. There was a certain phrase that was made that he was able to put two and two together based on what happened the night before. And that is why he began recording. And then once he was arrested, he turned it over.
So the timing of this is before he was ever arrested?
Correct, Judge.
He had not had any conversation with any police officer, anyone from a DA's office, anything
No.
like that?
No, Judge. When his sister was first arrested, he told his sister, words to the effect, "You're not going to spend a week in custody because I have the record that's going to dead all of this." And then he instructed his father to turn it over to his lawyer, Mr. Lewember, who then had a conversation with ADA Atkins at the time, and that was then turned over.
And where do you expect him to testify that this recording was made?
In the home at apartment 621, 1960 Rambling Lane, which is where the incident occurred.
And whose home is that?
Nadeja Tucker, his sister. It first was
Okay.
their mother's residence, and when their mother passed away, Nadeja Tucker took over the lease with Kamari.
Okay. All right, back to you, Ms. Fagan. Why, what evidence would you have to say that this was not done in Ms. Tucker's home, or is that where you believe the recording was done?
No, Your Honor. So, and so the allegations of the state are that this other individual co-conspirator took Miss Smith out of the vehicle, and they go back into the apartment complex, into the apartment, and that moments later, my client goes into the apartment. The recording is a phone call. So if both parties had run back to this apartment, then that recording wouldn't have occurred via phone.
Okay, so do you have any idea of where it did happen?
Yes.
And so what would be your theory and how you would challenge that?
It will be presented in the defense's case.
Okay. And the location that you think it occurred is where?
Not at that apartment.
All right. So how could I mean, if you're trying to get me to say that it's an inappropriate location, but you're just telling me it wasn't at that apartment, could have been at the park down the street. I mean, how can I rule definitively on this?
Right, well, the other issue is that I haven't had an opportunity to cross Mr. White.
Yeah. All right. And Ms. Charles, this is something that is absolutely necessary for your opening, or can we just allude to the broad sketches of what the case is going to be about and get a chance to actually look into some of this later?
One deputy judge. Go ahead.
Judge, if I can get some clarity, what's the basis of the objection again?
I think
So
what we were
the
getting at too.
Proactive motion by the state.
to introduce the recording. So what would, so
I mean, she's raising a related authentication issues. Maybe there's some hearsay wrapped up in there, but I mean, yeah, I think that's what I was getting at is that I don't think this is going to fall under our traditional framework of the exclusionary rule. And so if it doesn't, then these kind of authentication issues are, yeah, usually something we would just take up during the testimony itself.
that would be my understanding. I don't think Ms. Charles is going to admit it sua sponte. I think there will be a foundation laid for it and the witness will have the opportunity to authenticate it. My understanding of the recording is that it would be introduced as admissions by a party opponent, as statements against the defendant in this particular case. So I think as long as it follows that trajectory, from my perspective, I'm not sure what the basis of the objection would be. Because I'm not sure the location of the recording or anything of that nature would necessarily be relevant for the purposes of an objection in this particular instance.
All right, Ms. Fagan, I gotta make a rule and move on. Do you, we can revisit when we need to, but do you have any indication or good faith basis to believe that the timing of the recording or the motivation for the recording had any involvement or contact, or whether it predates his arrest or communication with law enforcement of any kind?
Well, on that night, they just served us with the ring cameras when they went outside and spoke with police first. So he wasn't under arrest at that time, correct? And I wouldn't dispute that, but location I do think matters because of whether or not my client had a right to privacy.
And and to that point, even if it isn't a legal recording, the authority that says it then makes it excludable from this case if he was not a state actor, anything along those lines.
I'll look, Judge.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I think at this point, without just from my own familiarity with, from what I know from that area of the law is, and without anything to counteract that, I would say that at this time it would be granted. We can revisit it if you show me counter authority, and if it's one where it turns out that we need to revisit it, that could be grounds for a mistrial. If turns out it is excludable, but at this point, I'm not seeing a path where it would be, and so I think the state would be allowed to reference it in opening, and we'll see how much emphasis or detail is placed on that, because that would also play into what may happen later this week. Any other motions, Ms. Charles?
Just a brief one. We had filed to exclude the defense from improperly bringing before the jury any specific instances of Mr. Willis's alleged drug dealings. There is a statement.
Right. I read the motion. I think they have two. Ms. Fagan, anything to add on that?
Any intentions of going there?
Mr. Regis?
Well, I don't know, but I know exactly what drug dealing is, but I know that what is intrinsic in this case is the fact that the decedent was planning on bringing drugs to that apartment that night. Now, to the extent that is what the state deems to be drug dealing, I intend to discuss it.
No, Judge. I was specifically, there's a statement that made by Mr. Willis's brother to law enforcement, where he says if he had a backpack that he was dealing again. The context of him coming to the apartment to bring weed and the alcohol is part of the case, and that I believe is fine. But anything more than that, to stay with us, that be excluded.
All right. So, Mr. Regis, I think the focus of the state's motion is on any labels that would be based on conduct that predate the incident in question, or any interactions potentially between the defendants here and the alleged victim. To that extent, is that something that you believe is admissible, or that you would like to admit?
Well, I know there is a statement from the decedent about having an ongoing relationship insofar as giving her weed, as the way I understood that. And that is something I intend to explore.
Right. Okay. I think that this is one we're just going to have to raise, or we'll see how it comes out mid-trial. And you can preserve your objections if you need to during opening. I'll address them. But I would say that interactions between the decedent and his client are going to come in as intrinsic. And just how those are spun and what's done with them, we'll just see how it looks. All right, anything else on behalf of the state? So essentially, the motion is deferred, I suppose.
That's what I have. I just have a little technical issue that I'm working through, but nothing more.
All right, let me check in. Ms. Fagan, anything you need to take up before openings?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Regis.
Very briefly, Your Honor.
All right.
On Saturday, I received a motion for a supplemental witness list from the state. Now, I do believe it was sent on Friday, but I'm not always the best at checking email. I saw it at 3 o'clock on Saturday. And I learned the name of 2 witnesses in that supplemental witness list, and I would object to the state being allowed to call those witnesses. One is I think Eric, is it Morton?
Martin.
Eric Martin. Now, that name was mentioned by Ms. Smith at some point. Now, there is another name, I believe the name was Jaquan Oliver. That is a name I had never seen before Saturday afternoon. And I'm asking for that person to be excluded based on the fact that that would be violative of any discovery in terms of supplying witness names and identifications to the defense with a reasonable amount of time prior to trial.
Ms.
To
Charles.
respond, and the name of Mr. Raquan Oliver was not known to the state until last week, and we actually located him on Friday when we spoke with Ms. Tucker and Mr. White, and we had asked in the earlier parts of this sort of case who was in the house that night. All of the information we had received was themselves, and one other person named Demetrius was a roommate, and no one else. When we had a follow-up with Ms. Tucker on Wednesday of last week, she mentioned a nickname, Dada. When I heard that name, I remembered when listening to Mr. Oliver's jail calls, that nickname was referenced multiple times. So I thought so then we had myself and Ms. Tucker and her attorney met in my office, and we had a more in-depth conversation about the importance of Dada and why it is just now coming out. But what we were able to understand was Dada was present that night. Actually, Dada was part of the overall plan. It didn't go quite the way it was originally planned to have gone down. And when we tried to find Dada, we were told that he was in Florida. We found his family's home. His mother told us he was in Florida and unavailable. We called multiple numbers. After a number of different attempts, we were able to find out he was actually in Calhoun, Georgia. We were able to have him meet with the state on Friday, and he spoke with the state, and he confirmed that, yes, he was in the apartment that night. He explained.
Was this a recorded interview with him?
No, Judge. It was
Have you conveyed the substance of what you learned from him on Friday? And
Yes.
how'd you do that?
I provided a synopsis by email. Also, there was a ring videos, as Ms. Fagan referenced earlier, provided by Kamari White. Initially, we thought the persons on the ring videos was Kamari White. However, Mr. Dada, his real name is Raquan Oliver, identified himself. He explained that Mr. Oliver is his uncle, but because they're so close in ages, they call themselves cousins. And also at the time, relevant to Ms. Smith, is that Mr. Oliver was in a relationship with Ms. Smith at the time. One of the things that Ms. Smith tells Mr. Willis while this whole case sort of incident is unfolding as she's bringing him to the apartment is that she was working on a client's hair. One of the things Mr. Oliver would explain was that she was actually working on his hair, which is the person that she was dating at the time. So that's the.
So your position would be she knew he was at the scene and was familiar with him from the beginning?
Yes, Judge. And secondly, with regards to Mr. Eric Martin, that name was sort of in the periphery of the case. Ms. Smith mentioned it in her, well, she wrote it down in one of her interview with Detective Malskis. In speaking to defense, once I sort of got an understanding of where he proposed to go as far as a potential defense of Ms. Smith, I began to sort of talk to witnesses to figure out whether there was any veracity to some of the things defense anticipates bringing up at trial. In speaking to Mr. Martin, who has had a long-term relationship with Ms. Smith since 2021, some of the things that defense I expect will bring up in trial, the state believes that we have the right to put up evidence in the alternative and let the jury decide where, the credibility of either Ms. Smith's story, defense potentially, and the credibility of Mr. Martin as far as what he knows. And also after the incident, Ms. Smith spoke to him and explained what happened. And the story she gave him, the state will contend does not line up with the evidence in this case.
So is it that Mr. Martin is only actually a rebuttal witness?
We were going to put him up in case in chief and sort of get ahead of the story that we believe the defense may tell.
Okay. All right. And Mr. Regis, last word here.
Well, I know the government indicated that she provided to defense a synopsis of Duda statement, Mr. Oliver. Well, just in the limited instance of what it was, she indicated that he would say was not even provided to us in that synopsis. What she just indicated was that Ms. Smith was at the time actually doing Mr. Oliver's hair. Well, that part of the synopsis or that nugget did not make the synopsis, which goes further to the point that that is a person that should have been provided to us. It's been a year and a half almost, and 3 weeks since we picked the jury. That is something that I should have received before Saturday, and had I checked my email Friday, but that nonetheless, having received that Friday or Saturday on the literal eve of trial is too late and violative of what I would consider to be fair play and due process.
And I think part of the test is you have to show how this impacts your case and your preparation, and if there are any other less extreme remedies that you'd be asking for.
Well, having seen that on Saturday, at that point, I spoke, the next time I spoke with Ms. Smith was yesterday, about noon, thereabout. And I was trying to find out from her who this person would be. And that is when I think she indicated the name Duda. And from then on, I have been trying to call him, or not me personally. Someone in my office has been attempting to contact him by phone yesterday. And as of now, we've had no luck in doing so. So I guess a remedy would be that I would be allowed to speak to him prior, but that would be an insufficient remedy in that I cannot comment on anything he might say in my opening. I cannot comment on anything regarding him in my opening, and an opening statement is a fairly critical part of the trial. And if I am denied the information I need during my opening, Ms. Smith is denied what she needs during her trial. And again, I ask that he be excluded.
And if I just may, I had no intention of mentioning anything that Mr. Martin or Mr. Oliver would have been said to the
Right.
state. I believe the remedy, would be allow them to speak to them. They're here present in person. They're willing to talk. They have,
They're here today?
they're here today, Judge. They're going to be put up today, and they can be made available to defense prior to them testifying. I have no issues in not mentioning and making any references to anything that they may or may not say. I thought my synopsis was
All right.
thorough, but maybe.
All right, we'll this is what we'll do is that again, no reference by the state to Mr. Martin or Mr. Oliver during their opening. And it sounds like the state is able to make them available over our afternoon break. And I would say we need to facilitate that at that location convenient to Mr. Regis. So maybe one of the side rooms here or the conference room across the hall. And then after the break, or even beforehand, Mr. Regis can give us some more indication of particularizing the standard of whether these should be excluded, or whether maybe we just need to defer their testimony to later in the week. And even if that means we don't fill up today completely, so be it. But if he just needs more time to maybe have a second round interview, he can. But again, I'm gonna have to hear how the first one goes. And it could well be you look at them and that's not a long conversation. We won't know until it happens. But for now, I'll defer ruling on that. Okay, then with that, unless there's anything else, I'll ask Deputy Scott to retrieve the jury. I need to swear him, give him those preliminary instructions, and we'll get started.
This is on her reading, just the first one I didn't like. And then we have.
You see my other one?
Yes. Oh, that one was long. But he wasn't that, so thank you for that. So your arms.
Very.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. All right, members of our jury, thank you so much for staying in touch the last 3 weeks and for being so responsive and, of course, for being here today. I want to apologize for the delay this morning. This is usually not how we operate. We just had a lot of things conspiring against us to start on time, but that will not be the standard going forward. When we ask you to be here at 9, we should be starting right after 9. Just today, it maybe just was a case of the Mondays, but we are here. We are ready to go and begin this trial. And so I want to tell you a few preliminary remarks about how the trial is going to proceed and a few more notes about what to expect. First thing I need to do, though, is administer another oath to you now that you are formally selected as jurors. So if you could please stand and raise your right hand. You shall well and truly try the issue formed upon this bill of indictment between the state of Georgia and Jeremiah Oliver and Jalecia Smith, who are charged with the offenses of malice murder, felony murder, aggravated assault, attempted armed robbery, aggravated assault with intent to rob, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, and give a true verdict according to the evidence so help you God. If so, say I will. All right, thank you. You can be seated. All right. A few more logistical things. You can sit anywhere in the jury box throughout the trial. There are no assigned seats as we come and go. Just remember to wear those stickers during the lunch breaks so that we know who is a juror and everyone in the courthouse knows that they shouldn't be discussing things around you or certainly to you. Everyone, with the exception of our Deputy Scott here and the other deputies, we're not supposed to be really talking with you at all. In the interviews during breaks. That means me, if you catch me going back and forth between the office as well. As you can see, I think you've found that you've been provided with some pens and notepads, and I want to give you a little bit of direction on those. You can take notes, but you're not required to. Please don't let your note-taking distract you from paying full attention to the evidence and the witnesses. You may not share or discuss your notes with anyone until you start deliberating at the end of the case. Notes are not evidence, they are only memory aids, and they are not more important than your own impression or memory of what the evidence may have been. While you may consider another juror's notes to refresh your memory, you should rely on your own memory of the proceedings. You must leave your notes in the jury room except when you are here in the courtroom, and we will destroy them at the end of this case. And this is very important. You will not get a transcript of any witness's testimony while you're deliberating. I know everything's been written down, but it often takes weeks, months, even longer sometimes to prepare and formally certify a transcript. So right when the case is done and you're back there, a lot of times we get asked, hey, we want to hear this one witness's testimony again. That's just not something we can do. And so that's why it's so important for you to pay attention when you're hearing it on the stand the first time. And if at any point, your concentration wavers, you need a break, just raise your hand, let us know. We want to make sure you're giving this case your full undivided attention because it's so important for everyone involved. And on that point of breaks, we're going to go off your schedule. When you need a break, raise your hand, we can pause. But if not, we'll just keep going because we want to make sure that we get through this and we respect your time. So let me describe a few basic principles of criminal law. As I mentioned Back when we were first together, both defendants have pleaded not guilty to this indictment, and they deny every charge in it. The indictment and those pleas of not guilty present the issue that you have been selected and sworn to decide. The indictment is the way a defendant is charged with committing crimes that violate the laws of Georgia. The charges in the indictment and the pleas of not guilty are not evidence of guilt, and you may not conclude that anyone is guilty based on the charges or on those pleas of not guilty. A defendant is presumed innocent until proven guilty, and a defendant begins a trial with a presumption of innocence in their favor, and that presumption stays with them until it is overcome by the state with evidence that convinces you beyond a reasonable doubt that a defendant is guilty of the crimes charged. A defendant has no burden of proof at all, and the burden never shifts to a defendant to prove their innocence. My role is to determine the law that applies to this case, and I'm going to instruct you on the law that you apply to the facts when reaching a verdict. I'm giving you some of those instructions now, but there'll be much longer instructions at the end of the trial. You have a very important role. You have to decide the facts of the case from the evidence that is presented, and then you apply the law that I give you to those facts as you find them. Evidence is how a fact is proved or disproved. Evidence can be either testimony or exhibits. Testimony is what you hear from the witnesses, the people who take the stand and swear to tell the truth. The questions the lawyers ask the witnesses are not evidence. And you, as the fact finder, are the exclusive judge of a witness's credibility. And it is your duty to believe the witnesses whom you think are most believable and to determine what testimony you will believe. Exhibits are documents, photographs, and other physical items that are admitted during trial. The object of the trial is to discover the truth. And during the trial, I'll admit evidence according to the rules of evidence. Those rules are designed to aid in discovering the truth by making sure that you consider only the best and highest evidence. The lawyers are advocates for their clients, and they have a duty to represent their clients and their sides to the best of their ability. They must follow the rules of law, trial procedure, and evidence during the trial. They may make motions or objections if they believe that any rule is not being followed. What the lawyers say in making or responding to objections is not evidence. I will admit or exclude evidence according to those rules as best I understand them. And if the lawyers make an objection and I overrule it, that means the evidence is admitted and you can consider it. On the other hand, if I sustain an objection, that means the evidence is excluded and you may not consider it. You may only consider the testimony and the exhibits that are admitted. You should not assume or infer anything about evidence which I have excluded. If you happen to hear or see evidence that I end up excluding from the trial, you must disregard it entirely in your deliberations and in arriving at your verdict. None of my decisions, nothing that I say during this trial are evidence. My decisions and remarks do not mean that I favor or lean to one side or another in this case. I'm only interested in making sure that it is tried fairly based on the laws and the Constitution of the state of Georgia and the Constitution of the United States. Sometimes we have to deal with lawyers' motions and objections without you being here in the courtroom, and we'll excuse you to the back. We'll try to limit that, but we please, again, ask you to be patient when it do happens. When you're back there, odds are we're usually in here working and trying to make sure things can proceed as they should. And here's how the trial does proceed. When I'm done talking in just a minute here, the lawyers are going to be able to give what are called opening statements. No attorney is required to make one, and opening statements are not evidence. They're simply an introduction to the evidence, a preview or outline of the expected evidence. The state goes first because they have the burden of proof. And then from there, the evidence will be presented over the next several days. Finally, at the conclusion of the evidence, the attorneys may give closing arguments. That's where they can discuss the law that applies to this case and how you should consider the law in light of the evidence. They may also point out evidence they believe supports their position. What the lawyers say in closing arguments is not evidence. And then when the closings are done, I give you the specific law that applies to this case, and then we ask you to go back to the jury room and deliberate to reach your verdict. And as I mentioned, it's important to pay close attention, and at any point you can't hear, see, or have any discomfort whatsoever, bring that to our attention so you can give this trial your undivided attention. Do not consider the evidence. Let me start over. You should consider the evidence with an open mind, and you should not reach any final conclusions until the trial is over. Wait until all the evidence is presented, and then when deliberations begin before you jump to any conclusions. To maintain the integrity of the jury system, I want to remind you that you must decide this case based only on the evidence admitted during the trial and the law that I'll explain to you. You may not conduct any research about this case or mention it or any of the people or places mentioned during the trial. You may not visit any of the places mentioned during the trial. You can't refer to any books or documents that were not admitted during the trial. You can't use Google or search the internet in any way to learn about the law or anything else about this trial. Everything you learn happens in here. All right, remember, you are the ones who have been qualified as fair and impartial jurors deciding this case. And that's why no other influence should affect your decision. So don't discuss the case with anyone, including family or friends when you go home each night, or let anyone discuss the case with you or around you. That includes mentioning anything about this at all on social media. And it also means, and lasts until deliberations begin. That means until you've heard all the evidence and the lawyer's closing arguments and the law that applies. Only then can you discuss the case amongst yourselves and the jury, and not during breaks or anywhere else. So with that, unless anyone has any issues that they want to raise or flag, we will move forward with opening statements. Ms. Charles, when ready.
Judge? If Ms. Vortis could enable screen sharing?
All right, are you not a co-host?
No, Judge.
All right, if we could add Ms. Charles as
Well,
and Mr. Wright as co-hosts.
and Mr. Rao as well.
Mr. Rao.
Ladies and gentlemen, on January 29th of 2025, Jeremiah Oliver shot and killed Latrell Willis near the playground at 1960 Ramblin' Lane. But the shooting did not begin when he pulled that trigger. In order to understand when it began, we have to go to the day before and to the minutes before that. Because in those minutes, before Mr. Willis was shot and killed, Jalicia Smith invited him to Rambling Lane. Jalicia Smith persuaded him to come. Jalicia Smith kept him waiting until Mr. Oliver arrived, armed. Ladies and gentlemen, we didn't have the pleasure of meeting in jury selection. My name is ADA Charles, but you were with my co-chair, Gotham Rao, and I was wrapping up another trial. And over the next few days, we'll be looking at all of the evidence in this case that will help you answer the question, why was Mr. Willis killed? How did Mr. Oliver know exactly where to find him? Ladies and gentlemen, on January 29th of 2025, Latrell Willis was 39 years old. The evidence will show that he was friendly and known to Ms. Smith prior to the incident date. On January 29th of 2025, Jalicia Smith invited him to 1960 Ramblin' Lane Southwest here in Atlanta, Georgia, here in Fulton County. And he arrived driving this Nissan Murano. A short time after he arrived, he's found with gunshots to the thigh and to the head, back to front, behind the trunk of his car. As I said just now, the question in this case is not whether Jeremiah shot Latrell Willis. The question is, how did he know exactly where to find him? And so the players, as we'll uncover together, approximately 8:56 p.m. on January 29th of 2025, this started here in Mr. Willis's car. And what the evidence will show is that Jeremiah Oliver approaches, and when Jeremiah Oliver approaches, Jalecia Smith exits. And I want you to pay attention to this image because as we look into the evidence, as we review the videos in this case, as we review the testimony in this case, as we review the physical evidence in this case, you will understand why. So let's start from the top. Remember, I said in the beginning, we have to sort of go a day before to understand how we got to the 29th. And so on January 28th, 2025, at 4:40 p.m., Jalecia Smith texted Latreigh Willis, "Yo, this Draco." You will learn from the evidence that Draco is Jalecia Smith's nickname. She explained, "I was texting you from my cousin's phone, but I got my iPad now. Nah, not busy. What's up?" And Mr. Willis would reply. And Mr. Willis explains to her, "Hey, I was gonna see if we could drink, smoke, chop it up. I was trying to throw you a little something." And then over the course of the next several hours, Ms. Smith begins to make financial requests. She first asks for money to get some weed. She explains, "I just want a 3.5. My plug just pulled up, been trying to get weed all day. Could you cash app me?" He responds, "Type shit, definitely." And later on, she says, "I just need $25. If you could send it to me now, since my plug is here, I'll for sure send it back." And so she gives her cousin's cash app, Nadeja Tucker. And she says to him, "Send it to that." Mr. Willis says, when we review all of the messages, this is sort of a selection of the text messages, but when we go through all the evidence, you will see he tells her he only has $15 on his cash app that day. And so he says, "I'll send it to you, and then I'll bring you a little more later." And that's what he did. He sent her the $15. And so throughout the course of January 28th into the evening hours, they continued talking. They talked about money, smoking, drinking, hanging out, and any future plans to meet up. And then the conversation sort of trailed off, but it picked back up the next day. And now we are January 29th, 2025 at 2:40 p.m. And that's where Jalecia Smith continues to make more requests to Mr. Willis. She says, "I just need some weed right now. Are you gonna bring it? Get me some." And then you see at about 2:42 p.m., he says, "I'll bring you a 3.5 and smoke something with you once I get my whip back at 3:30 or so." And so the expectation of meeting up begins. And the evidence will show at 6:39 p.m., Latreigh Willis called Jalecia Smith, but she doesn't answer her phone. At 6:56 p.m., Jalecia Smith texted back, and she says, "My messages was moving kind of slow. My phone was dead. My iPad had been dead, excuse me, because I'm doing hair." And as we go into the evidence later on, that will become important. At 6:57, she continues, "Just now seeing your messages, but I'm a Metropolitan," which is near where the Ramblin' Lane apartments were. And then they continue talking, and as you see, at about 7 o'clock hour, Mr. Willis responds to her When she says at 6:57, you're finna be on the way now, OTW on the way now, he says, yes. Then he says, I was trying to figure if you want some liquor. She says, yes. And she gives him the names of 3 types of liquor that are her liquors of choice. The evidence will show Mr. Willis brought the liquor that was requested. Here, and I apologize, the screen just went black on the system. I apologize, this gentleman, technical difficulties, will get back up pretty soon. That should do it. And so when we left off, Mr. Willis was agreeing to come to 1960 Rambling Lane. And at 7:41 p.m., LaTrey Willis calls Jalecia Smith. She doesn't answer her phone. At 7:42 p.m., he calls her again. She doesn't answer her phone. At 7:47 p.m., he texts her. You not on no BS, are you? She responds by reassuring him. She says, no, I'm just working, doing my client here till you come. Then I'm gonna take a break and chill with you. She asks him, are you on the way? And at 8:12 p.m., LaTrey Willis arrived at the Brookside Apartments. And LaTrey Willis parked just over by the playground, as we will see later, as he was directing. And as we will see, as we review the evidence, 1960 Rambling will be this set of apartments right here, where Jalecia Smith lived with her cousins at the time, Nadeja Tucker and Kamari White. The playground area is just here, straight out. He was to walk straight out of the apartments. He would cross sort of the parking lot area, come into the playground area, and just behind, just adjacent to that, would be where Mr. Willis had parked. And when he got there at 8:12 p.m., he texted her, "I'm in." 2 minutes go by. At 8:14, he texts her again. Question mark, question mark, question mark. She explains, "Park at the playground, I'm finna come out." So again, as we saw in the aerial mark, but this is real time playground, and he parks just off the playground. But at 8:15, she's still not down yet. He calls her. She doesn't answer her phone. She texts back, 8:16, making sure my client straight first. He responds at 8:28, I'm about to pop the bottle. She says, "Okay, go ahead and pop it. My client was trying to warm some food up. I'm coming. I promise." At 8:31, he's still waiting. She does not come down. And so he texts her and says this, "Huh? Do I need to come back? My trust be off. Plus, we done had a misunderstanding and a bad start." Because, ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence will show is that this was not a stranger on stranger encounter. This was not a chance encounter. Jalicia Smith and Latreille Willis had a history. There was a situation that you will learn from the evidence that had existed before this day. And he tells her, "We already had a bad start, so I'll just come back." And she responds at 8:31, "No, I'm coming right now." And he responds, "I hear you." But at 8:34, he calls her again because she's still not down. 20 minutes go by, and she's still not down. And so at 8:34, the question for you as you look at the evidence is, who knew at 8:34 that Latreille Willis was at that playground? I submit to you the evidence will show Latreille Willis knew he was at the playground. And minutes later, Jeremiah Oliver arrived. When Jeremiah Oliver arrived to the playground area, he's not alone. He's with someone else you will learn the name of as we go through the evidence. And what the evidence will show on, as we look at the surveillance video footage together later on in the evidence, in the case, this video was captured by one of their neighbors. And the evidence will show at the video time 54 seconds to 1 minute and 22 seconds, Jeremiah Oliver and the second male walked past Willis's car. At that point, Jalicia Smith is inside of the car. They walk past the car, they disappear. 1 minute and 33 seconds later, after the initial pass, they come back. When they come back, this time, they approach the car, hands in pocket, and they walk up. Jeremiah Oliver walks to the driver's side, and when he walks into the driver's side, he leans into it. The second male walks to the passenger side. They approach the descent as Jeremiah Oliver is standing at the driver's side where Mr. Willis would have been sitting with his hand extended, pointing at Mr. Willis. Jalicia Smith exits. She does not immediately run. She does not. She walks back towards the apartment. As she's walking back, Jeremiah Oliver has Latreille Willis at gunpoint. And the evidence will show at this point, Mr. Willis is still sat inside of his car. 3 minutes and 35 seconds into the video, we see Jeremiah Oliver still. Arms fully extended. The second male is off on the passenger side, and Jalecia Smith is still making her way, walking away. And the evidence will show when Mr. Willis exited his car, he was smoking. The evidence will show he brings his hand up to his face. The evidence will show the cigarette butt that was still lit when officers arrived was right there at the front of the doorway. The evidence will show Jalecia Smith continued to walk away. But by that point, Mr. Willis is now fully out of his car. And Jeremiah Oliver is still facing him, hands fully extended. And then within seconds, Mr. Latrell Willis is shot once in the thigh and in the head. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show Ms. Smith invited Latrell Willis. Mr. Willis came, he waited, she sat in the car, and then Jeremiah Oliver arrived armed. The first shot came at 3 minutes and 49 seconds into the video time. The second shot came at 3 minutes and 53 seconds, and then Jeremiah Oliver fled. I will revisit this video multiple times during the course of the next couple of days. We'll zoom in, make it bigger, go frame by frame for your review as you consider the evidence. The evidence will show that everything that he was directed to do, bring the Hennessy, bring the weed, Mr. Willis brought them exactly as directed. Still lit, glowing cigarette butt found right outside of his driver's side door. The Hennessy bottle found inside of the driver's seat. The packet of cigarettes still on the driver's seat, and the weed baggie outside of the car on the ground. The evidence will show he suffered multiple gunshot injuries to the head and the thigh, direction back to front. I will talk about the direction of the injuries and what that means as we talk to our medical examiner who will address you later on in this week. And at the end, ladies and gentlemen, we'll end with the defendant's own words. You will hear the recorded words. Some of the recordings you will hear, as you consider the evidence, it will show Jeremiah Oliver is having a conversation. He's saying to the person to whom he is speaking, you wanted to go. You asked to go. You will hear the phrase, you were moving too fast. You wasn't supposed to shoot. We all agree. Those are the words I want you to keep in mind as you consider the evidence as we get deeper into the case. Ladies and gentlemen, two people are here today because the evidence shows that they both knew Mr. Willis at that playground. They coordinated. And Jeremiah Oliver, when he approached, he acted in coordination with another. And Jeremiah Oliver and Jalecia Smith didn't stumble into that situation. This was a situation they created. Smith arranged a meeting. Willis arrived. Oliver arrived armed. Willis was shot. And the evidence will explain why as we look more into the case. And Judge read a number of charges to you earlier. I won't go back over them, but as you know, you're being asked to consider several felony counts, starting from murder, top count felony murder, 2 counts of felony murder, and aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, criminal attempt to commit armed robbery, because the evidence will show, although nothing was taken, there was substantial steps taken to effectuate a robbery. So just because you didn't take anything doesn't mean a crime wasn't committed if you started and performed acts that was steps towards the felony here, which would have been the robbery. And of course, we know he died by gunshot injuries, and the evidence will show that Jeremiah Oliver possessed a firearm during the commission of a felony. And as we go more into the evidence, you'll hear phrases like a parties to a crime, when people act in concert together, they're held accountable for the same underlying offenses. You will hear from a number of witnesses over the next several days. You will hear from the lay witnesses in this case. You will hear what they saw, what they heard. You will hear from law enforcement. They will review the investigation of this case with you. You will hear from our professional witnesses. They will tell you their conclusions and findings. As we listen to the evidence, you will hear words like circumstantial and direct evidence. We'll talk more a little bit what those mean as we get deeper into the case. And then one of the key things in this case is the credibility of the witnesses. Everyone who testifies from this chair, you will be determining their credibility, what they say, how they say it, and their basis for knowing what they tell you that they say. And typically when we present witnesses, we go from top to bottom and we try to present a story to you in a linear fashion, starting from the very first witness and going to the very last witness. But due to scheduling issues, sometimes we may have to go a little bit out of order. But we ask you to be patient, be mindful. At the end of the state's presentation, all of the story would have been presented to you and the entirety of the evidence will be before you for your consideration. You will hear perhaps questions about ballistics, gunshot residue, identity. But ladies and gentlemen, I submit to you, this isn't a whodunit. We know who did it. We're here to answer why did they do it. Now, when defense comes and addresses you, both attorneys, they will make some claims and they will tell you that the state's, everything I just said is just the state's theory, that something different was going on that night. They will try to focus on Mr. Latrell Willis's conduct. They will try to tell you perhaps Jeremiah Oliver was acting in self-defense. They may also tell you that there might have been a struggle. They may talk about Jalicia Smith had no idea what was going on, she was merely present, or they may tell you that Jeremiah Oliver and the other guy was going to save this Smith. As you listen to their theory, I want you to consider what the evidence actually shows. Whether the evidence lines up with any of the defense's story. As Judge said in the beginning, you have an incredible duty as part of the system. You hold us to account. As Judge said, the state has a burden that we take seriously. We have the burden of proof. We have the reasonable doubt. Without pleasure, she presents this case to you. And we ask you for the next few days, listen to the evidence presented. Take notes, but don't be so focused on taking notes that you forget to use your common sense and reason. Because fundamentally, in its barest parts, this case isn't very difficult when you reduce it to its bare parts. And we ask you to use your common sense as you come to answer the questions that the evidence will show. And the evidence will answer the questions. Did Jalicia Smith arrange to meet up with Latrell Willis? Did Mr. Latrell Willis arrive? Did Jeremiah Oliver approach Latrell Willis armed with a handgun? How did Jeremiah Oliver know exactly what to find? Did Jeremiah Oliver shoot and kill Latrell Willis? The evidence will answer all of these questions for you. At the end, when we come back, the state will ask you to find a verdict that speaks the truth to the indictment in this case, and that is to find Jalisci Smith and Jeremiah Oliver guilty in all counts. Ready? This line.
Good morning, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nicole Fagan, and you might recall 3 weeks ago that we spent a long time speaking to each and every one of you. And you probably think there's a more efficient way to a jury selection, but with criminal trials, efficiency isn't as important as being right. Being right in a jury trial is finding intelligent and thoughtful people willing to look at all the evidence, apply the law, and seek the truth. And we're confident that we found that in each and every one of you. Because, ladies and gentlemen, the evidence in this case will show that there was never an armed robbery plan. And the evidence will show where that information came from and where that theory that the state indicated that they have, where that all came from. But the evidence in this case will show what happens when you're helping someone and it ends up putting your own life at risk. And you only have split seconds to decide. And as the state told you, 4 split seconds to decide on what to do. So what's the evidence that will show in this case? Ladies and gentlemen, there's not just Miss Smith, there's not just Mr. Oliver. You're also going to meet Miss Tucker and you're going to meet a Mr. White. And so they're going to be the most important in this case because these two people who the state knows has absolutely nothing to do with this case, they charged them with murder, knowing they're absolutely innocent, and kept those charges on, kept them on house arrest this entire time, just to make sure they take that chair and testify against those two people. That's what the evidence will show in this case. That's where this theory of armed robbery came from, because the evidence will show that Kamari White is going to say whatever he needs to say to get out of this case, which is fair because that young man was only playing video games that night. And then the state charges him with murder, knowing he's innocent, but making sure that he'll get on that stand and say what they need him to say. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about who all is involved. Kamari White and Miss Tucker both lived in this apartment, and their mom had recently passed away, and so Section 8 provided them this housing. And so they live in this home, and Miss Tucker and Mr. White are Miss Smith's cousin. And Miss Smith was not able to go home. So the state's like, well, you see the day before when she starts talking to Mr. Willis. Well, the problem was this young woman tried to go home and her mom just wouldn't let her back home. So the story of planning this armed robbery is so untrue. And so what happens? Mr. White is at home playing video games, and then there's Miss Tucker. And Miss Tucker goes to my client's phone that evening, and in her phone, she finds that he was talking to other women. And so Miss Tucker goes to the car. And so when Miss Tucker goes and sits in the car, she's trying to get some air. They had just argued about possible infidelity, and my client goes on a walk to the store. In the midst of this, he's not paying attention to what Miss Smith's doing. And what the evidence will show is over the weekend, they found out who Miss Smith was doing hair for and came and talked to that young man. And so what will happen is Miss Smith was doing hair. My client was having a dispute with his, at the time, girlfriend. And during that time, she goes to the car, my client goes for a walk to the store. In the midst of the walk to the store, he hears, "Get off me! Stop!" And he turns around. Ladies and gentlemen, that's what evidence in this case will show. Because what you'll see is Mr. Willis wasn't there just to hang out. The evidence will show is by the time my client gets to the door of Mr. Willis's vehicle, Mr. Willis's pants are already down as he's trying to take advantage of a young woman. So they're like, he learned Well, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't see all the text messages because in the text messages, you'll see a gentleman that's trying to get her high, trying to get her drunk, trying to give her some money. That's what the evidence will show. The evidence will show that my client was just on the way to the store, hears it, and turns around just to go help her. Ladies and gentlemen, the state's like, well, it was an armed robbery. There was nothing to steal. They're like, well, and the biggest thing the state asked you is, how did my client know where to go? That was their question for you. Answer how. Well, because he heard them. That's what the evidence will show. The state says, well, he had his hands in his pockets. It's the end of January, right before a huge snowstorm, if you recall last January. So, ladies and gentlemen, what the evidence will show in this case is that my client approaches the vehicle, doesn't just shoot the man, and you'll see it in the body language. He approaches the vehicle and he says, go ahead, let her go. The other gentleman lets her get out of the car. Because for this armed robbery that the state is trying to insinuate on, the other gentleman doesn't even have a gun. If you watch the video, the other gentleman runs faster than Ms. Smith. Because it was never intended to be a shooting. It was never intended to be anything but a walk to the store that turns around to just save this girl. And I was charged with murder. That's what the evidence will show in this case. So, as you're aware, evidence comes from testimony of the witnesses and evidence comes from exhibits that get put before you. And so your job with the testimony is to determine who you believe and who you don't believe. So in this case, you'll hear from the 911 records holder. You'll hear from first responding officers because you'll see, and as the state already showed you, you'll see this gentleman still had all his money on him, still had all his drugs on him, still had all his liquor on him. Nothing gets stolen. What happens is that in this case is when my client says, let her out of the car, instead, Mr. Willis decides, well, I'm going to get to the back of my car because I got something for you. And so before he gets a chance to get to the back of his car, my client has that split second to make a decision. Because what could have happened, what should have happened, is when Ms. Smith got out of the car, the man should have just drove away. But it wasn't good enough. He had to get out. He had to prove a point. And my client only had a second to make a decision. Because the evidence will show this is justified. The evidence will show that my client was just on the way to the store. The evidence will show that there is no evidence of an attempted armed robbery. Because this man had nothing to steal. So, ladies and gentlemen, you'll also hear from crime scene techs. You'll also hear from GBI ballistics, and that's when the state was just trying to talk about the medical examiner and trajectory of the bullet. Trajectory of the bullet, as my client sees a man that's threatening to kill him, is going for his weapon. That's what the evidence will show in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll hear from lead detective Mowski. And what you'll hear in this case is that Detective Mowski went on an armed robbery that's all he focused on. He fed it to these young kids. He was like, just tell me this, tell me this. And so the kids said what they thought this detective wanted to hear, to just go home, knowing that they were completely innocent and still arrested them. Kids that met at college, kids that were literally just trying to get a good grasp on life. Kids that didn't have the best opportunity to start with. That's what the evidence will show in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, detective brings these kids into the interview room. Detective goes ahead and feeds them an armed robbery story, and Kamari White jumps on it. But you know, Miss Tucker, his sister, has that same opportunity. Miss Tucker, 100% innocent. Also charged with murder, also on bond, complete house arrest while she's taking care of a son who has severe autism. Not even able to take him to where he needs to go when he needs to go because of these conditions on bond. And ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will show that the lawyers are here. They'll be here because they need to confirm that these people will testify to what they need to testify to. So, Miss Tucker, who knows she could just say this was a planned armed robbery and it would all go away, She won't lie for them. She's the only one that's gonna take that stand and keep her honest truth. She's gonna tell you that she had gone through my client's phone, that she had gone to the car and called the father of her child, and that she was just on the phone venting, that she wasn't aware of any of this going on, because she was in the car the whole time. And so then you'll have Kamari White. And so Kamari White's gonna present you with a recording that the state's trying to allude that my client's talking to an individual about this situation. The problem is Kamari White says that he was in his room recording my client talking on the phone. The reason that won't work is because what you see on the camera is that both individuals go back to the apartment. And so you have one individual that just saved Ms. Smith. That individual is who they're saying is on the phone. You see him run to the apartment. And then you have Kamari White, who's gonna say that my client comes to the apartment and then makes the phone call with a person who's already there. It's things like that that you have to pay attention to for your ability as your own lie detector test to prove who's telling the truth and who's not telling the truth. And then you will probably hear from members of the Assistant District Attorney's Office. So that will be the testimony that I expect the evidence to show. You will also see exhibits. You'll be able to hear the 911 call. You're going to see the crime scene pictures. You've already seen the video surveillance in this case. You're going to see photo lineups. You're going to see the autopsy report in the photos, shell casings, the recording I already spoke of, the text messages you already saw, a cash app for $15, and then jail calls. That's what the evidence will be in this case. Ultimately, as the prosecution, as detectives, as the DA's office, as investigators, the position is that you take the evidence you have to seek the truth. Base it on facts. That's why we picked each and every one of you, so that you can identify facts. Because the problem in this case is that lead detective didn't use the evidence to lead to the truth. He formed a theory and he pinpointed it, like tunnel vision. That's what the evidence will show in this case. And you know that because instead of going to try to arrest the other person that you see in their surveillance, they arrest Kamari White and they arrest Ms. Tucker. Now facing murder charges, knowing they're innocent, still facing murder charges to make sure that they testify to what they need them to testify to. When they know the truth. So the state asked you to figure out, well, how would Mr. Oliver know they were there? I submit that the evidence will show that my client knew where they were because he heard her screaming. But ladies and gentlemen, the questions in this case that I propose to you is who? So you have Kamari White is the only witness that will say this is an armed robbery. So the question is, well, then why would he lie? Because he's charged with murder when they know he was playing video games the whole night. Who? Miss Tucker, who was on the phone with her child's father the entire time, but she's charged with murder when they know she's completely innocent. You have Miss Smith. The evidence will show who's a victim of an aggressive John, who has nothing to do with any armed robbery. And then you got my client, who's just trying to get the girl out of there. That's what the evidence will show in this case. Then you have the decedent, Mr. Willis, who had no money or anything to steal. That's what the evidence will show in this case. So then you have what? So their theory is that it was based on an armed robbery in their front yard. Instead of saying, hey, meet me at the parking lot that's not connected to my front, right where I live. You have, and then an armed robbery sloppy enough to let them try to commit an armed robbery in their front yard, but no other evidence at all? No text messages, nothing in their phones, nothing at all to corroborate an armed robbery? Because they tried to allude that Miss Smith had this guy waiting and waiting for my client who was already there, which wouldn't make sense at all. But the problem is they based their entire case off a false narrative in hopes to get a conviction, in hopes that 12 people wouldn't look deeper into who, what, when, where, what. And let's focus on how, is what they said. So then, ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing stolen, there's nothing to steal. And they're saying that this is an armed robbery where two individuals approach the vehicle, but one of the alleged armed robbers doesn't have a gun and runs away? That's their story. That's the evidence that they are asking that you convict these young people on. But I hope that you can identify common sense. You know, the state says don't take so many notes that you forget your common sense. But use common sense when trying to identify a theory that makes sense. Or in what I hope is that you'll use the evidence to base facts. Not off what I say or off of what they say, but what the evidence actually shows in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, then the state said why, but then they didn't talk to you about why. The state is going to go with a story that Mr. Willis took some items from Miss Smith at some point. That's not what the evidence will show. The evidence will show their only source of story is from potentially Miss Tucker, who will tell you that there was an incident at some point where Miss Smith gets jumped on by a bunch of women. Nothing to do with Mr. Willis at all. And so that's why they didn't already tell you about that story, because that story doesn't make sense either. But that's what they're saying the incentive is in this case. Ladies and gentlemen, I am confident that by the end of this case, the how my client knew that they were there, the one question that the state asked for you to identify in this case, how, is because he heard her scream with his own ears. The evidence in this case, what this case is about a young man who simply went to try to go help a girl. A young man who then gets threatened by a gentleman with his pants down saying, I'm about to shoot you, and saying words that I can't even say. And before he had the opportunity, my client had a split decision to make. And in the event that he didn't make that split decision, he might not even be here. Ladies and gentlemen, I am asking that you find my client not guilty on each and every count, because once you take the evidence and determine what's fact, apply that to the law and seek the truth, it's the only verdict that justice gives. Thank you.
Let's be clear. Mr. Willis was not there because Miss Smith wanted him to be there. Mr. Willis was there because, well, he wanted to be there. Let's be clear. That man was pushing 40 years old that night, and that young lady was pushing 20. But that night, all she wanted to do was push him the hell off of her. Because let's be clear, the evidence will show he was not her treat. And she refused to be his treat because all he wanted to do was have his way with Miss Smith. You have a 40-year-old man or 39, and you saw the message where he said, I'll get my whip around 3:30. And by that, what he meant was that he will get his girlfriend's car to go to see Miss Smith. You see, she didn't contact him, he contacted her. He was trying to see her. She didn't lure him. He was luring her. He was telling her, I'd like to come and see you tonight. And she was saying, I want some weed, because she'd been trying to buy weed and she was asking him for $25, $15 to get a 3.5 of weed. And he said, well, I'll bring you some weed and you don't have to give me anything back, because she said, you give me 15, I'll give it back. And he said, no, you don't have to give it back. I will bring you some weed and maybe we can be on some fun type shit, is what he's saying. Or what he meant by that is beyond, well. So you'll see the text messages. At one point, I think they mentioned a text message where he said, I'm at the liquor store. Do you want anything, essentially? Because again, she's not luring him, he is luring her. 40 years old, 20 years old, you want some liquor. What do you like? She said, I like Don Julio. So what else do you like? Well, I like Hennessy. I like Taylor Port. Fine. I got the weed. I got the wine. I got the Hennessy. And he came there with weed, wine, and expectations. But as evidence will show, he wasn't her trick and she refused to be his treat. So he pulls up at that apartment and she said, park by the playground. But what the evidence will show, she doesn't even know him that well. She has seen him once in her life. Doesn't even know what he looks like, doesn't even know what he drives. It's almost like a blind date from her perspective. You'll see the message where she says to him, I'll be wearing yellow. When you see me, say something. Don't have me out here looking confused, because she didn't know what he'd be driving or what he looked like. I'll be wearing yellow. If you see me, say something so I'm not out here in the parking lot looking confused because I don't know where you are. And at this time, she's doing hair. She's wrapping up doing hair. She's telling him, I'm with a client. I'm going to wrap this up and I'm going to come and we're going to vibe. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to finish doing hair. I'm going to come down there and we're going to smoke some weed. We're going to be on some cool vibe type stuff. And I'm going to go back and do hair. But he had other intentions. He had other plans. Pushing 40, using his girlfriend's car. And you'll see the messages. He's asking her, well, do you like older guys? Do you like older guys? Pushing 40, she's 19. He's twice her age. Do you like older guys when I drive to your place in my girlfriend's car when I get my whip at 3:30? And she says, well, I dated an older guy once, but he was too controlling, too demanding. And he says something to the effect of, well, it can have benefits for both of us. Because he got there, when he got there, with weed, wine, and expectations, and perhaps a little hen as well, some brown liquor. Because she says, well, Hennessy gets me drunk quicker. Say less, he brought Hennessy. And then he got there. And something that has never happened in the history of time, a man waited 20 minutes for a woman. He waited 20 minutes while she is doing hair, saying, I'm on the way. And somehow to the government, that, oh my God, you waited 20 minutes. He got there. She came down. She got in the car with him. Now, earlier, they were all in the apartment together. She's there. Miss Smith is there with Nardacia Tucker. Let me keep my hands out of my pocket. It's Nardacia Tucker, Mr. Kamari White, a few other people. And they're just hanging out. She's working. There is no conversation about robbing anybody. They all know she's going to meet somebody at the car. They know that, not a big deal, not a secret. I'm going to meet somebody. They don't know whom. I'm going to meet somebody in the car. That's all they know. They don't know where that car will be or who's even in that car. I am going to meet somebody in the car, not a secret. He's in the car. And you'll see pictures of the car. Seats all the way reclined. She's there. And then you'll see her seat. Reclined. I have to work with me on that one. And they're in the car. And now he's been talking to her all day. And she's been asking for $10, $15, $25 to buy weed. And he's fulfilled his promise, I'm going to bring you weed. And he's fulfilled his promise of I'm going to bring you wine. And he's fulfilled his promise of I'm going to bring you Hennessy. And now he wanted her to fulfill his expectations. This 40-year-old man and that 20-year-old girl, not quite 20, not quite 40. Because you see, they did have a little bit of history. They met one time before, months earlier, where Miss Smith was dancing. Well, she was in a twerking contest and some girls beat her up. And one of Miss Smith's friends called someone to pick her up. And that person they called was Mr. Trey Willis that night. So that's how they really met. That's how they met. So while he's there armed with weed, wine, expectations, and a little brown liquor, he knew that she'd been dancing and that she'd perhaps been stripping. And he arrived with expectations that she was not willing to meet because he wasn't her trick. And she refused. Street. So as they're in that car, and he's trying to force her pants down as he succeeded in getting his partially down, she's saying, "Get off me, get off me, get off me." And Mr. Willis, in his girlfriend's car with one of the girlfriend's children's Crocs in the back, doesn't. And that is when Mr. Oliver and another young man go to the car. They go to the car. Passenger door opens. And Jalecia gets out. No questions asked. She gets out. She walks away. Later, as she's walking, she hears shots and then she starts to run. She doesn't know what happened after she left. But all she knows is what happened before. And that this 40-year-old man or pushing 20-year-old girl or pushing 20. And all she wanted to do was push it off. Oh. That is what the evidence is showing. That is what happened. For that reason, I'm so glad we came. Because ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the worst show on earth. Because in this show, you have a 19-year-old girl who's being pounced on by a 40-year-old man driving his girlfriend's car. And yet she sits in that seat. You have the government with charges hanging over her head and charges hanging over his head. And charges hanging over the heads of Nardesha Tucker and Kamari White. And they know they did nothing wrong. But those charges will hang there until they do something right, or better yet, say something right. They know, and the evidence will show Kamari White was doing nothing but sitting in his room playing video games. That's it. They know it. Yet, when he, and he will, when he sits in this seat, he's going to have a murder charge hanging over his head. Almost a year and a half after the fact. Almost a year and a half of them knowing he did nothing but play video games. They will allow him to sit here with charges over his head. So he'll have a story to tell. I got a story to tell. He's going to say that, well, it was a robbery. It was a planned robbery, yet small apartment. Miss Tucker won't say that. No one else will say that. He's going to say they planned it. Because you see, Mr. Willis, Trey, at some point that night when he gave them a ride, he took her stuff. He took her stuff. So the robbery was for them to get her stuff back. But wait, there's more. Also, they were going to rob him of weed and the liquor. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. Because you get to apply your common sense. You get to pull the brakes. Because let's examine that plane. You will see messages. And in those messages, there is no discussion of bring my stuff back or I'm not coming out. You bring me my stuff. I want my stuff. You bring me my stuff. There's no indication Mr. Willis brought her stuff or had her stuff. It's not in the car. So now I guess the argument will be that they were trying to rob him of the weed and the Hennessy and the Taylor Port. Well, let's look at that. Those are the things he agreed to bring. Those are the things he asked her, well, what can I bring? Those are the things that he is, well, gifting her. You ain't really gotta steal a gift. That's not quite what a gift is. Those were the things that he was using to lure her to the car. Because when he's asking, what do you like? She talks about the Hennessy and then she mentions a Taylor Port and how sometimes she'll get the big bottle of Taylor Port. So he's gonna get the big bottle of Taylor Port, I guess, and get the Hennessy. There was no armed robbery. There was no plan of an armed robbery. There's just nothing but that man trying to lure that 19-year-old girl into that. Because you see, Jalecia, Miss Smith, she's been having a difficult time. She's been having issues with her mom. She's been having distance from her dad. And you'll hear it. Miss Tucker took her in. Miss Tucker is like the big sister. She took her in. She even took Mr. Oliver in and other people in, but she took her in to help her, to shield her, to save her. But she couldn't save her. Mr. Willis. 6'5" and about 190 pounds. You're gonna hear about Mr. Oliver carrying a gun. Well, Miss Tucker will tell you. He would carry a gun. He would carry a gun when he would go to the store. Because part of the reason why there wasn't a huge reaction to gunfire, as Ms. Tucker will tell you, is that this gunfire was not an out of the ordinary occurrence. And because gunfire was not an ordinary or out of the ordinary occurrence, carrying a gun to protect oneself from that ordinary gunfire is not a random occurrence. So I'm glad you're here. You get to tell them they've gone too far. You get to tell them they are wrong. You get to tell them that on that night, it wasn't her trick. She wasn't his freak. And everything that happened that night was because he chose to be there and he chose to get her in that car and he chose to pounce on her. And because of that, I'll ask you to find her not guilty of all charges.
All right, members of the jury, if any of you need to stand, stretch in place, feel free. Or if anyone wants a longer break, just raise your hand. Otherwise, we will dive into the evidence. Let's take 5. Just turn on the light when you're all ready to proceed. Thank you.
All right, here.
All right, we'll resume when the jurors give us the indication. My plan would be to try to get at least 45 minutes to an hour before we break for lunch, wherever a good stopping point happens. Ms. Charles, if you could go ahead and bring in your first witness so that that witness is ready, and who do you intend that to be?
Alicia Nelson, Judge.
All right. And so we'll be off the record until the jury indicates otherwise.
Officers.
The proper one. No, I'm Christian.
Never seen a courtroom this busy.
Christian first. Let me test.
That's great. Really good. No, that was good. Trick or treat, the fuck. I was like, oh, Cannibal, say it again. I love the trick or treat. You're good. No, probably that's it, man.
Let me hear both speakers. Let me try mine first. Give this for the other one. We don't have much time. Let me read it because mine is already synced.
Talking about like loving everybody's like I'm pretty sick.
Chicken cheese. That's it, I was back
It's long. You're not playing. Thank you. I love it. Me too. You wanna go?
Through to the break.
There's a cafeteria. Brought some snacks.
What would you bring?
Yeah.
Yes, what test it is?
Yeah, you ain't gonna have any issues.
They're allowing it at a weird ability the other day. I was scared. Because the police are having people allow. Yes, across the street.
I know, that's messed up. Somebody just came in and shot.
Atlanta 911 operator.
She's a homeless.
I know, that's messed up. Somebody just came in and shot.
Atlanta 911 operator 8691. What's the location of your emergency?
Hey, yes, I'm at 196.
That car section really sale like when we saw they were like spraying the Febreze, remember? I saw all day. Yesterday, I hung up with my friend.
Yeah. No, oh, Scott's going. He's going to get it, but he's like, just here.
I'm not used to like.
Got, okay.
Yeah, like the
I thought Tom was coming. Now it's all you come to one? It's 11:30, dude. That clean was done an hour ago. I got this if you want it. No. I don't know. It's up to you. I'm not gonna walk that way anyway. I didn't show it.
Just before.
Oh, I'm like, you didn't, no, it was super pro. How you hide that? Next witness is 911. Oh, it's stale. Do you see how hard my teeth tried to chop? I don't know. I went to lunch. I didn't find her. I don't know if I made her upset. Did I? I thought like, right, I know. I'm saying since opening, I haven't seen her. I didn't see her when I went to lunch. I mean, it was great. I don't like this many people being in the courtroom, but I don't know who's talking to his friend, putting him phone.
Can have a sit until we get started. Okay.
Mr.
Reagan. I'm not. Let me make sure. No, I've got some. I think that's what the battleground later.
That was good.
Shepherd, was it Shepherd?
I'm gonna bring my Halloween pumpkin.
Ms. Charles, you got a what exhibit list for me by chance?
But you didn't sweat at all. I even looked for it now, but in the moment, not even
Maybe we can get one.
Because I was
That'd be
looking.
great. Thank you so much.
Especially when you picked the chair up, I was like, I know he's gonna sweat now.
Oh, my goodness.
No, that was so good. I enjoyed it. No, I enjoyed
Every
it.
single
I
autopsy.
really enjoyed it.
Oh.
That was really good. Yeah, no, that was really good. Yeah. No, that was really good.
I got one.
Oh, I took it.
Oh.
Hopefully I can be the ugly person and he be the soft one. But like soft with a sting. Yeah. I like this. I like the trick or treat. I thought that was funny. Huh? No, that was great. Oh, yeah.
I already know what the was gonna be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's super good.
What I'll do, I just put this one up to my computer.
For later, yeah,
Yeah.
for the bigger board.
But then I can just put it right there.
Okay. But for now, I'll just use my one.
I know, that's messed up.
Okay. What? Oh, I'm sorry. That was someone in the back.
Okay. It's at 10. I seen Kamari outside though. Not until after they, not until after they, testify.
Oh, they're ready.
All right, we are back on the record. And I've asked the jury to come back in. So we'll come in now. Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. State may call their first witness.
State calls Alicia Nelson.
Well, for the testimony of this case, you should give.
Okay.
You may be seated. If you believe or speaking into the mic, state, just state your name for the court.
Alicia Nelson, ALICIA NELSON.
Good morning, Ms. Nelson. Please tell the jury where you're currently employed
Atlanta Police Department Communications,
and in what capacity.
Open Record Specialist,
Can you briefly describe some of your duties and responsibilities?
to maintain the 911 calls and CAD reports, as well as to distribute them to local government agencies.
And can you describe to the jury briefly how sort of the CAD reports and the recordings are stored?
They're stored on a server within the 911 center. They're stored daily by the time that they're received and the incident report number.
What are the security measures that are taken to ensure the authenticity of the call and preserve the call of the CAD reports?
The CAD reports are limited. Very few people can retrieve them, and we have to verify the person who's requesting.
Can you briefly describe to the jury what happens when a 911 call comes in?
It comes in, it's automatically recorded the moment that they answer the call. If it's within our jurisdiction, an incident report number is assigned to it and it's distributed to the dispatcher who sends it out to the officers.
Approximately how long are calls kept?
Minimum of 3 years.
And what identifying information is included with the call once it's received?
The person who called, the time that it came in, the location, the date, the time, any information that is received from the caller as well as the units on scene.
And what is a CAD report?
A CAD is a computer aided dispatch. That's the name of the software that creates the incident report.
And what information is included in the CAD report when the call comes in?
What I just said, the incident number, the date, the time, the location, and any pertinent information received from the caller as well as the units on scene.
Are both CAD reports and 911 calls kept in the ordinary course of business?
They are.
In addition, state will tender pursuant to state's business record and filing a notification. Exhibit 5, 6, and 7, as well as state's exhibit 4.
Let me just ask, any objection to exhibits 4 through 7 tendered for admission?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, state
All right.
so move. All right,
Just for the record, the business record certification will be state's 3.
all right. 3 through 7 will be deemed admitted without objection, that also including the certification.
Okay.
All right.
Directing your attention now, Ms. Nelson, to January 29th, 2025. Did you have an opportunity to receive a CAD report and review the 911 calls associated with that incident?
I have.
Thank you. I will first publish state's exhibit 4. You described to the jury, just sort of what we're looking at on screen is starting from the top, sort of incident information.
This is the incident details report from the incident in question. It has the incident number,
What's
this
that now?
250-291-995,
What is the date of the incident?
January 29th, 2025.
And what is the related address on the, under the location information?
565 St. John's Avenue Southwest,
Is there a cross street?
Metropolitan.
And both of these locations here in Fulton County.
They are.
Now, what if any caller information was received as we review this CAD report?
I see the caller's phone number on.
Was there a caller's name?
Not one listed.
Is that usual or unusual when reviewing COD reports?
Depends on the incident. If it's an active incident, they try to get the information and get the resources out. And then they'll go double back and ask for the caller's information if they're able to get it.
And when you say if them, you're talking about the dispatcher?
The 911 call taker.
Now, going down some, reviewing the incident times, what time did the call come in?
It doesn't show the Annie Alley time, but dispatch received it at 8:56.
And what is the difference between any alley time and dispatch received?
That's when it comes into the 911 queue.
And what time was the first unit dispatched?
At 8:59 PM or 20:59 PM.
And then just moving down to the incident comments. What information was given to 911 as part of this call?
A person was shot
And where did the caller indicate that person was?
on the side of the apartments by the pool.
Now, moving down to the top two lines from the bottom at 129, 2100, what did the caller indicate the male was wearing?
A male in a white shirt.
And then what did it describe underneath that at 2101?
A male running from the location in a blue hoodie.
And going down to 2104 in the CAD report, what vehicle was indicated and where was the victim advised to have been shot?
I'm sorry.
2104.
Okay, what was the question again?
What vehicle was identified and where was the victim?
Oh, silver Nissan Murano.
And where was it advised that the victim appeared to have been shot?
In the head.
Now, once this information is gathered, what happens with this information gathered by the 911 call taker?
It's sent over to dispatch to send out officers.
Publishing now, State's Exhibit 5.
I know, that's messed up. Somebody just came in and shot me.
Atlanta 911, operator 8691, what's the location of your emergency?
Hey, yes, I'm in 1960 Rambling, Drive. The name of the apartment is Brookside Park Apartment. It's a man right out here.
You said 19, he shot?
Yes, he's shot. No, he's not moving at all.
1960, and give me the street name again.
Let me get a phone to my mom. I'm gonna get a phone to my mom. Yes, hello?
1960, and what was the street name?
Rambling Drive. The name of the apartment is
Rambling?
Brookside Park.
You're saying Rambling Drive, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. The name of the apartment is Brookside Park.
Okay. All right, give me 1 second. Let's do it with the EMS.
Ready EMS, operator 1133. What is the address of your emergency?
The address is 19.
This is Atlanta operator 8691. I have a caller on the line advising 1960 Rambling Drive Southwest. Caller advised person shot.
Okay.
Yeah, so don't get out the car. You can't go over there. He's dead. Don't go over
All right,
there.
this is the house apartment business, ma'am.
This is nothing. Please chill. Hello?
Is this a house apartment business, ma'am?
It's an apartment. It's an apartment.
What's the apartment number?
My apartment number is 626, but me and my kids.
Are you with the patient now, ma'am?
No, ma'am. Me and my kids, he's right here in front of my apartment building. Me and my kids was inside our house and we heard gunshots. And as I'm looking out the window, I said, that was like a body, y'all. And then my daughter walked to the bottom of the steps, and it's a guy right here dead. He's not dead. Well, they say he's not dead. I'm not getting out
Okay,
of the car.
ma'am, is the assailant still nearby?
No, ma'am. Somebody took off running. When I looked out the window, I seen somebody take off running. So whoever shot him, I heard 2 gunshots, and we heard somebody take off running.
Alana, what's your operator for, police and fire?
8691.
1133. Ma'am, is there any serious bleeding?
Yes, ma'am. The dude, he looked dead to me. He's had in a puddle of blood, and he's dead. He's not moving.
Okay, one sec. I'm just updating this for the paramedic. What part of the body was injured?
Ma'am, I don't know. Only thing I know, we heard the gunshot, and I just rode by the car. I didn't want to walk by it, so we rode by it. And I just see him laying in a puddle of blood. He's definitely dead, though. I heard the gunshots from the house, so he was laying in a puddle of blood. He's on his back, and he's dead.
Is there more than one wound?
You say what, ma'am?
Is there more than one wound?
I don't know how many wounds it is. I don't want to go near him.
I'm not paramedics to help them now. Stand on line. I'll tell you exactly what to do next.
Yeah, I don't want to go near him. No.
All right. If you get more information or if anything changes, ma'am, please notify us, okay?
1 second. Did you say he was near a car? And what building is he near, ma'am?
We're near 1960, the last building. I'm in 1960 building. I'm going to go back in my house.
Okay, and
Yeah, I'm
what
gonna-
car is he near? Do you got the building?
He's down here by the playground. He's near, it's a gray car. All his doors is open on his car. It looked like
What color
somebody
is the
made a
car?
bit of, it looked like it's silver. It looked like it's, let them die. You won't help me. What can you go over there and do? Don't go over there. But he
Is
by
it like a
silver
sedan
car.
or a truck, ma'am?
It looked like a sedan, It looked like he probably had a driver. It's like he's dead. He's laying on the passenger side. So whoever shot him took off running because the passenger door is open. But I'm gonna do stupid, but I knew after they were too close. You shot they were too close. Hello?
Yes, ma'am. Did you see what he was wearing or anything?
The guy that's not on the ground?
Yes, ma'am.
He got on, it looked like some gray sweatpants and I want to say a white shirt, a white
Okay.
t-shirt. And as soon as I heard the gunshots, I looked out the window and I seen somebody running like by the playground with like a blue hoodie or dark color hoodie on.
And you said it was a male running from the location in a.
Yeah, it was definitely a male. Like a blue, dark color. He's kind of tall, like a dark hoodie, blue or black. I don't know the color.
Okay. Okay, no problem. Okay. All right. So I guess they may already have the call. An officer will be dispatched as soon as possible. Call us back if anything changes.
Okay.
Now, Ms. Nelson, once the call comes in and is documented and preserved, as you described earlier, the CAD is generated, what happens next once the 911 caller sort of disengages from the call?
That call had already been dispatched prior to her disengaging. She was just adding more information for the officer that was en route.
You can just speak right into the microphone. Thank you.
Okay.
That.
So the call is, on those types of calls, we send the call over as soon as we get the type of call. So when it's a 50 or someone shot, it goes over with the littlest information. And then the call taker stays on the line to add additional information to the units that are already en route. So it had been dispatched prior to her completing the call.
And to be clear, you were not present during the January 29th incident. You were not at the location, correct?
No, ma'am.
So all the information contained in the reports is what was relayed to you by the caller, is that correct?
Correct.
And Ms. Nelson, did you have anything to do as it relates to the investigation of this case going forward?
No.
Thank you, nothing further.
Good morning, Ms. Nelson.
Good morning.
So were you the actual person that took the 911 call?
No.
Okay, so you weren't actively involved in this case?
No.
So you, in your involvement of this incident, you don't have any information about what happened?
No.
And you weren't actively involved in arresting anyone in this case, correct?
No.
And you don't know who Jeremiah Oliver is?
No.
correct? Thank you, ma'am.
Good morning. I know you can't see me back there.
Hey, good morning.
Not that you want to, but I have no questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, can this witness be excused, Ms. Charles?
Yes, Jim.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
Step
you.
down. Statement calls, next witness.
State call Sandra Farris.
You swear for to testify about this case, you should give it. You say thank you.
Yes, I do.
Speaking to the mic, would you stand on stage?
My name is Sandra Farris, SANDRAFARRIS.
Good morning, Ms. Farris.
Good morning.
Please tell the jury how you are connected to this case.
He's my son. He's my baby son.
Who's your son? What is his name?
Latrey Willis is my youngest son.
How many children do you have altogether?
I have two.
I'm handing you what's been marked as states 1 and 2. Can you take a look at states 1? Tell me what you recognize there to you.
I recognize my son, who was very, very good to anybody that needed help or whatever. He was very loving, kind.
To accurately reflect what it looked like just before you just.
Yes, he does.
Do those photos appear to be changed or altered in any way?
No,
Now, this is civil tender into the record states 1 and 2.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted.
I'm going to use that.
All right, any cross-examination, Ms. Fagan?
Good morning, Ms. Ferris.
good morning.
And I am sorry for the loss of your son.
Thank you.
On January 29th, 2025, do you know whose vehicle your son was driving?
Yes, I do.
And whose vehicle is it?
His girlfriend,
His girlfriend? And how long was he in that relationship?
2 years.
2 years? And did they live together?
Yes,
And did she have children?
not by him, no.
Okay, so she has her own children?
Mm-hmm.
And on that day, did you know him to work?
He wasn't able to work. He was having seizures every back.
And
He was doing DoorDash every now and then.
okay, so he would DoorDash in her vehicle?
Uh-huh.
And as part of, going through what he was going through with the seizures, was he able to drink alcohol,
Sometimes,
smoke marijuana?
maybe. I don't know all that, but maybe he does.
And did you know him that even though he was with a girl for those 2 years, that he was frequenting other women?
I didn't say they was friends. I have no idea his lifestyle.
You didn't know his lifestyle at the time?
Not the whole lifestyle, no.
Now, the actual day of January 29th, 2025, you weren't at that apartment complex that day, correct?
No, I wasn't. I was at home. He had just left me and his son.
And what time of the day was that?
It was, I don't know the exact time. I know I had called him to come over to help Latrey, which is named after his dad, with some homework. And then they was going to shoot some ball. And it got interrupted by the phone kept ringing, and he kept getting up. So we was going to meet back up to have pizza with Junior, which is Latrey. And we called him to let him know that we was going to get his brother from work. And we just kept calling and no answer.
Okay, and so while you were, so was his son living with you?
Yes, he lives with me.
And so while you were taking care of his children, he was getting phone calls?
Yes, his phone kept ringing.
Okay, and phone kept ringing to the extent that it interrupted his homework time and he left?
Yes.
When he left, was it still daytime out?
No, it was night.
It was night? And so at some point he answers the phone?
No, he didn't.
Okay, but he leaves.
Yes, he left. He said he had something to do and he'll be back. This necklace was on his neck and I told him let me try it on. And I told him, you're not coming back. You're going home when you leave. So he said, no, I'm coming back to get my necklace. And as you see, he never came back to get it.
And Ms. Ferris, you don't know Jeremiah Oliver, correct?
No, I don't.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Regis.
Afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm so sorry as well. How's his son doing?
All four of his kids is not doing good at all.
How old are they?
They are 18, 14 or 15. And he has a 12-year-old and a 6-year-old.
Now, were they also?
One just graduated.
Were they also living with his girlfriend with him, or?
No, they all live with their mother. They don't live with the girlfriend. She has her own kids.
All right, thank you, ma'am. I have no more questions for you, and I'm sorry.
Can you redirect?
None, Judge, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ferris. You can step down. State may call their next witness.
They call Samantha Beal.
You said Samantha Beal?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
I'm sorry, it's Shaquita Beal.
And Your Honor, I presume the rule has been invoked, but if it has not, I'll invoke it.
It has not. All right, and to that end, I'll instruct counsel and anyone who is connected to the case that all witnesses are to remain outside the courtroom except when they are personally called to testify, and that all witnesses should not discuss the case with the other witnesses until the evidence is concluded or they have been excused from further appearance. And I'll ask counsel's assistance in enforcing that rule and bringing any potential violations to my attention. Anything further? All right, we'll wait for Ms. Beal.
You swear affirm to the testimony that in this case you should give us the truth and nothing but the truth to help you
Yes.
while speaking clearly.
Shaquita Beal, SHQUETIABEAL.
Good afternoon, Ms. Beal.
Hello.
Please tell the jury, without disclosing your address, what side of town you currently live at.
Metropolitan,
How long have you lived there?
since 2018.
And who do you live there with?
My kids and my grandkids.
And in January 2025, you were at that location?
Yep.
You lived there with your daughter, Brianna?
Yes.
Now, let's talk about the evening hours of January 29th of 2005. Were you home during that time? During the
Yes.
evening hours? Were you home all of that night?
I had just pulled up. I was home all day and we left to go get food.
And where did you go to get food?
American Deli by Greenbrier.
How long did that take you?
Like 30 minutes max.
And when you left out, what, if anything, did you observe just in front of the apartment complex?
Nothing.
And when you came back, what did you do first?
Just got our food and walked in the house. And me and my kids sat down in my room to eat.
Where did you park?
I don't really recall, but it was in front of my building.
Before we go further, I'm handing you the record states 9 of this demonstration. It's 9 and 10. What do you recognize that to be?
Brookside in my building right here.
Could you speak up a little bit?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
You say, what is this?
Yes.
This is Brookside.
And Brookside Apartment, is that where you lived in January of 2025?
Yes,
And the location that we're discussing today?
yes,
Does it look like a fair and accurate depiction of the Brookside Apartments?
yes.
And at this, I still will tender into the record states Exhibit 9.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 9 is admitted.
You feel so we can sort of orient the jury as you're explaining what happened that night? Just me. I'm gonna want you explain to the jury what direction you entered and where you parked just generally that night.
I
Where
don't.
would your building be?
My building is right here. I live in this building,
What floor do you live on?
the 3rd.
So when you approached, where did you come from? You can stand up. Go for it.
I'm trying to, this way. Came down the hill.
Stand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And direct. So,
I come down the hill
Yeah.
and I go this way.
okay,
And I don't recall like where I parked, but I had to park up in here somewhere because my building is right here.
okay. Now, when you got back, who, if anyone, did you observe outside of the building as you came back?
Nobody. When I pulled up, I didn't see anybody.
Understood. What, if any, noise or sounds did you hear when you got back?
As I got home and we sat down and ate, maybe like 10 minutes into our food, I heard a gunshot. And
When you heard the gunshot, what did you do next?
I immediately looked out the window,
Where did you look out?
right this window, the 3rd level, my bedroom window.
Okay. And what, if anything, did you observe?
I seen a guy running from like, this area is kind of off screen,
Okay, chef?
like this area. I'm assuming this is the playground.
Okay,
It's kind of blurry.
Okay,
But if this is a playground area, I
Right.
seen a guy run from like this area that's kind of like off screen where cars apart.
right.
He jumped the fence and he like ran out of sight.
Could you point, did he run left or right?
He jumped, it was like a fence right here. He
Okay.
jumped the fence and ran this way.
So just for the record, you're pointing towards the left.
Okay, am I right?
Your right, my left.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Could you describe generally what that person was wearing from your recollection?
All black.
Can you describe anything else about the person running, height, weight, anything of that sort?
I can't. I just know he had on all black. It was a black figure and he jumped the fence and just ran.
And just so I can be clear, you may have a seat, ma'am. Thank you so much. How many gunshots did you hear?
I heard one.
And what did you do after you heard the gunshots?
Me and my daughter looked out the window at the same time, and my daughter was like, "Mom, I see someone laying right there." And I was like, "You sure?" And as I looked closer, I saw a figure laying next to a car. And my daughter was like, "We can walk over there." And I was like, "No, let's drive." So I got in my car and I drove over there and I seen a guy laying.
From the time you heard the gunshots, to the time you got into your car and drove, how much time do you estimate had to have gone by?
Not it wasn't even 5 minutes. From the time I heard the gunshots, I got in my car. Yeah, it was quick.
And then from the time you heard the gunshots and you called 911, how much time had gone by?
Maybe like, because I called 911 as soon as I got in my car and got right by the body. So maybe like 8 minutes, 7 minutes.
Oh, so you got to the body before you called 911?
Yeah, I got to the body first because I wanted to verify that it was really a body. So when I pulled my car up in front of the body, I called 911 while I was sitting in my car in front of the body.
Now, when you got to the body, what did you observe?
There was a guy laying there in a puddle of blood, and I was just shaking up. So we called 911, me and my daughter, and that was it. It was like his eyes was like opening and closing, opening and closing.
As far as the vehicle, what did you observe about the vehicle itself?
I think I know the driver door was open and the passenger door was open. And the guy was laying on the passenger side.
Was the guy positioned to the front of the car or towards the back of the car?
Maybe it was towards the front of the car. Like on the door side, like the passenger side. He was laying on that side.
Would he be closer to the trunk?
Say it again.
Would it be closer to the trunk of the car?
So it was like close to the trunk? No, it was like close to the front part of the car, like the passenger door.
Did you observe what he was wearing, the person who was laying on the ground?
No, I didn't really. I seen him, and when I saw the blood, I was just so shaken up. I just instantly called 911. And I was like, I couldn't even look over there. So I don't recall. But my daughter, she made a video in her phone. So she saw like the clothing. I don't recall.
And did you remain on the scene to talk to 911? And I'm sorry, law enforcement officers when they arrived?
Yes.
How many other people were outside of the playground area while you were there?
After we heard the shot, like, I didn't see no one at the playground area.
Did you
I'm
observe
sorry,
that?
Your Honor, she tailed off at the end. I don't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You could repeat that last.
No, I didn't see no one at the playground area. When me and my daughter was out there, we was the only ones. When I called 911 and I verified it was actually a body there, I went back in my house. And as I was going up the stairs, it was a guy and a girl at the bottom of the stairs. And I was like, oh my God.
Using the map where you encountered the other guy and the girl?
It was like I always see this vehicle. It's my neighbor.
Right.
Car's like up in this area.
Okay. And where was the guy and where was the girl?
That was on the step. I'm sorry, I missed the part. When I first heard the gunshot and I looked out the window, I saw the guy running and I saw a girl on the passenger side. And I said to my daughter, I'm like, why she didn't move? Like she didn't jump, flinch, she just stood there in the car. Well, she sat on the passenger side. And I was like, dang, they shooting outside and she just sitting there. So once I called 911 and we went in our house to wait for 911 to get there, as we pulled back up, it was a guy and a girl, like in the breezeway.
Can you describe the guy and describe the girl?
I know the girl had colored hair. I don't recall the guy. If I see a picture, I know that's him because that's my neighbor. Like I don't know him, but I just know him from apartments.
Can you describe height, weight,
I can't really recall. Like
tall, short,
he wasn't tall at all. Yeah, he wasn't tall.
dark skin, light skinned?
He was kind of brown skinish.
Did he say anything to you?
We was shaking up and we was like, oh my God, it's a dead body there. And he was like, where? He was looking around. I'm like, right there. So he looked in the direction where we were saying the body was, but he was like, I still don't see it. I'm like, it's right there. And he got on the phone. He was like, oh my God, let's call 911. But as he had the phone to his ear, he started talking like super fast. And I was like, Brie, I don't think he's talking to nobody. It was like kind of strange how fast he picked up the phone to so-called call 911. I don't think he called 911. And from that point, I just went back in my house.
Then when officers came back, everything you've testified to today, you explained to the law
Yes,
enforcement?
yes.
The person that you saw, the brown skin person at the breezeway, did you ever see them again at the apartments?
No, and I seen him one day. I was getting off work, and no, I didn't like see him like just walking or nothing. But I just remember one day I was getting off work. It was like a whole bunch of people getting arrested, like coming down the stairs in handcuffs. But I don't know if it was him.
And you said from your recollection, the girl in the car was your neighbor.
Yeah, I have seen all the girl and the guy. I seen the breezeway. I have saw them before, like in passing, going up and down the stairs. But I don't know their names or never talked to them.
The person who you observed on the ground, had you ever seen that person in the apartments before?
You say the guy on the ground?
Yes.
No, I never saw him before.
1 minute. Thank you. And everybody from the state.
Good afternoon, Ms. Beal.
Hello.
How are you? So you, the individual that you're speaking of isn't light-skinned, correct?
No, I don't think he was light skinned.
He's not over 6 feet tall, correct?
Correct?
Now, when you heard shots, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you called 911 7 to 8 minutes later?
Yes, I heard the shots and looked out the window.
The vehicle where you saw a body, correct?
Yes,
And the vehicle where you saw that body, that vehicle was actually backed in. to
yes,
the
it was
parking
back then.
spot.
Yep.
And the person, the body that you saw the gentleman laying on the ground with his pants down, correct?
I don't know about pants down, but I seen him laying on his back.
And now you indicated that your daughter had taken a video. Did you guys ever provide that to the police?
Yes, we showed it to the officer. It was just basically a video of the guy laying on the ground bleeding out. But yeah, we showed it to the cops that night.
And in that video, do you recall the man's pants being down?
No.
Now, you personally didn't witness the shooting, correct?
No, I didn't.
You didn't have any involvement in the investigation, correct?
Say that again, like involvement in the investigation?
Right, like did you do any photo lineups?
Yeah.
Okay, and who did you identify?
The guy and the girl that I saw on the passenger side.
Okay, and the guy that you identified wasn't light skinned, correct?
Yes.
The guy that you identified wasn't over 6 feet tall, correct?
Yes.
And now you're indicating, but you did make a positive identification of someone,
Yes.
and that was with Detective Malskis?
I don't recall the name of the detective.
No worries. Ultimately, you don't know Jeremiah Oliver.
No, I don't know him at all.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon.
Hello.
This is actually only a couple of questions for you. That video that you took it or your daughter took it?
My daughter took it. The cops was out there at that time when she made the video, the guy laying there.
And then you showed it to law enforcement, correct?
Yeah, she showed it to them as well, but it was like maybe 2 officers that was already on the scene.
Did they ever ask for a copy of it or for you to send it to them?
I don't recall. If they asked my daughter for the video, I don't recall.
But as far as you know, she never provided that to law enforcement.
Far as I know, no, I don't know.
But had they asked, you'd have turned it over, right?
Yes, of course.
Of course. Now you talk about, I think you said a girl in the car.
Yes.
About how old was this person?
I know she was maybe between 30. I know she wasn't like 35, like had to be under 35. I just remember a girl with bright color hair.
And was she in the same vehicle where the person was lying on the ground?
No, she wasn't. It was a vehicle parked directly in front of my building by the breezeway.
So this vehicle parked by your building, as far as you could tell, had nothing to do with the actual shooting, right?
No, it did. It was just my neighbors, the ones I saw at the breezeway sitting in that vehicle.
Oh, okay. So how far was that vehicle? And I don't have the fancy picture or anything, but how far was that vehicle where you saw your neighbor with the bright colored hair away from the vehicle where the gentleman was on the ground lying near the passenger door?
It was, I thought the picture was still right there.
You're just gonna have to estimate. I don't have a picture. For me to you?
Do you want it?
Yeah, but oh. Yeah, approach the witness, Your Honor. Does this help at all?
Perfect. You gotta turn it around or just show it to you.
Yes, please. Permission to publish, or just, if you could just stand up and I'll hold it.
This is my building. I looked out my window, there was a truck parked like right here.
Okay.
There was a girl on the passenger side. And the shooting happened like this way, like off the camera.
Okay, okay, all right.
Stay up and back on screen if you needed it.
Oh,
To have the jury.
So do I stand up?
please do.
Okay. This is my building, and when I looked out the window, I seen like a truck right here, maybe one of these cars, and there was a girl on the passenger side. And the shooting happened like off the camera in some parking spaces like that way.
And that, I'll say young lady, that young lady you saw, was that the same young lady you saw later in the bottom of the stairs?
Yes, it's the same young lady.
And at no point after this, did you ever speak with that young lady about anything she may have known or anything she saw that night?
No, I never spoke to her, like ever.
And at one point, I know I heard you say you heard one shot. And then I think I also heard you say you heard shots. So if you recall, how many shots?
I only recall hearing one shot. Well, we had the TV on, but I heard a gunshot for sure.
Any chance your daughter still has that video?
I don't know. She's outside, so you can ask her. I don't know if she has it or not. No,
Yeah, I'll ask. She's outside.
yeah, she's coming in here next.
Oh.
Yeah, she's coming in.
There we go. Well, thank you. I have no more questions for you.
Okay.
Any redirect?
No, Judge.
All right, can someone be excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you can step down, man. Step down, man.
Okay.
All right, how much time does the state need for his next?
A little bit
witness?
longer than,
It'll be longer?
yes, because we're
Okay.
going more.
You went really fast there.
We're going to a little bit more detail.
Right, okay. All right, members of the jury, I think we've reached a stopping point for lunch. And so if you could be back in the jury room, we'll resume at 1:30. You can leave the building if you need to. And, or if you want to eat here, that's fine. Remember to keep those jury stickers on. Don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. And don't do any research about this case or anything involved in this case. We'll see you back at 1:30. All right, before we break, as I mentioned this morning, Ms. Charles, if you could make both Mr. Oliver and Mr. Martin available for Mr. Regis and Ms. Fagan, if they so choose, if they want to have a conversation. And you can report back afterwards if you've been able to achieve what you need to do. And again, if you think it's going to take longer than 30 minutes to talk to them, you can let me know, because I also think if you want time to eat lunch, that's certainly reasonable. So balance your time how you think is best, and we can report back whether you need more time to talk with them and where we should put them in the lineup. If they should still be called today, or if you renew your motion, we'll take all that up. It also sounds like you want to be talking to Ms. Beal potentially as well. If there's some kind of video, I'll let you all confer about that and see where you are on that. And then finally, is there anything else to take up on behalf of the state?
No, this time, Judge.
Ms. Fagan, anything on your behalf?
Only if the state has another photo lineup or a recording we didn't receive in discovery.
All right, so Ms. Charles, and this is focusing on the testimony we just heard from Ms. Beal. Any photo lineup that you're aware of that she did or was administered to her?
Not in my packet, Judge, no. I don't
Okay,
have that information, and I don't have a lineup specifically on this bill.
all right. And you might want to check in with the detective as well. And
Especially if she made a positive identification that isn't Mr. Oliver.
I think that's something we need to clear up. Maybe have another conversation with her to see what she meant by photo lineup. Maybe she, it's a technical term that we know about, but maybe your average person doesn't. Is it a sixth person? Did someone just show her a photo? I don't know. I mean, you could explore that more while she's still here over the lunch break as well, Ms. Fagan, and you can report back. So how about we say this? I would say she's not released from her subpoena just yet. And you can report back after lunch if we need to either take her back under oath, or you can just share for the record what else you may have learned and what we need to do. Okay? Anything else, Ms. Fagan?
No, Your Honor.
Anything, Mr. Regis?
Nothing, Your Honor.
All right, we'll be off the record. I'll also ask counsel if you could just kind of gather your materials, maybe put them in the back of the table. We've got a civil motion coming in. They're arguing a motion to quash, and I think they'll probably be using both of the tables there here at 12:30. Thank you all. No, you stay put, we'll put them in the witness stand. Mr. Rao, if you could, the witness, court reporter may be setting up here in the jury box, so maybe take the pointer back. I don't know if there's any other exhibits or anything, it looks like not.
I think she's telling the truth. I don't think you have it. No, I'm not saying you do. I'm thinking it was done, but I don't think you have it.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Oh. So I need to go because the line is off.
Do we have some folks waiting in the lobby? All right, if you just want to go ahead and let them know, we can get the court reporter set up in the witness stand, the witness box, and then they can take their seats at, oh, there we go. All right, you're a court reporter, sir? We're just gonna have you set up here in the witness box, if that works, and you can put whatever recorders wherever they need to be. And what do you need, 5, 10 minutes?
10 minutes.
Okay, all right, then we'll get going then.
Time saving.
No, he just won't come. We can chat.
We gotta go. Gotta go.
Okay. What's that?
Yeah, I guess. Hey, how you doing? Good, good.
He's got the burden on the way. Do you care about your burden table or not?
Do you have the burden on relevance?
Do you?
I think
It's
I've
your
always thought
motion.
it's just, well, it's your burden on relevance. I don't really care for it. So. It is my
Just
motion.
joking.
No. You're- I've always said that. Not by the particular.
I've now been forced to give it more thought than I ever had.
Same here. I'm gonna just wait for the other person to sit down somewhere when I take.
Go around. Want to get zoomed in for your.
You're all set.
Yeah, okay, just pull up the chair. Yeah, pull up the. Yeah, absolutely.
Font bigger, I can't see without really reading. I didn't want to have my glasses on, I'm like. I just-
Where's that cord?
That'd be great, yeah, get mine. Hopefully. Thank you. Yes.
I'm Laura. How are you? I work for Jeremy Berry.
You're our transcription.
Oh, hey.
Hey,
I'm Jeremy. I
yeah.
set up the line.
Yeah, I was here and we,
Oh, interesting.
See, handed.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
okay.
Nice to meet you. Lauren. Yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you guys.
I haven't seen Jeremy and I was law school together. He's a year ahead of me, but I haven't seen him in a long time.
He's
I hope
on
doing
vacation
well.
this week.
Okay.
So I think he's doing all right. Better than me.
Yeah, right. He's on vacation. I'm not. I got a suit on. He probably
Better than
doesn't
you
have a suit
and
on.
me. You're right.
He's doing better than I am.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Derek. I'll be the court appointee.
Hey, yeah.
You've been started seatless.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes. Yes.
Your recess to an hour, Mr. Mitchell. Be back at 1:30.
Question.
That's right. You can tell me. Out of office says she's indicates she might be coming back. We control. Is that right? Yeah. Just. So it's just laugh. Is she one of Michelle's like superiors? No, I think lateral at best. Okay, all right. I don't know, yeah, she's fine. Yeah, then. Just curious. First slide is that. The only one I care about is when it's not in the top. Be sure about it, thing about. Yes. I have the others.
Minutes of the one that's. It's cross one.
That's fine. Okay.
It's an acceptable short citation form.
My buddy Dave Dryer told me to tell you hello. I was talking to him. Tell you hello.
Dave has been successful lately.
Well, see, I don't know all that, so he may be telling me to tell you
He
that. It's a
got,
way to kind of
so we had.
needle you. I
our
hope
most
that's not the
recent-
case.
No, he's not like that. The most recent. How do y'all know each other?
We went to law school together. I was in his wedding.
Oh, okay. So, I mean, I don't know him well, but he represents these health systems that I don't represent. So when there's, the case he and I had together recently was a certificate of need matter where she had been working here about 10 minutes and no, not, you're talking about David Dryer.
Yeah.
Forget it.
I was
Forget
surprised
everything I
for a
just said.
second about the health.
I had David Darden in my head. So no, it's Dryer.
I'm sorry to be another David in your life. That doesn't confuse things.
Dryer and I, we hadn't had anything together in a long time.
I think he knew you when he was a legislator.
We
more,
certainly,
you know.
and are you and B still together?
Yeah.
So I knew her
Bought a
before.
house together. Yeah.
I had no reason to suspect.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That was right.
Mic check, mic check.
Never, so spilled out. Oh, I don't know. He had hearing. There was he has long represented Commissioner, Full County Commissioner Marvin Harrington. And there was some sort of conflict with that. And then the county attorney called me and asked if I would step in to handle something that David wasn't able to handle because of it was a conflict. That's what it was. It wasn't a conflict. You know, a little queasy.
Sure.
A little queasiness.
Uncomfortable,
More
yeah.
Legal conflict. But I was happy to do it. It was an ethics complaint before the Fulton County Board of Ethics. And so David and I, that's the last matter I had with him. But good guy.
He's in practice because my daughter just engaged him to be her personal injury attorney. She was in an auto accident a couple of weeks ago. Yeah. She's fine. She's just shaken up, has a burn on her arm, bruising and stuff, but otherwise she's
Well,
fine.
you have very little experience as a plaintiff's personal injury.
Say that again.
Clearly, you have very little experience as a
Well, I'm
plaintiff
getting
in personal
more.
injury. She is not fine. She has multiple soft tissue injuries.
Oh, no, exactly.
Radiating pain.
Wow, yeah. Well, she knows all
Never
that.
rewatched the first season of Better Call Saul.
I'm not an experienced personal injury attorney, but unfortunately I'm getting more experience now than I would like.
So I have 4 kids and my youngest is 17. She's the only one that hasn't totaled a vehicle.
My daughter's 19, yeah.
Fortunately, no injuries in all of that.
Okay, great.
And mixed questions of law and fact as to fault. Hello.
Just stretching real quick.
Am I in your spot?
A little bit, but no, you're welcome to have it. Actually, you can take over completely.
Are we prosecuting?
Yeah.
Is it felony, Mr.?
Melanie Moida.
I had never done that.
Oh, goodness.
I'm not sure about that. Where's the murder weapon?
Be right back.
Yeah, we'll need that. All right. What you learn is that the foundation for a murder weapon is about 4 questions. The evidentiary foundation for an Intoxilizer 5000 result is 5 pages. I mean, there's no better training on evidentiary foundations than all the stuff you have to get in. I mean, it's a dash cam video, it's an Intoxilizer result, it's potentially an expert opinion. I mean, it's everything. They ought to make every lawyer who wants to litigate try a DUI.
That's outside my ken, but I did represent my secretary's son once on a super speeder thing, and the prosecutor showed up and bring, I guess there's a certificate or something to, if you want to use speed detection device, you have to prove that it's like approved and authorized, and they didn't bring that
And
piece of paper.
certified, and they, yeah.
And so the judge dismissed the claim, the charge. So
How about that?
that was my first victory.
My son had you know that dumb law that where kids that are freshly licensed can't have anybody in the car with them? So 2 weeks shy of the 6-month anniversary of his licensure, where it would have been legal, my son was driving in our neighborhood with a friend of his, with our permission, because I think that law's dumb. And we're not scofflaws generally, but he got pulled over and there was no cover charge. Like he would, I said, clearly you were in something. Cops just don't pull people over. He said, Dad,
Suspicion of being young.
And there's no, tail light, improper turn, none of that, no cover charge. And so I looked at this thing and I said, son, rather than a rules of the road compliance lesson, this is going to be a Fourth Amendment civics lesson. And so we were off to the juvenile court. 9 months later, I associated a friend of mine because one, it's a terrible idea to, represent your son on your own.
Right.
I associated a friend of mine. He was willing to do it. And by the time juvenile court got around to hearing this thing, it was like a year later. I mean, it was a long time, maybe not a year. And so we just figured we'd go in there, the judge would be like, whatever, please go away. The cop showed up.
Wow. Wow.
So I'm just like, that's all you got to do.
Wow.
Crime rates in zone 2. Okay. And he's.
When you think about the number of times they don't show up on more serious
Right.
offenses.
And so he gets up and we say, Judge, good cover charge. You can't do exactly what you just keyed in on. You can't pull somebody over if you're looking up. And so the cop said, this is what the cop said. He said, the heck of it is, there had to have been something, because I wouldn't have pulled him over otherwise. And I was actually doing this kid a favor by only citing him for the kid in the car and not whatever it was. And the judge was just like,
Really?
yeah, we're done here. I mean, he was nice about
But
it.
didn't issue a warning on whatever the other charge was.
Probably, that may have been accurate. I don't know. They might have been going 9 miles. Who knows?
Jeez.
But we've all represented family and friends. I've probably defended a dozen over the.
Really?
I won't try them anymore. But if it's a matter of going and convincing the solicitor to drop it to reckless, which is all you can ever really do in these things, I don't do it anymore. I bet I did a dozen of those early in my career. Just because,
I had some unfortunate experience with that from decades ago.
Thank y'all. Afternoon, everybody. All good? Okay. Thumbs up. All right. We're now on the record with 25 CV 008-542. This is Peach State Health Plan Incorporated as plaintiff versus Georgia Department of Community Health and Georgia Department of Administrative Services. We're here on non-parties motion to quash filed last week. And let's get some appearances for the record, starting on behalf of our movement. There we are.
Your Honor, my name is David Hobson. I'm here representing, I'm with the firm of Arnold Golden Gregory. We represent non-party Grant Thomas. We also represent the Department of Community Health in this matter.
All right, welcome, Mr. Hobson.
Thank you.
And on behalf of our, I guess this would be the plaintiff.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Robert Highsmith, Holland and Knight, on behalf of Peach State Health Plan. I'm joined by Andre Hendrick, Nick Liskin, and Kristen Vigilant, all of Holland and Knight.
All right, well, welcome, and thank you for your patience as we have a trial underway. But I'll say I've read the motion and the response, and so I would say I think the thing that would be most helpful for me is kind of to hear a reply. So maybe we start there with, based on what was brought up, in particular that we've got now a deposition transcript attached. Can't say I read the whole thing, but you kind of get the highlights in there in their response. You can tell me why and how that impacts your arguments about relevance. And then in particular, I think some of the things they point out about the burden, I think I would need to hear a little bit more about just what that places on him. So take it away, Mr. Hobson.
Okay. Should I stay seated or do you want me to?
Whatever you prefer.
Okay. Okay, I'll go to the podium if that's all right. I should have mentioned when I stood up earlier, Your Honor, that I also have Val Dubuis, who represents the Department of Administrative Services. They are the other agency defendant in this case.
All right, welcome.
So as I mentioned, we represent Grant Thomas. He's a former deputy commissioner with DCH, Department of Community Health. As you'll know from having read the briefs, there are two open records cases that were filed by disappointed bidders in the recent Medicaid managed care procurement. This case brought by Peach State Health Plan, the other case brought by Amerigroup. In their response brief, Peach State says those two parties are identically situated. And while there are certainly issues in common between the two cases, they are both Open Records Act cases after all, there's a critical distinction as regards Mr. Thomas. And I think explains why the subpoena in this case to him is not relevant. The subpoena, we think the subpoena that Amerigroup sent him was also not relevant. This deposition testimony there was not relevant. But I do think it's, if anything, it's at least marginally relevant there. I don't think there's any marginal relevance in this case. And the reason for that is Amerigroup actually submitted an open records request to DCH for documents and communications belonging to Mr. Thomas. Peach State did not. There are 5 open records requests that are at issue in their complaint in this case. None of those reference Mr. Thomas. They don't reference the deputy commissioner of DCH. And not only that, but in June of last year, Peach State, after DCH had responded to all of Peach State's open records requests, Peach State, through counsel, Mr. Highsmith's colleague, sent a demand letter to DCH and said, we want text messages. Our open records request asked for text messages, but you didn't give us any text messages. We want text messages. That letter attached a list of 73 DCH personnel whose text messages Peach State wanted DCH to search. Grant Thomas was not on that list. They didn't ask for his text messages. DCH would have had no reason to think that Peach State was looking for Mr. Thomas's text messages. So ultimately, and this gets at what they argue in the response brief, they want to talk about text messages, his personal phone, the settings on his phone, what DCH did or didn't do to collect his text messages. Ultimately, it's not relevant because they didn't ask for his text messages in any of their open records requests, and they didn't ask for his text messages in the demand letter that they sent on June 10th of last year. Now, Amerigroup, as I mentioned, they did specifically request the text messages that they cite in their brief. They sent an open records request to the Georgia Technology Authority. They sent one later to DCH. They said, we want Mr. Thomas's text messages. In particular, we want text messages involving this group that was at one time called the Resistance, which is the name you give a private group chat, which I'm sure you're familiar with. We filed a motion to quash in that case for the same reasons really that we argued here, which is that Mr. Thomas was not involved in the procurement. He was not involved in the agency's efforts to collect documents in responding to the open records request. And in fact, he was not directly asked to provide any documents, and he didn't provide any documents. That motion to quash, unfortunately, was not ruled upon by the date in the deposition subpoena, so we had to go forward. But I think their response brief suggests that he might have sat voluntarily or something like that, or that the fact that he showed up is some indication that he acknowledges that he has relevant testimony. That's not the case. He was there over his own objection, over the motion to quash that we filed, and then later had to withdraw because it wasn't ruled on.
Is that one also assigned to Judge Barwick's docket, or is that somewhere else?
That was a case that was also assigned to Judge Barwick. Yes, Your Honor. We ended up having to litigate it in DC because they domesticated the subpoena in the District of Columbia under the Uniform Interstate Depositions and Discovery Act. Unlike here, where we had an agreement with Peach State that we would litigate this motion to quash here in Fulton County. Notably, at the deposition that he gave less than 2 weeks ago, counsel for Peach State was there. They had one of the attorneys in the DC office attend the deposition. They certainly could have fed questions to a counsel for AmeriGroup during the breaks. I don't know if that happened because obviously I wasn't party to those conversations. They argue now that the fact that he was deposed 2 weeks ago undercuts his claim of burden. I will address burden because you specifically asked about it. And let me jump to that right now. But one of the things that's not in his declaration, I'm happy to provide it in a supplemental declaration, Your Honor. Or I can state in my place today, Mr. Thomas's wife is scheduled to be induced a week from today. So the burden is not just taking another day off of work. It's taking another day off of work, a full day for deposition, perhaps another day or half day for preparation, either days before or days after his wife is about to give birth. And what's the point of the deposition? It's to ask about topics that he's already been deposed on in the AmeriGroup case at length. That deposition started at 10 o'clock in the morning and went till a little after 6. There were about almost 6.5 hours on the record there in DC, as you can see from the 236-page deposition transcript that they attached to their brief. So I think the burden is real here, but I think the important distinction, again, with regard to relevance is, first of all, even if there's no burden, if the deposition's not relevant, as you know, then that would be grounds to quash the subpoena. But again, the relevance or the lack of relevance here is demonstrated by the fact that they just did not request Mr. Thomas's text messages in their open records requests, unlike AmeriGroup.
Right. But they did request some text messages. You said it was 70 something individuals. And so could you say at this point that the record forecloses the fact or possibility really that any of those 73 individuals would have never corresponded on their end with Mr. Thomas?
There's one text message. There's the resistance text messages, which they talk about at length in their brief. They want to get into that with Mr. Thomas.
Are any of those other individuals in the resistance among the 73?
No, Your Honor, because the 73 are all DCH staff members and employees that they requested, as I understand it. But the members of the resistance, quote unquote, were not DCH staffers. The only one of the resistance group chat who ever worked for DCH was Mr. Thomas. And he did not work for DCH at the time those resistance text messages were sent. That was 8 months before he joined the agency. So those resistance text messages, however juicy they might be, however interesting they might be to Peach State, they're not relevant in the open records case because those could not be public records of DCH. They were sent by Mr. Thomas before he ever went to work for DCH. And nobody else on the text thread was a DCH employee at the time. Now you ask about any other text messages with those 73. There's one text message in the record between the former commissioner of DCH, Russell Carlson, and Mr. Thomas. And a third person named Emily Yona, who was also at DCH. And in there, Mr. Thomas had received a request from DHS Commissioner Candace Brose to give an update on the procurement. So he asked Commissioner Carlson, hey, here's an update on the procurement. Can I send this to Ms. Brose? And Mr. Carlson said, yeah, that looks good. That's the extent of it. That's the one other text message that exists in the record from the point in time when Mr. Thomas worked at DCH. All the other text messages, again, they lead with this in their brief. It's the first section of their brief are these resistance text messages that were sent before Mr. Thomas ever joined the agency. So they do point out somewhere in their brief, and I felt like I needed to address this, that Mr. Thomas, shortly before he left the agency, had found out that Amerigroup had sent an open records request for these resistance text messages to a different state agency. Mr. Thomas took that information to in-house counsel for DCH to let them know, hey, this request has come in, so you guys would be aware of it. I don't remember exactly how he found out about it. He testified to that in his deposition. They suggest in their response brief that his conversation with DCH in-house counsel is somehow evidence that he knowingly, this is quoting from their brief, knowingly flouted his statutory obligations to preserve public records, and evidence is a conscious decision to destroy public records that were responsive to an outstanding GORA request. That's a quote from their brief. That is false. If you look at the deposition testimony, I understand why, Your Honor, you would not have spent time reading the entire transcript. It's very long. He didn't say that. He did not tell DCH in-house counsel that he intended to destroy records that he knew were responsive to a GORA request. What he told them was, and this is a direct quote from the deposition, quote, I don't have any, text messages related to the resistance on my phone. He didn't have any responsive messages at the time to delete. His phone was set to delete messages on a 30-day basis. It had been to that point. So he would not have had any of those messages on his phone. He did not intentionally destroy any of those messages. So to the extent they would want to get into that with him at the deposition, I think that's already foreclosed by what's in the deposition testimony that we already have. The last thing I would say is with regard to burden, which I've talked about already, they've got the deposition transcript. I'm not aware of any reason they couldn't use it here. I understand they want to ask him a lot of the same questions and get into the same exact topics with him, but they've got the deposition transcript already from that case. If they think it's relevant, I don't think there'd be any prohibition on them using it here under the Georgia Rules of Evidence that I'm aware of. So if Your Honor was inclined to allow a deposition to go forward, we would ask, because based on everything I've said so far, that it be strictly limited in time, perhaps to a couple of hours. So again, we don't think that's necessary, but if Your Honor is inclined to allow the deposition to go forward, we would request that it be limited to a couple of hours.
Well, let me add one other thought, which is if I know these things can't be planned exactly, but if I were to either limit the scope or deny the motion to quash outright, I would say that at any point in the next 48 hours, if his wife does deliver, you can let us know by email and I'll just put the parties on notice here that I guess at that point, reconsider and say that we need to find a new date for the deposition. So just note that if it's even an hour before the deposition, I think it would need to be renoticed as the burden at that point if he's on his way to the hospital.
Well, before we started today, I talked to Mr. Highsmith. I think he appreciates that. And it's not trying to inconvenience Mr. Thomas and make him miss his wife's birth or something along those lines. So I'm assuming they would be willing to work with us on that, but we'll certainly let you know.
Okay, just making sure that's clear. But anything else that you wanted to kind of dive into here?
Nothing I can think of right offhand, Your Honor. I think that about covers it. Thank you for your time. We really appreciate it.
May bounce back and forth, just fair warning.
Okay, no, that's totally fine.
But with that, I'll turn it over.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Highsmith.
Thank you, Your Honor. Robert Highsmith. And first of all, thank you for hearing from us. I know this is the court's lunch hour during a jury trial, and presiding week can be challenging, but particularly with Judge Barber, having stepped away from full-time service on the bench almost, immediately after denying Mr. Hobson's client's motion to dismiss in this case back on December the 22nd. We're very grateful to you for hearing from us, and I will try to answer the court's questions without taking up any more time than is absolutely necessary. But I do want to open, Your Honor, with a bit of a prelude here. I mean, the emerging scandal in this case is that you've got a state agency operating what may be the largest procurement in state history. And you've got a large group of persons communicating only by text message on personal cell phones. And I want to point something out to the court. That personal cell phone was the only way to contact Grant Thomas when he was DCH commissioner. When you got an email from Grant Thomas, Deputy Commissioner Thomas, it said Grant Thomas, and then it listed this cell phone number. So that's the way that you were encouraged by his emails to communicate with him. And then you've got their counsel up to and including today calling it a private group chat. Your Honor, government officials conducting billions of dollars in taxpayer business are not permitted to have private group chats. They do not exist. They are permitted to have, setting aside privilege, and none of this is impacted by that. It's not allowed. There's no such thing as a private group chat. And even though Peach State's interest in these documents, I don't want the court to roll its eyes because I'm cloaking myself in some taxpayer interest here with the open records, but it absolutely is a taxpayer interest because of the billions of dollars the state is spending. So we're simply trying to get at the messages. Where are they? If they're not on Grant Thomas's phone, because as he told Amerigroup's counsel, I had my phone set to auto delete messages. Okay, where might they be? The way iMessage works, Your Honor, is that if one party to the chat has their setting for 30 days, some other person in a group chat might have their setting to never, if you're familiar with the iOS settings. And that means that the message might be preserved on that person's phone. That's why they call it discovery. Your Honor, we're entitled to discover the potential location of messages like that. We learned, for example, in the Amerigroup deposition that Mr. Hobson was kind enough to permit one of our associates to observe, only observe, is that Ryan Loke, who was an official in the Kemp administration and who worked for DCH, may have received text messages about on this basis. So that there's something we didn't know until the deposition of Mr. Thomas about where these messages might be. As to, I want to turn quick. I want to come back to some of this, but I do want to address this burden. I got 4 kids. Under no circumstances will I be a party to any inconvenience to Mr. or Mrs. Thomas as it relates to that. I'm grateful to Mr. Hobson for sharing that with the court. Whatever is required to not impact that, they won't have to come to the court on that. We'll work that out, and we already were talking about some different dates in the event that the court does deny the motion. Your Honor, this business that we didn't ask for Grant Thomas's text messages is false. And I want to explain why I say that. Was Grant Thomas's name in the request? No. Was it in the list of names when we were trying to help the department identify custodians? It was not. But if you look at the very first request of many that Peach State submitted, it said, if you've got electronic messages, and we had a robust definition of messages in the request. If there are electronic messages that relate to this procurement in the possession of anybody at DCH, we are asking for them. And Your Honor, the department didn't even ask. We made this point before Judge Barwick. She found it very compelling. The department didn't even ask its employees for 6 months to check their phones for messages. So did we know about the resistance text? No. As Mr. Hobson acknowledges, the only way anybody knows about the resistance text is that another state agency, the Georgia Technology Authority, produced it. I got it from the law department. A colleague, it was Logan Winkles. We all know Mr. Winkles. Mr. Winkles sent it to me. He said, hey, there's this message out here. I know it's ultimately responsive to your request. I'll just send it to you because if you request it, you're entitled to it. That's the only way we, Peach State, even found out about. So that's how discovery works, Your Honor. You ask questions that are reasonably calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence. That it doesn't have to be relevant. It doesn't have to be admissible. Is the question reasonably calculated to lead to the discovery of admissible evidence?
So
that's the burden.
Connect some dots for me here, because, and maybe this ties into the reasonableness of the request for the depot, but let's say through your discovery, you find out that records weren't retained according to the retention schedule. And it's not that they were withheld or they weren't searched for, they just weren't retained appropriately. I mean, there's no remedy there for you, as I recall. Is there a civil remedy for that, or is that just something that's handled through violations, criminal violations, I think? And then the follow-up, while you're chewing on that, would be if you end up discovering or tracking down a text that was supposed to be turned over, you can get your attorney's fees potentially if you meet that standard, and $1,000 fine. I guess opposing counsel brought up in his briefing, though, that the record is closed on the appeal. So to what end and where is this leading to, this, painstaking examination of uncovering every stone?
Several responses, Your Honor. And the only reason I hesitated with your question is that I really wanted to riff on the availability of criminal remedies here, and I thought better of it. Your Honor's absolutely correct that that those exist. I don't want to address those here, but
I don't know if the retention schedule, has that ever even been prosecuted before in Georgia? I don't think it has.
But they're there.
Yeah.
And again, I just want to be very careful, given who I represent and why, that I'm not, alluding to criminal penalties here. Your Honor, several responses as to why this discovery is absolutely permitted. First of all, and let me go backwards. First of all, this business of the record's closed, you can't use them anyway. That doesn't matter. We could lose this protest and have a non-appealable order tomorrow, and we would absolutely still continue this because we want to know what happened, and we want to keep it from happening again as we continue to seek to retain these contracts. Mr. Hobson says, "Oh, all they're really trying to do is have satellite discovery for their protest." Granted, conceded. Doesn't matter what our purpose is. That is the we're entitled to these records under the Open Records Act, and the availability of fees. I mean, Your Honor went through the reasons why this is important and why we want to know about it. The remedy for flagrant systemic violations of the Open Records Act absolutely is an award of fees, a shall award. There's a fee shifting provision in the statute. The Central Atlanta Progress case against the Department of Agriculture, and that's at 313, volume 313 of the Georgia Appeals Reports at page 69, says that if there is a systemic violation of the Open Records Act, and you don't have, and the reason that you don't have any of these records is because of systemic lack of compliance, then the court needs to know about that, and there is a remedy for that, and the primary remedy for it is, as Your Honor notes, an award of fees. Now, we're not there yet in this case, but there are all of the reasons that the court cataloged in its question are the reasons that we want to continue with this, and we should not be required to simply accept the state's assurance, "Oh, we've given you everything." We know that's not true because we learned almost by happenstance from the production from the Georgia Technology Authority of the existence of this thread to start with. I want to pull up something from a previous case before this court, if I may, Your Honor. Let's do the when Judge Krause had the Open Records Act case against the district, where the lawyers had that Open Records Act case against the district attorney, are we able to? Is it gonna come up on this screen? Right. Wonderful. Sorry, you give a moment for the tech to catch up. Judge, when the agency in that case was making almost identical arguments to Judge Krause, in ultimately denying that agency's efforts to thwart the Open Records Act, Judge Krause said, "And so as I understand it, the plaintiff wants to ask these witnesses, what effort did you make to comply, or were you even asked to provide documents that would be responsive to the request that I made?" It's exactly among the questions that we want to ask, Your Honor. And it's we're entitled to find out what was the compliance, where might we find it. We understand they're not on your phone because no one at the state law department or anywhere else told you that you had to preserve them. But where else might they be? And who else might have been a part of this exchange that we could talk to? Your Honor, you've given us your lunch break. I don't want to keep going any longer than I need to, but I want to make sure that we've answered the court's questions again very quickly on burden. As the court alluded in its questions to Mr. Hobson, every deponent has to take off of work. We don't want to interfere with the induction. Of course we don't. We will schedule around that you have the court's assurance on that. Mr. Hobson and I already talked about it. But other than that, this burden is no different. And we're going to DC on it. He's in DC, so we've gone to all this. We're going to go up there and do it in our offices to make it as convenient as possible, understanding that every deponent has to take off of work. Your Honor,
To his point on scope, are there large areas where he was already questioned on that you don't have really any follow-up, that you would just be repeating things he's already talked about?
we're not going to repeat Mr. Washburn's questions. They're separate cases, separate claims. It is important to know that in the underlying protest, and we assured Judge Barwick in this courthouse that we would not get in there and start sneaking in questions that weren't relevant to documents, but that were only relevant to protest. But we're not going to be duplicative. And if Mr. Hobson says, look, here's the place in Mr. Washburn's deposition of Mr. Thomas where that's dealt with, we'll be as efficient as possible. We're not, but Your Honor, we don't think it's correct. And there's no authority for the proposition that simply because a companion case and another plaintiff with slightly different claims has asked the same questions, that suddenly we don't get to ask any questions. I mean, that's really an extraordinary claim to make. Really quickly, Your Honor, again, we get to engage in this discovery completely independent from the protests that are pending. But I just wanted to, because the court raised it, I just wanted to point out that there are procedures both at the agency below on remand and under the Administrative Procedure Act for the court to consider additional evidence in certain circumstances. That's not for this court to focus on. We don't think, but there is that. But again, as Mr. Hobson has briefed extensively, these proceedings travel separately from the protest proceedings. He's right about that. We're pursuing these records and documents for whatever purpose is legal under the Open Records Act. And whatever's happening over in the protest is not legally relevant to the court's determination here that we should be allowed to depose Grant Thomas.
Thank you, sir. All right, Mr. Hobson, I'll give you the last word since I think you have the ultimate burden.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thanks, Judge. You hit on an issue there that isn't going to be an issue in this case. And I don't feel like Mr. Highsmith quite knew exactly how to address it in the moment. But you ask about the retention requirements and is there a civil remedy for failure to retain? This does get an issue where Peach State in this case is attempting to expand the open records obligations to include records to retain, or obligations to retain records. There's a different act called the Georgia Records Act that obligates agencies, as you know, to retain records in accordance with the published state agency records retention schedules. That is not actionable. I can provide case law. I don't have it, unfortunately, on my person today.
I mean, ultimately, though, it's going to be some interpretive issues there, because if something that you thought was transitory and a court says, no, actually it wasn't, that could fall within the umbrella of the open records request, perhaps. We'll see. Things to come up down the road. That was more, I don't know if that's really determinative today, but just y'all are helping enlighten me here on some of these issues, since we don't really see them fully litigated all the time. But sorry, continue.
No, your reference to transitory I thought was interesting. We mentioned that in our brief, and Peach State just sidestepped that. I want to say that they're not having to acknowledge that element of the retention requirement, which says transitory correspondence like text messages that are not documenting significant decisions by the agency, which is how transitory is defined in the retention schedule. They need only be retained for their useful life. If Mr. Thomas didn't have a use for these text messages, there's no prohibition against him deleting them.
But these are all factual findings that a court would ultimately make, right?
I understand that, but then that also gets to the other issue, though, is what text message that's responsive to their open records request ever existed on Mr. Thomas's phone that was not produced? We don't know. Now, they can ask him that question, certainly, and I expect that they will. But what's he talking about? He's talking about a scandal involving different agency officials in this group chat. Those text messages, the only ones we have involving those individuals, predate Mr. Thomas's joining DCH. If they want to make a case about a scandal and about there being systematic violations of the Open Records Act, why haven't they deposed the Open Records custodian for DCH? Why haven't they deposed the other DCH officials who were responsible for collecting documents to produce in response to the Open Records request? Why are they going after Mr. Thomas? It's because he's involved in this group of people who are chatting before he joined the agency. That's what they want to talk about. Those text messages, by definition, could not be DCH public records. Nobody was acting on behalf of DCH or doing DCH business when those text messages were sent. And yet that's what they're going to ask about. That's what Amerigroup asked. I did not object on the record at Grant Thomas's deposition the other week on relevance grounds because we stipulated at the outset of the case that all objections would be reserved except as to form and responsiveness. The same stipulation happened here in the Carlson deposition. They said, well, we're not going to ask about the protest. We're going to keep it within the bounds like we told Judge Barwick. And you can believe us because Ms. LaGrande in the AG's office, when she was representing DCH at Commissioner Carlson's deposition, didn't make any objections to relevance on the record. But there was a stipulation on the record between counsel for Peach State and her that they would reserve all objections as to relevance and only object as to form and responsiveness. Very common, as you know, of course. So the fact that she didn't make those objections doesn't tell us anything about whether they were coloring outside the lines of Commissioner Carlson's deposition. And they're not likely to tell you anything here because I assume we'll have a similar stipulation if they're allowed to take Mr. Thomas's deposition again. But let them go make their claims about systemic violations by talking to the people who are actually involved in making the Gore decisions within the agency. That wasn't Mr. Thomas. It was not part of his remit. Participating in the procurement was not part of his remit when he was at DCH. So again, I think if there's any relevance here, it's incredibly marginal. It's even less than was the case in the Amerigroup deposition. Anyway, I think that's all we have to say at this point, Your Honor. I do appreciate your time, like Mr. Highsmith said during lunch hour, but thank you.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Hobson. And thank you, counsel, for, well briefed on short notice and well argued. And I'll spend the afternoon taking another look closer at it based on what you've told me in your argument as well. But I will say, just to give you some expectation, that I would be inclined to deny an outright quashal if there is. And on the issue of even scope, if you feel like during the deposition itself, it's just unnecessarily repetitive. I mean, frankly, I'll be available Wednesday. You can call me mid-deposition if you think things come up that you need a ruling on. Because yes, I don't think you should have to sit there for another 6.5 hours answering the exact same questions over again if they've already got admissible evidence perhaps in their possession already that they could use during the ultimate essentially bench trial of where this would end up. But that being said, again, I'm going to take another look, and but it does seem to me that even if you're faced with this affidavit, denying possession of any relevant material, that if nothing else, this testimony could be used to lock him into something that they're later able to undermine or disprove, or could even identify other people who he did communicate with that they can then find whether records existed and when. So many of the issues involved in this, like we talked about, what should have been preserved and when, those are going to have to ultimately be factual and then legal findings by the trial judge. And Mr. Thomas, I think, is going to be able to provide some clarity and insight as to, even if it wasn't records related to this case, it could even be the regular practices of the agency, and just where he was positioned in the agency. I see him, again, as I mentioned, if you take his denial on his face, I think they could then later come back and try to say or think they could build an action to undermine that and impeach it. And I think that's just how how these things work. So I'll email the party and the parties in order. If not by the end of the day, by tomorrow morning. I don't know if it would hit the docket. That is up to the clerk's office. But if anything needs to come up or any other clarifications, you know how to get in touch. Thank you for joining me. All right. Yes, sir.
We have a couple pro hoc vice motion that's been pending for a few months in this case.
You can just send that to me too. Okay. If you've got a proposed order on that, just to make sure all the documentation's in order.
Okay, I'll make sure we do that.
There's a few boxes to check on those, as I remember. Make sure you've paid the bar their they're due?
I think all that's been done at this point.
Do we need all $25 or whatever it was? I
You'll
don't
get
know.
every penny you're entitled
Okay, good.
Your Honor, for the record, we don't object to the ProHack.
All right.
right.
So noted.
I did, if I may, Your Honor, and I think Mr. Thompson knows this, we have been in discussions with the department about 36 depositions for custodians. I didn't want to leave the court with the impression that we're not doing the things Mr. Hobson says we should also be doing for whatever that's worth.
Sure. Well, and I'd also say it's part of the, litigants have the discretion to impose their strategy. They go from the top down or the bottom up, and that pros and cons, I'm sure. So, anything else then? At what time would this be kicking off on Wednesday?
Mr. Hobson, no, we're talking about the way to make this the least burdensome on everybody, and we're still talking about it.
Yeah, I think I have not made travel arrangements. I don't think that's going to be an issue to find a flight. There's usually a dozen going to.
You flew in for this motion
I'm
here?
sorry, Your Honor. I'm local, but
Oh.
to go to DC where Mr. Thomas is, I would want to make travel arrangements to get up there to defend his deposition.
What do you need the ProHawk for?
Sorry, that was unrelated. I was just letting you know, since you are hearing this motion in this case, if there's another pending ProHawk Beach motion
On your team?
on my team.
Okay,
Thank you.
got it.
Not for me.
Okay.
I apologize for
Got
the
it.
confusion on that. So, but back to the deposition, I haven't.
I would say mid-morning,
Okay.
Your Honor, but Mr. Hobson and I can work that out.
We can figure that out.
Just trying to get some idea if the bell starts ringing. Okay. Well, thank you all. We'll be off the record.
Thank you.
See you next time.
Appreciate it.
He didn't ask for it. He said he'd get us an order. Likes to write his own. If you want to maybe email Elizabeth copying everybody, of course, and say, would it be helpful to the court if we prepared an order? That might be, but he'd already closed the record.
Well, looks like I'm going to go to DC.
What?
It's a judge, a real issue. It's burdens on me. I don't fly. So we do have a colleague in DC.
That would be helpful, yeah.
We'll see. I mean, well, she's, obviously. See, I'm not worried. Sounds like that much. No, I understand.
Saying hello in person instead of on the Zoom. How are you guys? How was the round? Let me pop in here because we're gonna have something similar. How you doing?
That's weird, but Mark, Wednesday, Friday.
Tomorrow's gonna be tough because I have not mentioned that to her. I would ask about 10, 11, 12. 12 is not. Although I have chosen to ask what time that event starts. So that if possible, we can do it Friday.
We'll be as reasonable as
My best because this event could be an all-day thing. I really don't know. But if that's the case, I'll. Delta.
I will be waiting here for
Last time we were up there for the competition. Flight coming back at 8:45. The flight from DC took off almost 2:00.
That I'm out in DC a lot for my practice, and it's either the subway, you just get the next one, or you're spending the night.
Yeah.
It's either awesome or awful. There's no middle ground. Here's a pro tip. Has a flight from Dulles to Maine. So we got NBC or something like that. Okay. I don't want to go to Dulles. Me either. But that's after the traffic, right? I mean, it's much easier to get out there when all the traffic is.
I always think that's true.
Sure. But and look, I mean, I'll avoid Dulles at all costs, but that flight has been super convenient. We've got an early dinner or something, just to be able to get to sleep.
Well, I use Delta this time on the theory that lightning never strikes twice. So
It's been striking a lot at
I
Delta.
know.
It's been striking a lot.
Yeah. So, well, it sounds like it's probably gonna happen. So.
Sounds like it, but we'll, and I meant what I said.
Well, okay, well, good. I don't either. Especially if I'm having to come back on a Friday after.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Like business. No, honestly, it's more like. Yeah. Not work.
I was just saying.
I have a lot of right. But we. They close off. Like, it's not, I don't need. You can still try to file something, but that's just kind of same. Because I found this one bathing suit from Hollister, and I like the fit of. And I was like, I'm serious. Bathing suits are so. Yeah, they said you find that you like that. Expensive, that, so top. But you have to go and picture it. And then also you just said. Oh, yeah. That this point is like. We're talking like. It's not like. No, that's was. Unfortunately, once. Because they said if she signed, yeah, he could sign, it's not even what he's like, who would sign, who was there normally really good? It was my dad had. Oh, see, I knew her, she had. Oh, is this like that? No, I know. I know. You know. I got it.
Good deal.
Yeah, it's in the police report.
No.
These photos. So once, I was really more concerned to find out which girl was in the car. But she saw, and she said they both had bright hair and light skin, and she really was, you know what I mean? And I know here, she had the orange, or at least she had the orange, so I wasn't really sure. But then basically after I talked to her about
We can give me the pictures.
Sure. It's the,
Why would you do that?
I think we have the mugshots.
I lost it, girl. It's not.
I'd rather it be cold than hot though. No.
Oh, you're fine. It's my bad. You know what? Don't we have like a basket that we can? Did I not see it?
Yeah, yeah, you can make it.
No, it's fine. I just drop it in the basket, don't I? At some point, yeah, when he gets done with his, work. Hold on.
I got it.
I do that. I don't like cold. I like cold. Every other place I do.
Yeah. I'm a hider.
I don't know. If I'm a child.
Yeah, me too.
Child thing, so that's.
Yeah, I'm totally cool by
So I
myself.
sit in my car by myself.
Yeah, me too.
So I-
And now you sit in the car too?
And now I do car with myself. I'm going in the car by myself. Know where I am.
That's such a true statement.
Yeah, and it's because I have it, I'm putting up the photos, hold on.
Oh.
It's just loading. It's just going real slow. I don't know why. See, it's right here.
Oh, that's the video?
No, she
No.
wanted to show the photos. So I showed her this photo. Not this one, the one at Taka. That's Ms. Hagan's, the good of the car.
Oh.
The one of Nadeja, and then it's, sorry.
So you go to 3 or 4?
Deputy Scott, I'd say if we can retrieve Mr. Oliver, Ms. Smith, when you're ready.
I showed her the photos of the girl.
Okay. And
'Cause I
then
wanted-
one photo of a male.
Cause she said it was, I said was it this guy? She said, no.
Okay.
It's not him. That's what I wanted to. That's why I was
So
confirming.
you showed her one picture of a male or more than?
I didn't, she didn't, on the audio, on the Zoom, she didn't say these thoughts.
Right. But she
She's not-
identified somebody.
She identified.
She looked at it.
This picture, Kamara, I wanted to know what she was, because it might be far, I don't know. Yeah, she said they're her neighbors, she said, some of my neighbors, and all my neighbors, they live in the apartment next door. Because if I'm, originally I thought.
Right. Well,
So,
not by then.
Do they know to flick the
Not
button?
by then you did it.
I did this 7 months ago.
Right.
This wasn't recently. Because I wanted to. Trust it, right?
So you only showed her one picture.
Because when she described what it was a short.
But did you show more than one picture?
Yes, of the girls.
I'm asking just boys.
Well, no.
So
The motion, the civil motion?
out there and I'm gonna.
I'll have an order out today.
I
The
want
only
to
picture
see.
you saw.
Hold on, let me double check. Let me
Okay.
cut Shay showed another photo.
Okay. But she could answer this question quick.
You can ask me real quick. All right, hold on. Let me bring up the rest of it.
One moment, while I type.
All right, ready?
Yeah, can you step out real quick?
Y'all just chatting about something else?
Yes, we're gonna confirm.
Okay, but then before we go on the record, let me just flag anything else we need to discuss before we bring the jury back? Any other motions or
We forgot.
to take up with this photo lineup thing?
That's what we're doing.
Yeah, that's what we're
Okay.
doing now. So Judge, the photo lineup that Miss Beal mentioned, it wasn't
on the
a
record,
formal
yeah.
lineup with law enforcement. When I talked to her months ago when we first sort of set the trial, I showed her some photos to determine which of the girls she saw in the car and who was the men. We had a Zoom meeting and I showed her some photos and that's what she was referencing. It wasn't
Okay. So Ms. Fagan is stepping out to go talk to her.
to confirm,
Okay,
to show.
all right. Y'all can, and we'll summarize all this when you get back. You gonna join them?
Yes, if I may. Am I invited?
No boys allowed.
They're all ready? But they haven't turned the light on. That's fine. If they're busy, they're busy. Okay. Wait, no, they are ready or they're not? Okay.
Yeah, I just like get you clear. I'm gonna ask what he sees.
All right, I just got it. If you can just tell them the jury's ready. Yeah.
Oh, I put your paper right here.
Oh, we're just making the record.
No, I think she probably shouldn't have come back.
Are you ready? All right, just a moment, Deputy Scott. We're back on the record. All parties and council are present. And I understand the parties may have an update, tentative or perhaps more so, on the issue of the lineup with Ms. Beal.
Yes, Judge.
Ms. Charles, if you want to summarize.
Judge, this bill was shown a series of photographs several months ago. We did a brief Zoom meeting, just sort of going over what she saw, what she identified. And my recollection of that conversation was the people I saw were my neighbors. The girl I saw in the car had bright hair. That's all. That was the substance of the ID that she could have done. As far as the video that she volunteered having today, this is the first time the state has ever heard of it. Both myself and defense counsel looked at the video that she referenced. And as she explained, it was after the police were there. She was standing a good bit of ways. You see more pavement than the actual body. And she posted it to her personal stories.
And you
with the
provided
caption.
that, and you provided that to defense counsel.
They're both reviewed it. Yes, Judge.
All right. And so, Ms. Fagan, any motion or anything left to do with Ms. Beal?
Yes, I'd like her to be brought back to the stand, and I need to make a copy. I have a piece of paper I need to,
Okay. And just of that right there
just one side.
to tender as an exhibit?
Yes.
All right. Do we need to do that before we bring her back?
No, she'll be able to identify what you just looked at.
Okay. Anything else as it relates to this or the video or anything like that?
No, Judge.
Mr. Regis?
Oh, Your Honor.
All right. And then as to the two other witnesses that you had challenged earlier this morning, did you get a chance to converse with them at all?
No, Your Honor.
They didn't want to, or what happened?
I believe, and the state can answer better, I let the state know I was in a certain room and I said I would not leave the room. And she indicated that the witnesses must have left for lunch. And I said, I will stay in the room until it's time to go back into the courtroom, which I did. And I still haven't spoken with them, Your Honor.
They're not back.
And they're not back yet, Ms.
Check, when we check
But
the.
no, it's not necessary. But
Yes.
bottom line, it's your understanding that they're willing to talk to him though, right?
Yes, Judge.
Okay.
Yes.
All right.
No, no.
Well, we're not gonna be able to call them, I think, until he's had that opportunity. So let's just go through the rest of your lineup, whoever you have, and we'll, maybe at an appropriate break, we'll get him that chance.
Yes, Judge.
In the meantime, if you could bring in back Miss Beal, and I'll let the jury know we're recalling her.
And could I make a quick, is that machine work, Your Honor?
I'm not sure if it does,
Okay.
but we'll make a copy. If nothing else, when you're done, we'll just do it. You can do whatever you need to do for the record. Or if you've got another one for me.
I would need it for her testimony.
Okay, can you email me one? That's fine. We'll take it. We'll see what we can do here.
Yeah, electronically.
It's-
I don't know if that is a copy that actually works. Maybe if Ms. Vortis or Mr. Derberry are here.
I haven't got them, so they're in a meeting.
All right, Deputy Scott, you can retrieve the jury.
Okay, we can ask you, what did you want?
And is this, are you also recalling, are you have additional questions for Ms. Charles?
Sorry if I run the
Okay.
issue and then I'll turn over.
All right.
Just not a.
Mr. Pence.
Make it an exact copy.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
How many?
Just one.
Last adjourned.
Thank you, David Scott. Please be seated, everyone. Welcome back, members of the jury. Thank you for being on time. We're now ready to resume the evidence. The state is recalling Ms. Beal, who you're introduced to earlier this morning. Ms. Beal, I'll remind you that you remain under the oath that you were given earlier. Understand?
Yep.
All right. Ms. Charles.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Beal, just before the break, we were talking about two things. One, you mentioned that there was a video that you taken or your daughter had taken of the incident. And during the break, were you able to show that video to both defense attorneys?
Yes.
And they would have a chance to review it independently?
Yes.
Was the body of the decedent visible in the video that you took?
Not too visible. It was from a distance
And why were you at a distance when you took the video?
because of the cops said we couldn't get too close.
The police was already on scene?
Yep.
And when you took the video, what did you do with it?
My sister took the video. I'm sorry, my daughter took the video.
And it was posted somewhere?
Yep, on Close Friends on Instagram.
And you put a caption with it?
Yep.
What was the caption that you put with it?
I think it said something like, I just seen someone run from killing someone or something like that. And it was like, I'm tired. I just want to move to another planet.
And just to be clear, that's the same video you showed to law enforcement at the scene?
Yes.
But you didn't turn that over, correct?
No, I just found it in my phone
That was like fact.
back then. Yep.
Thank you. And then we talked a little bit about doing a lineup when you were on cross. You mentioned identifying some or seeing some photos at some point.
Yes.
Now, prior to you testifying today, you met with myself and my investigator via Zoom, correct?
Yes.
And at that time, we were talking about sort of what the expected testimony to be here at trial.
Yes.
And we talked about what you saw, what you heard, correct?
Mhm.
And over the Zoom, months ago, we showed you some photographs, correct?
Yes.
And how would you describe the people that you saw in the photographs?
A girl with colored hair and the guy like brown skinish.
Were you able to be more specific than that with me during the Zoom?
No, that's all I said.
And the guy that you saw that's brown skinish, you don't see that person here in court today?
I think the hair looked different. I think I see him
Where do you think you see him?
sitting over there.
You stand, just so we can be clear, where is he sitting over there?
Sitting right here.
Is that to my left or to my right?
Left.
You described.
Your right.
So say that one more time.
I said that'll be your right.
My right, your left.
Yep.
Got it. And you said you think you see that person in court today. Why do you think? Why are you not sure?
Well, that's him. That was my neighbor. That's who I remember.
What was different then in his appearance then and his appearance now?
Hair.
The hairstyle?
Yes, the hairstyle.
The person you saw, what was their hairstyle?
Back then,
Yes.
it was just, I don't remember like the plaits or something. Whatever it is, I don't remember their hairstyle.
But you described the person as brown skin.
To me, he's brown skin.
And you also described the person you first saw as short.
Short as in my height, like, but not like short like this. I consider myself as short.
And just to be clear, where exactly did you see this person when you saw him that night?
On the steps.
In front of the breezeway?
Yep, like the first 1 to 2 steps.
And who was he with?
A girl.
And the girl you described, the bright hair?
Yep.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Ms. Beal, good afternoon.
Hello.
Now, I was just outside speaking with you, correct?
Yes.
Showed you a picture, correct?
Yes.
I'm now approaching you with Defense Exhibit 1. Defense Exhibit 1 is the same picture that I showed you less than 10 minutes ago, correct?
Yes.
And 10 minutes ago, you didn't recognize that person, correct?
I say I don't think that's the picture I was seeing months ago.
Okay. And months ago, you identified someone to the state, right?
Yes,
Not the same person, correct?
that looked like him.
Not the same picture, correct?
Maybe it's not the same picture that I recall.
Are you aware they have no other pictures of my client?
Say it again.
Are you aware they have no other pictures of my client?
No, I'm not. I don't know.
There's been no changes to the picture that you're looking at from what I just showed you 10 minutes ago, correct?
No, I don't think that's the same picture you showed me.
I'd like to tender defense exhibit 1.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
Rodriguez.
All insofar as if we can identify the different defendants as opposed to just defendants. One, please.
All right.
Defendant Oliver's 1.
All right. So this will be DO1 admitted.
So 10 minutes ago, I showed you this picture, correct?
Yes,
10 minutes ago, you said that this was not the person that you saw, correct?
I said it's not the picture I remember seeing on Zoom.
10 minutes ago, I asked you what brown skin was, correct?
Yep,
And I actually used the tone of my own skin in comparison of what brown skin was.
yep,
We talked about height, correct?
yep,
We talked about how tall I was, correct?
yep.
And you would agree that your testimony prior to lunch is not your testimony now to this jury after seeing this picture, correct?
Say that again.
You would agree that your testimony prior to lunch is not consistent with your testimony now after we've had all of these meetings during lunch, correct?
It was before I seen that picture.
So you would agree that now after seeing this picture, now you are identifying my client sitting next to me, right?
Yes,
And during lunch, when we sat together, we looked at other pictures, correct?
yes,
We looked at a brown-skinned individual, right?
yes,
And he has maybe some short dreads, correct?
yes.
And you indicated that you recognize that person,
I
correct?
said I've seen him before somewhere.
And you also, on the video, now the video that you posted on Instagram, you agree that in the video, you're saying, or your daughter's saying how often you see that vehicle in the parking lot, correct?
That's my daughter. She said she thinks she's seen that car before.
All the time.
Yeah, she said I said car here all the time.
And you would agree that your testimony is now that you see this individual at the bottom of the stairwell with a female, correct?
Correct.
That he is in all black, you said, correct?
Never said that.
Okay.
He was in all, I seen a figure in all black when I looked out the window after the gunshot. I don't know who that was. I didn't see him. I seen somebody in all black. I don't know the skin complexion or none of that.
Okay, so possibly a whole different person?
Yes, I seen someone run in all black.
The person that you saw on that stairwell, what was he wearing?
I don't recall.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right, again, I'll be brief. The short, brown-skinned gentleman you saw talking to the colored-haired woman, what were they doing? Just talking?
They was never talking. They was standing on the steps.
So there was no arguing or anything like that?
Nope.
Did they appear in distress in any way?
Yes, they did.
But at no point did they actually say anything to you, correct?
No, we said something to them.
And I think you indicated that this person looked as if he was making a 911 call.
Yes, after we told him there was a dead body.
Now, I want to be clear, before lunch, you indicated that the young woman you saw in the car was a woman who had nothing to do with the shooting, right?
The woman I saw in the car used to be at the house that the guy and others used to be in. She was on the passenger side, just sitting in the car.
Sitting in the car, that wasn't involved in the shooting, correct?
Right, it wasn't in the car, the shooting car.
And that was your testimony before lunch, right?
Yep.
And that's your testimony now, correct?
Yep.
No more questions. Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Judge. I think
All
we're
right,
fine.
Ms. Beal, you can step down. Thank you. Statement calls, next witness.
State calls Brianna Bibb.
Just want to refer to the testimony about in this case, you should be.
Yes, I do.
While speaking to her, state your name, spell it real quick.
My name is Brianna Beal, Brianna
Good afternoon, Ms. Beal.
Good afternoon.
Please tell the jury where you currently live.
Um,
Not saying your address, just what part of town.
Metropolitan.
Do you live at the Brookside Apartments near Ramblin' Lane?
Yes, ma'am.
And in January of 2025, where were you living?
In Brookside,
And at that time, how long had you lived there?
I've been living there since 2018.
And what floors was your apartment?
I live on the 3rd floor.
Were you familiar with your neighbors who lived next to you?
Next to me?
Or were you familiar with the neighbors who lived in the same building as you?
Yes, ma'am.
And from your apartment, were you able to see the activity sort of around the apartment complex from your windows?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, on the evening of January 29th of 2025, were you home?
Yes, ma'am.
Who were you home with?
My mom and my little brother.
Had you been home all day or did you leave for a time?
We left.
Where did you go?
We went to American Deli by Greenbrier.
And how long did you stay there?
Maybe like 25 minutes, maybe.
Prior to leaving and going to American Deli, when you went outside, what, if anything, did you observe outside in the parking lot area?
Nothing.
What, if anything, did you observe when you came back from American Deli as soon as you came into the parking lot?
I really don't remember. I really don't remember. I think I seen a female sitting in the car. It was like in the truck. It was a female sitting in the truck.
Publishing now was already in evidence of State's Exhibit 9. In a minute, State's Exhibit 9 is going to come up in front of you.
Okay.
Looking at State's 9, can you show me where you saw the car as you approached from American Deli?
So this would be my building. It would be like the car was parked right here in this spot right here.
Okay.
Yeah.
And how many people did you observe in the car?
Just one female.
Had you seen that female before?
I didn't really look at her. I didn't look at her then. So I didn't really know if I seen her before or not. I just seen the female because it was just a normal day. So I was just, yeah.
And then what did you do next? After you saw the female, you went home.
We went in the house, we started eating our food, then we heard gunshots.
How many gunshots did you hear?
Maybe like 2. Maybe it wasn't a lot. Maybe like 2 or maybe.
And once you heard the gunshots, what did you do?
I looked out the window.
Which window did you look out of?
My mom's bedroom window.
And when you looked out the window, what did you observe?
We really couldn't tell at the moment, but I seen like a dude with a white shirt on and he was laying on the ground, but I'm looking from a distance. I'm like, yeah, I think that might be somebody's body, but I wasn't really sure.
How did you confirm that was a body?
Me and my mom, we went outside and we didn't want to walk there, so we got in the car and we just rode by and we seen it was a body, so we called the police.
How long would you say it took you from hearing the shots to getting in the car and going to the body?
Like 5 minutes.
And when you got to the body, is that when you called 911?
Yes, we didn't really stop right there. We just called 911. We like seen it was a body, so we kept driving. We was calling the police while we was driving back around.
Back to your apartment?
Yes.
And did you wait to speak with the law enforcement on scene?
Yes, we had but we had went back in the house before they got there.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so from the time you got to the body, called 911, how long would you say it took before law enforcement arrived?
They got there fast, probably like 4 minutes, maybe.
When you approached the car of the person lying on the ground, what did you observe, if anything, around the car?
Nothing. We stayed in the car. We didn't want to get out the car because we didn't know who was still around. So we stayed in the car. I didn't see nothing but just a man. That's all. I just seen a man laying on the ground and it was just blood.
Had you seen that car in the neighborhood before?
Which car?
The car of the guy sitting with the blood on the ground?
No, ma'am. I don't even remember what type of car it was.
Were there other cars there that you'd seen before?
The car that I seen the female sitting in, I did see that car before.
Do you remember what color hair the female that you saw had?
No, it was bright. That's the only reason I could see her through the car. She had bright hair, but I don't really remember what color. 'Cause I wasn't like looking at her.
Who else did you observe outside besides the girl in the car and the guy on the ground?
Okay, so after we called the police, I had when we was going back up the stairs from calling the police.
When you going back?
Okay, so we drove back around this way and we ended back up right here. And when I was walking up these steps right here, I seen a female and a man standing on the steps.
Can you describe the man
He was tall. He was real tall. He was kind of maybe like my color, maybe a little lighter. And it was a female standing on the steps with him.
Did you have any conversations with either the female or the male that you observed after Breeze?
Yes, they were standing on the steps. So me and my mom was like, "Oh, y'all see that dude over there laying on the ground?" And then the male pulled out his phone. He like, "Oh yeah, I'm about to call the police." Yeah.
In your presence, did you observe if a police call was made?
No, he never called the police.
In your presence, correct?
Yeah, I didn't see him.
Had you seen that person anywhere else in the parking lot earlier that night?
The male?
Yes.
No, ma'am.
Had you seen the male before that night?
I seen him before, but I never seen him that night until I was walking back up the steps.
The person you saw in the says, you see that person here in court today?
Yes.
Can you stand and identify where in the courtroom he is, my left or my right? And
He's to your left. He's to your left.
can you identify an article of clothing that he's wearing?
He got on a white shirt. He's sitting right next to this lady right here with these glasses.
The record reflect that Ms. Brianna Beal has made an in-court identification of defendant Jeremiah Oliver.
The record will so reflect.
Now, Ms. Beal, is there anyone else in the courtroom that you saw on scene that night that you observed, male or female?
No, ma'am. I didn't really pay attention.
The person that you saw at the breezeway, the male, what was he wearing? You remember?
I don't remember what he was wearing. I don't really remember like what he was wearing because it wasn't clicking to me to remember this.
After you said, how long would you estimate that they were on the breezeway before you moved up back to your apartment?
I don't know. They was just standing on the breezeway for maybe that was probably like the conversation we had maybe was like 30 seconds. All I said was, "You guys see the man over there?" And they was like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna call the police." And then I went back upstairs to my house and I came back out. And when I came back out, that same dude, he was running from the man body. He was running back from over there.
Initially, you saw him on the breezeway,
He
went
was-
back upstairs, you came back out, and then where did you see him running from? Could you point out the area?
He was running back from where the body was at, the man body. He was running back from the man's body.
And going
Yeah.
in what direction?
He was coming back to the building.
Did you have any conversations that second time you saw him?
No.
Did you observe anybody else with him?
You saying when he was coming back?
On the second pass?
No, ma'am.
Now, when officers came on scene, who else came outside to talk to law enforcement?
My whole neighborhood was really out there. Like you asking, like it was me and my mom. My neighbor that stayed next to me, she was there. It was the whole neighborhood was really out there.
Anyone from the apartment come out that after once the police were there?
No, ma'am.
How do you know?
Cause I remember when the detectives came, they was knocking on everybody's door, and everybody was like coming to their door. And when they knocked on their door, nobody came to the door. So I remember it was like a lady, and she was telling the detective like that dude was just outside, but he never came to the door.
Hold on a minute, ma'am. Ms. Charles?
Don't tell anyone told you.
Okay.
You observed officers knocking on the door.
Yeah, and it was no answer.
Now, after officers left the scene, did you ever see your neighbors?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any conversations with them?
Yes, ma'am.
Talking specifically with the neighbors who lived in the apartment when the people didn't come out. Did you see any of those?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the conversation that you had? Who did you have it?
I don't know his name, but the dude right there, he just asked me, I had on like my work uniform, and he just like asked me was I a nurse or something like that. And that was just really it. That's the only time I ever talked to him before.
And how long would you say after the incident was that brief conversation?
Maybe like a week or two after, maybe like a week, 2 weeks after it happened.
But just to be clear, you had no conversation about the actual incident.
No.
And the information you provided today is the same information you provided to law enforcement when you spoke with them?
No, ma'am, they didn't really ask me like that much. I didn't really tell the police officer about like him not coming back to the door or nothing. I did tell them I seen him running, but it wasn't really like that. I just said I seen a man running. I didn't even say who. I just said I seen a man running. Yeah.
The video you took, you didn't hand it over to the law enforcement either, correct?
No, ma'am, it wasn't really a video like that, like of nothing happening. It was just a video of the cops
What made you take that video?
because I was sending it to somebody they wanted to see, the police that was out there.
What did you do? Where did you post the video?
I never posted the video.
Who posted the video?
I'm not sure. I never posted the video.
Was your mom in possession of the video as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And so once you had a brief interaction with law enforcement, did that conclude your part in the investigation of this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know who the person was on the ground who had been shot?
No, ma'am.
Had you ever seen him in the apartment complex before?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Ms. Field.
Hey.
So during lunch, did you see me talk to your mom?
Yes, ma'am.
And when I was talking to your mom, could you overhear what I was talking to your mom about?
Yes, ma'am.
Was I talking about skin tone colors?
Yes, ma'am.
Did I make mention of my skin and being my color?
Yes, ma'am.
Did we talk about height?
Yes.
And were we talking about what's the difference between short and tall?
Yes.
And so all of that you heard?
Yes.
And then to avoid you changing your testimony, did we walk away?
Yes.
And then we went into a room
Yes.
and you could no longer hear us?
Yes.
Did your mom talk to you about what we talked about?
No.
So when your mom, when you saw me out there, did you know me to be defense counsel?
No, I don't know who you are here right now.
Now, when you identified my client, you used me as a centerpiece, right? The woman in glasses?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you don't see any other males sitting next to me, right?
No.
Now, that night, so you indicate that you were in a breezeway, you see two people, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That you leave and you come back out of the breezeway, correct?
Yes.
And at that point, you had already called the police, right?
Wait, can you like say that again? Like
You called well, you had gotten in the car, drove around, and you called the police.
While we were in the car, yeah.
So when you get back to the breezeway, you had already called the police.
Yeah.
And then you indicated you go in the house and you come back out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And how much time was that?
It was only like 5 minutes. It wasn't a long time, like 5 minutes.
Okay.
If that, maybe 4.
All right, and in that time, the police had already arrived in the 5 minutes from the time you called 911, correct?
I didn't call 911.
By the time that you and your mom called 9.
Yes.
And so police had arrived within 5 minutes of that time, correct?
Yes.
Now, ultimately, you didn't see the shooting, right?
No, I didn't see it.
You don't know who, right?
No.
You don't know why.
No.
Did you hear anything?
I just heard the gunshots.
Okay.
That's
So,
it.
And how far away was that from your mom's room?
My window is like wherever my building is, and right by the park, maybe like, I don't know. I just right outside my window. That's where it happened. Right outside my window.
Okay, so closer than how far away we are, or further away?
No, it's further than that. It's probably about to where I'm at, maybe.
Now, by the time you hit the window, how many people do you see over by the view?
I know by the time we looked out the window, it was somebody running across the like across the yard by the park. Somebody was running. Like,
So you only saw one person?
yeah, I only seen one person running.
And ultimately, again, you don't know why, right?
No, or who.
And you don't know Jeremiah Oliver, correct?
No.
But you do in the video indicate that you've seen that vehicle many times at your apartment complex, right? You said, I see that car all the time, right?
Yes, ma'am, because I did. I thought I seen that car a lot of times. I mean, yeah.
Good afternoon.
Hi.
We talked briefly before, right?
Yes.
Pleasant conversation, right?
Yes.
Just very briefly. I think you indicated that you live in an apartment overlooking that playground area,
Yes, I live on the 3rd floor.
3rd floor. And how many buildings, withdrawn, how many apartments are in that particular building?
Just the 1960 building?
Yes.
Maybe 12.
And this, I believe, do you recall what day of the week this happened?
No, I don't.
What, about 8 o'clock at night?
Yeah.
So there were people home, right?
Yeah.
And many of these units overlooking that parking lot, they have windows, right?
Yes.
And I know you indicated there are about 12 units in that particular building.
Mhm.
About how many of those units would have windows that would overlook the playground area?
Just from the front side, it just will be maybe 4. Maybe like the 2 from the 2nd floor on the front side and the 2 on the top.
And is there a building to the left of you?
No, to the left of
Sorry,
to the left of 1960 is no building.
out to the right.
Yes.
And do any of those units have windows that will also be able to see into that playground area?
Yes.
And would that be about the same number?
Yes.
So now we're talking about 8 or so units with windows overlooking that playground area, correct?
Yes.
And it's 8 o'clock at night, right?
Yes.
It's not 2, 3, 4 in the morning. It's prime time, right?
Right.
Did any of those neighbors come out as far as you recall? Any of those buildings?
The whole neighborhood was outside, so I don't really know where door they came from, but the whole neighborhood was outside.
Neighborhood coming out, it wasn't as if they were somewhere asleep, correct? As far as you could tell.
Yeah, nobody was asleep.
All dressed in regular clothes, not wearing nightgowns,
Yeah.
correct? And which is typical in that area on a 8 o'clock at night evening, correct?
Yes.
There are cars coming and cars going, correct?
Yes.
On a fairly regular or constant basis, correct?
Yes.
And that was also the fact on that night, correct?
Yes.
Now, The video. You took the video?
Not the video y'all seen. My mom took that video.
Another video?
I just told her it was a video that I had in my phone, but my phone, I don't have the same camera roll. That was a year ago. Everything, I have a whole new camera roll since then. It was the same thing, but it was recorded on different phones. It was the same thing being recorded. I don't know what she did with her video, but I know I sent the video to my kid's dad.
Well, let me ask you, you're in your house, you hear shots, and then you get in the car and drive around closer? Is that what happened?
Yeah, because we didn't want to just walk,
And when you drove around closer, was the body just there on the ground by itself, or were there people who'd already convened around the body?
No, he was just by himself.
Just the body, and then you're there and you saw the body, correct?
Yes.
And while you were there and you saw the body, at some point subsequent, police came, right?
Yes.
And between the point where you saw the body and police saw the body, did anyone have access to that body?
I said it, I seen, before the police pulled up, somebody was running back from his body. When we went in the house and came back out, as we were walking down the stairs, somebody is running back by his body. And this was after the fact. I already was like, oh, did y'all see that? They was like, yeah, I'm gonna call the police. And then that's when he ran by the body and came back.
Let's talk about the body.
Mhm.
Did you see anybody do anything to that body between the time when you first saw the body and when police arrived?
No.
Were you there when, or did you ever see any paramedics or any ambulance arrive?
Yes.
And when they arrived, did you notice them ripping his shirt?
They was telling us to stay back, but I don't really recall nobody doing like nothing to him.
While you were there and while your mom was there, being the first people on the scene to have actually heard and have seen the body, no one ripped his shirt, correct?
No.
And while you were there and your mom was there, being first there, did you see anybody pull his pants down?
But no, his pants was never down.
Well, as far as you could tell, his pants.
Yeah, from what I've seen, he had his clothes on.
What you know is that no one came while you were there and pulled those pants down, correct?
No.
I thank you. I have more questions for you.
Okay.
Any redirect?
No, Judge, thank you.
This one is be excused. Ms. Charles.
Yes, Judge. he can.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. You can step down.
Thank you.
All right, state may call its next witness.
State calls Michael Dean. Go straight up. Thank you.
Raise your right hand for me. Do you swear according to the testimony that in this case you should give is the truth and nothing but the truth to help you? Yes. May be seated. While speaking clearly to the mic, state your name and spell it for the report. State your name.
My name is Michael Dean, Michael, last name Dean, Dean.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dean.
Hello.
Mr. Dean, where were you living in January of 2025?
1965 Rambling Drive in Atlanta.
If I would ask,
Sir, just make sure the microphone's a little low today. You probably take that cover off. It might. There we go. And just
All
make
right.
sure you're speaking into the microphone.
Okay.
If you could repeat that last answer for us.
I was living at 1965 Rambling Drive in Atlanta.
And how long had you lived there?
At that time, 2 years.
Are you familiar with the layout of the apartment complex?
Yes, I am.
Did your apartment overlook the playground area?
Yes, it does.
I'm showing you what's already in evidence of states 9. I'll bring it up on screen just behind you. Can you orient the jury and tell them where your apartment would have been located in relation to the playground? Okay, it's listed.
Oh, my apartment is,
You may stand if you,
oh, it's right here.
okay. And what was the playground in relation to your apartment?
This is the playground.
Okay. And generally, can you see the activity occurring from your apartment over by the playground area?
Yes, I can.
And when you would observe the activity, what sort of activity would you observe occurring outside?
Say again.
Generally, when you would observe that area, what sort of activity would happen in that area there?
Well, this is my window right here.
Oh.
And this is my living room. This is my window, and my window looks at this part. But this part looks at there. So, yes.
And in January of 2025, were there just as many leaves on the trees as we're looking at now?
No, there were no leaves at all.
So from your window, would your view be obstructed or unobstructed?
It's unobstructed.
And you had a window facing directly to the playground?
Yes, I do.
And in January of 2025, did that window have any curtains?
No,
Why not?
I have a dog, and I have to, because of the breed of the dog, I have to leave the window open,
Okay.
and so that the dog can look out the window.
And I am showing you what's been marked as Stakes Exhibit 10. Can you take a look at Stakes Exhibit 10 and tell me what you recognize that to be?
That's the view from my living room.
And does that photograph fairly depict the location and layout of the window from your vantage point inside of your apartment?
Yes, it is.
And is anything different in Stakes Exhibit 10 today as versus January of 2025?
Yes,
And what would be the differences?
the leaves on the trees.
Were there leaves on the trees in January of 2025?
There were no leaves.
Other than the leaves being on the trees, is that this fairly and accurately depict the view from your window into the playground area?
Yes.
And I still will tender into the record States Exhibit 10.
No.
Objection, Your Honor.
Submitted.
Okay. Published in States 10. And so, Mr. Dean, you were just describing the view to the jury. When you looked out that night on January of 2025, what did you observe?
On that night, someone running past
Okay.
the playground.
And was that person male or female?
It was a female.
Now, what prompted you to look out your window that night?
I heard gunshots.
How many?
I can't say. I don't remember.
What direction was the female running from your vantage point in that window?
With no.
Towards where? Towards the street or somewhere else?
I can't say because there's apartments over there, and then there's also like an empty field. So I don't know if the person was running into the field or if they was running into the apartment.
Now, who else did you observe running past your window that night?
I think it was a guy because I heard, and the reason why I say I think, because I haven't looked at, it's been over a year and I won't look at the video. So I'm just going off memory. But there was a guy, because I have an alarm in the back and it beeps when someone runs by the alarm. And so when I heard the alarm, that's when I got on the ground because I figured somebody was still back there.
You got on the ground.
Yes.
So you were not able to see, take a good look at the persons who were running past.
At that time I did, but I don't remember now. Yeah, but so whatever I told the called 911, I told them what I remembered at that time.
At this time, state, you did call 911, correct?
Yes, I did.
And you just testified that you told 911 what you saw contemporaneously to what you were observing, correct?
Yes, I did.
At this time, state would publish states 6, which is already in evidence. How long after you heard the shots did you call 911?
Oh, well, I didn't know exactly what was going on, so I looked at the security camera first to make sure that what I thought happened. So maybe 5 minutes later.
Publishing now. State 6.
Atlanta 911, operator 8386. What's the location of your emergency?
Yes, it's 1965 Rambling Drive.
All right, and there's 1965 Rambling Drive Southwest. Do you need police, fire, the ambulance?
Ambulance and police. Someone was shot.
Okay, give me 1 second. Let me get to those units, okay? Grady EMS, operator 996. What's the address of your emergency? Hey, Grady.
19. Oh,
It's going to be
sorry.
1965 Rambling Drive Southwest. Caller, repeat the address for verification. Hello, caller.
Yes.
Repeat the address for me.
Oh, 1965 Rambling Drive, Atlanta, Georgia.
Is that a house, apartment, or a place of business?
It's an apartment complex.
Okay, what's the unit number?
It's the 1965 building. He's on the side by the pool, and he was shot twice.
Okay, we already have this call. Someone is already.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Grady, what's your operator?
Mr. Dean, how did you determine he'd been shot twice?
I looked at the camera.
Now, where was your camera located? Where was your camera located? Turn back up 6-9.
My camera is attached. It's attached to the building on the side.
And what area was the camera pointed towards?
The parking lot.
And that's generated the same area as where the shooting occurred?
Yes.
Now, how long have you had your system that was attached to your?
For 2 years when I first moved in.
Who else had access to the system?
No one.
And what type of system did you have? Can you describe briefly for the jury? What sort of cameras they were?
Say again.
What sort of camera system did you have? Can you describe to the jury? Did it record continuously or did
Oh,
just record-
it records continuously.
And then how long do you store the recordings for?
1 year.
And was it a Ring system or something else?
I don't.
Was it a Ring camera system? Vivid?
Oh, Vivint. Vivint. Yes.
Now I'm handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 6. Can you take a look at State's Exhibit 6 and tell me what you recognize it to be?
It's a CD.
And does that CD, and when we talked prior to you testifying today, contain a copy of the video you turned over to law enforcement?
Yes, it does.
And when you reviewed the video, did it appear to be altered or changed in any way?
When they.
The video, was it altered or changed in any way
Oh,
before you
no.
turned it to law enforcement?
No, not at all.
Did it fairly and accurately depict the recording made on January 29th of 2025?
Yes, it does.
Now, this instead would tender into the record States 10.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so you already tendered 10 as a room view and 6 as a 911 call.
Sorry,
This is
States 8.
All right, any objection to States 8?
No objection.
Have you corrected the numbering on this CD? Does it say 8?
It says 8 on the CD. I just
All right.
misspoke. I
Okay,
apologize.
8 is admitted without objection.
Thank you. Now, as we bring up States 8, what were the lighting conditions that night?
Unfortunately, the area that people go to park at, the lights were out. And so it was dark in that area during that time.
And just sort of looking at the video, there is a vehicle sort of at the 0 minute of the video. Whose vehicle is that?
Right here?
Yes.
That's my vehicle.
And there is a street light sort of at the playground area, is that correct?
Yes, it is. Yes.
And what other vehicles, if any, do you observe just on the first screen at the 0 minute mark?
There's a vehicle parked right in front of mine.
And for the record, this video is 4 minutes. It's like 5 minutes and 8 seconds. We'll be sort of reviewing the video, just playing it from 54 seconds. And Mr. Day, is that the video you reviewed before turning over to law enforcement?
Yes, it is.
Now, how did you determine what video to give to law enforcement?
As soon as I reviewed the video, I knew they were gonna need it. And so I just made sure that it was ready for them.
Did you give it to them that night?
No, I didn't.
Why did you not want to give it to them that night?
Well, this is until I won't say that. This is a place where people go to have sex and do drugs because at that time the lights were out. And so my camera picks up a lot of illegal stuff. So they're always knocking on the door asking for footage.
So is it known that you had cameras?
Yes. Yes.
Playing States Exhibit 8. And does your video pick up any audio?
Yes, it does.
Mr. Dean, as the jury just watched this video without interruptions, was that the accurate depiction of what your camera recorded that evening?
Yes.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dean.
Hello.
Now, when you provided the camera footage, was that the entirety of what your camera had captured up until police arrived?
No.
There was more? So my question is, in any part of your video surveillance, do you ever see anyone run back to the body prior to police arriving?
No.
That never happened, right?
I'm not gonna say that didn't happen. I'm gonna say I didn't see it happen.
Okay. And how many times on that evening did you watch that surveillance?
Once.
One time?
Yes.
And did you specifically avoid giving the police anything? No, right? You gave
No.
them everything you had.
Yes.
And ultimately on that evening, you see two individuals walk right, correct? Across the screen.
Yes.
A minute later, walk left. Towards the left across the screen, correct?
Yes.
You never see an individual, so you see two individuals, right?
Yes.
A taller one and a shorter one, correct?
Yes.
The shorter one, do you ever see a firearm on him?
No, I didn't.
The shorter one, you don't see him approach the driver's side door, correct?
No.
All you see is the shorter individual going to the passenger side door, correct?
Yes.
Opening the door for a young lady to step out, correct?
Yes.
Walk away, correct?
Yes.
And they don't start running until shots get fired, right?
Yes.
You don't see anything in their hands, correct?
No.
You don't see them take anything, correct?
No.
You see one individual at the driver's side door, right?
Yes.
You see the individual get out of his vehicle, correct?
Yes.
You can hear a loud voice, right?
Yes.
You can't hear what they're saying, correct?
No.
And once the driver starts to move towards the back of his car, a shot rang out, correct?
Yes.
One single shot, right? Initially.
Oh, yes.
And as soon as the driver of that vehicle starts heading to the back of his car, he's shot again, right?
Yes.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, sir. Hi.
Just very briefly, You said that you only listened or watched that video once?
Yes,
And when you watched that video, did you watch it with your audio up?
no. I just watched to see what happened to make sure it was a gunshot.
So when you watched it initially, you did not hear a loud scream or something prior to the shots being fired?
I don't remember a loud scream.
What about when you watched it here? Were you able to hear a scream or yell or something prior to the shot being fired?
I'm gonna be honest, I try not to look at it. I didn't want to see someone dying, so I wasn't paying attention when I was sitting here.
So I just want to make certain I understand. And I understand what your position is, but that's it. When the state showed you the video, you really chose not to pay attention to it, correct?
No,
So right now, if there was a yell or scream right before the shots being fired, you wouldn't know if it was there or not, correct?
I wouldn't, no.
And even though you had the videotape, you didn't watch it enough to even find out.
No, and I didn't share it with anyone.
Now, that is a 5-minute video clip. Did your video camera capture the 5 minutes before that 5-minute clip?
Yes, it did.
And did it capture the 5 minutes after that 5-minute clip?
Yes, it did.
All right, I'm gonna go back and forth. Did it capture the 5 minutes before the 5 minutes of that video clip?
Yes, it did.
So presumably, that video you saw of the young woman walking from the car and then running after hearing a shot, your cameras would have also captured when that person arrived at the car also, correct?
Yes,
And it would have captured when that car arrived on the scene, correct?
yes,
Did police ask you for that?
yes, it did.
Did you provide that to them?
I gave, by the time they asked for the additional footage, I said that I would give them access. I would call Vivint to allow them full access. And so I signed the release for Vivint, and the officer said that they would reach out to them and get the full day.
And did they ever show that full day to you?
No, they didn't.
Do you even know if they ever got that full day?
No, I don't.
They never came back and spoke with you again?
Yes, they did. They came and asked, did I had I contacted Vivint? And I said yes, and this was the case number, and all they had to do is give Vivint that case number, and the police would be allowed to get the full day.
So I want to be clear, you actually contacted Vivint again yourself,
Yes, I did.
and you provided additional information to Vivint, correct?
Yes, I provided, I let Vivint know that I would allow the police to retrieve the footage if they asked for it, because I had to give a release.
You never learned if police asked for it, correct?
No, I didn't.
Now, just very briefly, your building, I noticed, was an odd number. Is it 1965?
Yes, sir.
Does that mean that all the buildings on that side would also have odd numbers?
It's crazy it is. I don't know. I just come right in and go right to my apartment.
Well, you weren't in 1960, correct?
No, no,
You
sir.
know 1960s across the street, correct?
I wouldn't know.
Well, in terms of your building, how many apartments are in that particular building about? Or if you know exactly how.
Oh, I know. 16.
And how many of them would be overlooking that parking lot or that playground area?
7,
7.
because it's one on each side. It's two, and then one at the bottom.
And is there a building to your left?
It depends on when you say that, how would I be saying? Okay, yes, yeah, that would be.
And about how many apartment units are in that building to your?
Oh, to the left?
Yes.
2, 4, 6, 7.
And they also would be overlooking that playground area, right?
No.
Would any of them overlook the playground area?
Can we go, but can I see the map again? Because I'm confused because it depends on where you're standing. It depends.
I'll withdraw the question. Are there any other apartment units that were overlooking the playground
Oh,
area?
yes, sir.
And this was, again, I think it was a Wednesday night at 8 o'clock, correct, thereabouts?
I don't remember the time.
Wednesday, whatever nights, 8 o'clock. It's not uncommon to have cars coming and going out of that parking lot, correct?
Oh, no, not at all. It's not uncommon.
All right, thank you, sir. I have no more questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Any redirect?
Yes, just briefly, defense counsel for Mr. Oliver asked you, two questions as relates to timing of the shot. You testified on cross that the first shot occurred as the person who was standing by the driver's side door was moving to the trunk or towards the trunk, and then the second shot occurred shortly thereafter. I want to publish against states starting from 3 minutes and 30 seconds approximately.
Oh.
Stop. That first shot, where is the decedent? Was he at the trunk or at the driver's door?
Can you play? And when you said, what is the what?
The person who was shot at, where was he positioned at the first shot? At the trunk or standing at his driver's door?
Can you play it again? And I'll actually watch.
Thank you, I appreciate
Thank
it. Just indulge us for a little, I know this is difficult, I think something that really is traumatic for you, but if we go back to about 30 seconds. Play from 3:51. Back 10 seconds. Stop. Where is the person who was shot standing?
Behind the car.
Go back again, please, so it can be clear when you say behind the car, where you mean it exactly. So as of right now, the two people you see in the video, where are they positioned?
Oh, one just got out the car and then the other person is standing right in front of him.
Can you see the driver's side door?
Yes, I can.
And who is closest to the driver's side door?
The young man that was shot,
And what color is his shirt?
light color shirt.
Okay, now let's play. Where is the person in the light color shirt's position when he was first shot?
It looks like he was trying to run, so he ran behind the car.
The second shot, correct?
Yes.
And the first shot, he's standing in the doorway of his car.
He opened the door and then stood up.
Stood up.
Yes.
He shot there, correct?
Yes.
And then he moves towards the trunk, correct?
Yes.
And then he shot a second.
Objection to the leading,
Yes.
Your Honor.
I think also this is going to be cumulative if you're planning to do this through your detective as well. So I'd direct the state to move on. That'll be sustained.
And so, just to be clear, by the time the second shot has occurred, how many people do you see standing in the front of the car?
Just one.
Okay. And what does that person do next?
After he shot the guy, he ran.
Any recross on those points?
All right, Mr. Dean. Now, you don't know if the young lady was in distress, correct?
No, I don't.
You don't know if those two young men that approached that car were trying to save her? correct?
No, hold on. When you say, I don't know if they were in distress, they were sitting there smoking in the car before. You could, in the camera, if you saw before that, you could see whatever they were smoking, you could see that. And so,
You don't know if the driver of that car was trying to take advantage of the passenger of that car,
oh,
right?
no, I don't know.
You don't know if the two individuals that walked up to the car were trying to save her, right?
No, I don't know
You
that.
know that when the people go to the passenger side, they walk away, right?
Yes.
They don't stand there, correct?
No, they don't.
They don't sit there and hold a gun to the driver, right?
Say that part
The
again.
people that went through the passenger side door don't sit there holding a gun to the driver, correct?
On the passenger side, I don't know that.
You don't see while the driver has a gun pointed to him, them rummaging through his car, correct?
No, I don't know that.
You don't know if the driver had indicated that in his trunk is a gun, right?
No, I don't know that.
You don't know if the driver was trying to get access to a gun, correct?
No, I don't know that.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Riggis.
I have no more questions for you. Thank you.
Thank
All
you.
right, sir, you can sit down.
All right, thank you.
Unless anyone on the jury needs a break. They may call us. Oh, we got one. All right. Let us know when you're ready to proceed. All right, who's the state intend to call next?
Officer David Wynn.
Okay, and of the two witnesses Mr. Riggis needs to meet with, who might be the simplest?
I would think Martin would be the simplest.
Maybe we
He
could,
has some issues with availability.
Yes, he has some childcare issues that we might
Okay.
get into today, possible.
why don't we start that conversation, Mr. Riggis? You can get some idea of how much time you're going to need through an initial conversation. All right, we're in recess. We're off the record.
Thank you, Judge.
David who? I'm not seeing him on your witness list. David who? David who? You said when? In Guyan? This one?
Yes, in guys. I think it's Wynn, right?
I need to recopy this because when I copied it, he still copied two-sided. Just that flag.
Yeah, I think that's the, so it'd be Wynn Brooks.
Okay. Oh, yeah, I just did.
Yeah.
Right.
Come on, man. What are you talking about? What happened to your sandwich you brought up here? Why you ain't bring it up? Why you didn't bring the sandwich? Why you didn't bring the food up? You say he didn't want none, but now you say you're hungry. Now he say he's hungry. How long the break? Go ahead. Put it in the right.
Hey, Mom.
Good. It's bad. Okay, go your breaks. She better. This sandwich is in the other tank. Who's gonna do those? Okay. We're gonna bring them up, okay. Go ahead. You sure you're good, Sarge?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Then it's gonna be. That's flat now. That's flat. Yeah.
You always say nothing, we're gonna come back to it. She's left.
She likes to come into the office to try. Digital training.
Same to you.
Oh, we are doing two.
Yeah. What about this? Just say hi to me. She might think. Wait, I didn't bring you home.
Yeah, sure.
I'm not the guy. Should I bring it on? Are you about to leave?
Where are you part?
Over there by those more. Where did you start? I'll see you.
I like second one day. That's not the. Yeah, I have a video. Oh. You're right.
You go. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
Oh, I think you're.
They ready? Okay. You want to go ahead and bring them out?
Judge, you want me to get them all back?
Yeah, if we could, as they're getting the sentence.
I know.
I'll do it by it. Oh, that's good. All the way you're gonna raise it up, you gotta come off there. Level. Push it up, bring it up together with your hand. You gotta use both your arms.
No, I took it out.
Now let that loose, let it release.
I live in the volleyball. You've seen it.
Okay. Deputy Scott? Oh, yeah. If you can find, oh, I was gonna give this to you.
1 minute, Judge.
So, if they're in the hallway. you can see.
Okay, I got you.
But in the meantime, we'll see if we got everybody.
All right, yeah.
I'm scared him.
Oh, okay.
That's why I get it. Yeah.
Yeah, it's better.
1 minute.
All right. Well, just 1 second. We're back on the record. All parties and council are present. Mr. Regis, anything to report back? Were you able to meet with Mr. Martin?
Met with Mr. Martin, and I am satisfied that I'm ready to proceed with this testimony.
All right. Then unless there's anything else we need to take up, Ms. Charles, I direct you to call. I don't know if that's making you want to change your lineup, but you can just go ahead and call your next witness, have them coming in as we get our jury. Deputy Scott.
Have it.
All right, there's
I'll call Eric Martin. Eric, yes.
Thank you, Deputy Scott. Please be seated, everyone. State may call the next witness.
State calls Eric Martin.
You swear upon testimony matter of this case, you should give it. Help you? Yes. Hey, see? I'll speak it clear to the mic, state and spell your name for the court.
Eric Martin, EricMartin, Jr. for Junior.
Good afternoon, Mr. Martin.
Good afternoon.
How old are you?
30.
What do you do for work?
I trade stocks.
And how long have you been trading stocks?
Like 3-4 years.
Is that what you do exclusively full-time or just on the side?
I started doing it more full time because I ended up quitting my job because it's beneficial for me.
How do you know Jalecia Smith?
We met at McDonald's.
When did you meet her at McDonald's?
We both used to work there. It's like a few years ago.
How old was she at the time?
18.
And how long had you worked at the McDonald's before you began a romantic relationship with her?
Probably like 2 years, 3 years.
Was that 2 years consistently or was it more on and off?
It was on and off.
How often would you communicate with her?
And when was that?
So when you first started, when you met her at the McDonald's, you dated her for 2 years, how often would you talk on a day-to-day basis?
Oh, every day.
How many phone numbers did she have?
A lot of them.
Do you know why?
Because we was falling off, so I end up we get in a little argument or something. I end up blocking the number, and then she'll make another number and call me, and then I end up answering.
Are you familiar with her cousin, Nadeja Tucker?
I heard her.
Have you met her cousin before?
Um, Not really. Haven't really spoken to her. I don't know her like that. I just know that was her, probably her cousin, yeah.
Where did her cousin live in and around January of 2025?
I don't know where her cousin live. I never met her at her house. I don't know where she live.
Now, in the time that you were with Miss Smith, did you become familiar with her personality and her lifestyle?
Yeah, she was cool.
Okay.
Your Honor. Relevant.
I'll just, we'll see where the next question goes, but
Yes.
I would, Ms. Charles, I think you're on alert for
Yes, Judge.
what he's
Absolutely.
getting at.
Sure. Did you know someone by the name of Latrey Willis?
I don't know them.
Did you know generally the names of the people she associated with?
I don't know none of them.
Did Miss Smith ever describe a situation where someone had hurt her in any way?
No,
So this is about, I'm talking about 2024.
I don't know anything about her getting hurt by somebody.
In 2024, did she mention anyone taking her stuff from her?
No,
In 2024, did she mention some girls jumping her and fighting her?
I don't know by who, but I know she was saying something about that. I don't know. I wasn't around that time when it happened, so I don't really know that situation at all.
But she talked to you about it?
Yeah, I heard something about it.
Did she tell you by the time in 2024, end of 2024, that she was afraid of anyone?
No.
In January of 2025, did Ms. Smith describe a situation that involved gunshots?
No.
When she spoke to you later in 2025, did she describe a situation involving gunshots?
No, I think she was saying that something about she was around a situation. I think she was at the wrong place at the wrong time or something like that. And she was saying that she was around her family or somebody. And I guess she probably heard shots and just ran because she was scared or something like that. Cause I never been around her when she was doing anything like being in that kind of situation or anything like that. So I don't really know much about the situation because I wasn't around that time when she ended up getting locked up. So she still had my number. So it was just the way she had a way to get in touch with me. So
Got it. So she described a situation happening around her people, but that's the extent of the information she gave you, correct?
yes,
Did she describe where she was when she heard the gunshots?
no, I don't know.
Did she tell you whether she was inside or outside a building?
No, I
Did she
guess
tell you how many gunshots she heard?
no.
Did he tell you where she ran to?
I don't know. I wasn't there, so I don't know.
Correct. No, I'm asking what she told you. Did she tell you where she ran to?
No.
Now, you had a lot of conversations with her.
About just relationship stuff, not know, her situation.
Got it. Why did she believe that she was being implicated in the incident that she described to you?
Explain.
On the grounds of,
Lack of foundation, speculative, hearsay.
just give it a little more context.
Sure. When she described being around certain people, how many people she described being around?
She didn't tell me no people, how many people it was. I don't even know who the people are.
When she explained to you why she was calling you and talking about the gunshots, what did you ask her
About what?
about the situation?
What I said? Can you explain it
When
better?
she described the situation involving gunshots and she ran, what did you ask her when she mentioned that to you?
Nothing. I don't know. Nothing.
I want to clarify. Was it her words she was in the wrong place at the wrong time, or was that your conclusions?
Oh, that was just me thinking. I don't know if I don't know the situation or how it happened, but I'm just saying I feel like she was at the wrong place at the wrong time because I never.
Understood. Now, over the course of your relationship with Jalecia Smith, did she generally make her own decisions?
Yes.
Was she capable of telling you no when she wanted to?
I give her like better. I give her advice about like keeping your circle small and everybody ain't your friend and stuff like that, and keep stuff like that. And she gonna anybody you try to tell anybody anything, they gonna still try to make their own decisions at the end of the day. So it's nothing. It's not in my control. I'm not gonna force somebody to listen to my advice. Stuff like that.
Right. And so she was able to make her own decisions when she wanted to, generally, correct? From what
Yeah.
you observed.
Yeah, everything I've been doing was trying to keep out of trouble. That's it. And for like jobs and anything related like that, I actually will walk her. We both walk together and I help her go find jobs and stuff like that, like Popeyes and bid lights and stuff like that. I was walking her to those jobs, and she apply for them, and then that's how she was making money around me.
Well, you were that she was a hairstylist?
Yeah, she do hair here and there, but I ain't seen her really do a whole lot of people hair.
It wasn't consistent?
Not around me, or not really. Like sometimes, but she'll actually go get her hair done a lot.
Got it. So from your understanding, what did she do for work?
Restaurant jobs. Yeah, that's really restaurant jobs. And then she worked at the mall one time at Forever 21.
Got it.
Yeah, something like that.
Thank you, Mr.
Yes,
Martin. That's
ma'am.
all I have for you.
Yes.
My turn. Good afternoon, Mr. Martin. You guys sit back down.
Oh, I ain't never done it before, so I
No,
don't
you're
know.
good. And we just met, right?
Yes.
I'm sorry. We just met. We were in a room, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were with myself, you were with this gentleman, you were with this woman over here,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we were asking you, well, why are you even here?
Yes.
Right? Because you don't know anything, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And I mean, specifically, you tossed, and at some point, the ADA pops her head in, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she joins our conversation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when things weren't going so well, she brought her backup. She brought her investigator with the fitted hat on, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And brought him into that room with us, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And when we were in there, you told us that you had met Miss Smith at some point when you both were working at McDonald's.
Yes, ma'am.
And that you guys have been broken up since 2022 or 2023, correct?
Yeah, around those times. I couldn't really keep up with all the hours. It was just on and off, really.
I mean,
And-
today, as of 2026, do you know how old Miss Smith is?
She's 20 now.
She's 20 now.
Yeah.
And so you met her when you guys are working at McDonald's, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I specifically told you to make sure you have a distinction between what you know or what the state's told you, right?
Yes.
And I asked you if you were ever aware of a planned armed robbery, right?
Yes.
What'd you say?
I don't know nothing about the robbery. She never mentioned any of those things up to me. She was just talking about relationship stuff.
And the only time you heard armed robbery came from the state,
Yes.
right? And then we asked you about any type of prostitution, and you used the word sex trafficking,
Yeah.
correct?
I heard them saying something about it. They was like, do you know anything about sex trafficking
And
or
who said that?
I don't really I don't really know. I just heard somebody talking on the phone.
So now you've known this woman, and just to confirm, this is the gentleman that came in that room with us, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so just to confirm, when we were all in that room, you indicated to the state, you indicated to the investigator that you weren't aware of any armed robbery, right?
No, because
That-
I'm not a witness. I wasn't there.
That in the entire time that you've known this young woman, you weren't ever involved or aware of any type of prostitution,
No.
right? That's completely a narrative only given to you by the state and their officers, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
since January of 2025. You've spoken with Ms. Smith, correct?
And when was
Has
that?
Ms. Smith called you?
No, not really.
You don't know where to call you?
I didn't really keep up with the days and stuff. I was just,
Okay,
I don't-
so my question is, in the last year and a half, have you spoke with her?
yeah, but I was in a relationship at the time.
With Brittany, and Brittany
Yes.
said, yeah, you can answer that call, right?
Yeah.
And even while you've been standing here waiting all day to testify to something you don't even know about, you still have your 4-year-old daughter outside, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And she's tired right now, right?
Yes.
She was just sleeping on your shoulder, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And even though you still aren't willing to say there's an armed robbery, they still have you sit and wait all day, right? Thank you, sir.
And you are concerned that having your 4-year-old daughter in this courtroom will impact your baby mama even allowing you to be with that daughter, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And you told that to them, didn't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And they still have you sitting here, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you still know nothing about this case, correct?
No, ma'am. I meant no, sir.
I'm all right with that, I'm secure.
I'm all-
Any redirect?
Mr. Martin, what's the last four of your telephone number?
6332.
And to be clear, when you spoke of the state, when we asked you questions, your answers were no, correct? You have no idea as to what Ms. Smith does in her spare time when she was not with you, correct?
Yeah, because that's not my business. If we're not together no more, I don't know what she's doing. That's her decisions at the end of the day.
And when we spoke about you being here today, you indicated you had childcare, and we asked, said you're welcome to bring your daughter with you. We'll help you look after her, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
All right, any further on behalf of the defense?
Thank you.
Nothing, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, you can step down, sir.
Okay.
This witness be excused, Ms. Charles?
Yes, Judge.
No objection.
Thank you. You're free to leave.
Okay.
Judge, may we approach briefly?
Sure.
And Your Honor, there was a question raised about waiver earlier, and I believe that question was raised about the presence of approach.
Well, no, I know exactly what you're talking about, and I don't think it was waived, and so I
It was
think
not
we
waived.
would should approach. So why don't you go back and is there a logistical issue you wanted to discuss, Ms.
Oh, we'll
Charles?
talk, yes, with regards to Mr. Martin. Mr. Oliver, sorry.
Okay,
So-
and is there any other witness that's, you can approach? Is there any other witness you have available that you can
I do,
call?
but Mr. Oliver, I think, is unable to come back tomorrow, so I want to make sure.
Okay, and how long would your next witness take?
Maybe.
And just for the record, we're not talking about Jeremiah Oliver.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Understood.
We'd probably do 20 minutes, 25 minutes for some cross.
Let's just do the other witness and
Okay.
then we'll be able to take a break and we'll handle whatever
Understood,
else you
sure.
need to discuss. Okay?
Mr. Oh, Judge, I'm sorry. State calls Officer David Nguyen to the stand.
Raise my hand for you. You swear for the testimony about this case you should give. It's the truth, and nothing but the truth will help you. I do. You may be seated. I'll speak clear tonight. Would you please state and spell your name important?
Officer David Nguyen, DAVID NGUYEN.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
Please tell the jury where you're currently employed
The City of Atlanta Police Department,
and how long have you been a City of Atlanta police officer?
3.5 years
In what capacity?
as a patrol officer.
What are some of the day-to-day duties of a patrol officer?
Answering 911 calls.
And how you typically receive information and then a call has been put out there?
The dispatch.
Now, are you post-certified?
I am.
And were you post-certified on January 29th of 2025?
I was.
Briefly explain to the jury what post-certification means.
Post-certified means being a certified officer within the state of Georgia.
And on January 29th of 2025, you responded to 1960 Rambling Lane.
Yes.
And what information were you given prior to responding?
Through the notes that dispatch had put for that call, it was a person shot on the side of the apartment by the pool.
And how long did it take you to respond and dispatch to that location?
I believe it was 4 minutes.
And on arrival, what did you do?
I noticed a black male on the ground next to a vehicle that was open, and there was blood on the floor. So I immediately started getting gloves on to start rendering aid.
And in relation to the car, where was Mr. Willis's body located?
It was right next to a SUV with the passenger door open on the right side.
What was his condition when you first saw him?
He was laying on the floor, and there was a pool of blood that was leaking from where his head was positioned on the floor.
Were you able to observe was he still breathing in any way?
That I cannot recall.
And what aid did you provide to Mr. Willis?
I started doing chest compressions on Mr. Willis.
Approximately how long did you continue those efforts?
In total, around 3 minutes.
And were other emergency personnel responding as well?
Yes,
And at some point, did Grady EMS arrive?
they did.
And what happened once EMS arrived?
The Grady supervisor got on scene and started examining where the bullet might have made impact with his head, and I think they identified it as the top right eye.
Were you able to observe where else on his body Mr. Willis had been impacted?
I did not.
And at all points during your interaction with the body, were you equipped with your body-worn camera?
Yes,
And was it operating properly?
it was.
Does it capture audio and video of your interactions when you respond to an incident?
Yes, it does.
I'm handing you what's in my since 309. And take a look at 309 and what you recommend 309 to be.
A DVD.
And prior to testifying today, when you had an opportunity to review your body on camera, it appeared to be a fair and accurate depiction of the camera as it was on the night of January 29th.
Yes.
Did it appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No, ma'am.
And I guess I'm still attending to the record since 309.
No objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Submit.
And prior to publication, Judge, for the record, states 309 is 54 minutes, 28 seconds long. The state proposes to play from minutes 4 through 9:30 and then 10:55 to 11:50.
Proceed.
May I please have host capabilities?
We can add Ms. Charles as co-host to the Zoom.
Now, if as it comes up. looking at your screen there, can you read into the record the date and time of your dispatch to the scene?
Yes, the date is January 29th, 2025, and the time is 8:58.
Thank you. Fast forward to about the 4-minute mark. On the screen. Okay.
Ah, shit.
Officer, when looking at the body on the ground, are the pants under the seat up or down?
It is up.
And who else is on scene with you at this time?
Officer Cogdell and Sergeant Brooks.
Is the shirt of the decedent ripped or intact?
It appears to be intact.
I have no blood shit. I'm fired by the back corner of the complex. Not really, he's probably low. Come on in, I'm sure away from fire. Five radio. Full stand 12 and 8. That's what they're running. Parker.
Seems to be a bit of a lag on the Zoom. I'm gonna bring my laptop.
We're gonna be a silver Nissan Road. I mean, a silver Nissan Marino. First cop still on scene. They saw a male running towards the front of the vehicle.
Why are you giving chest compressions? What is that time on the top of my body camera?
It's 9:04.
One person laid on scene. Was he in cardiac arrest on arrival? Was he talking to y'all?
Negative. Negative.
Cease compressions, please. My grab his head. Breathing shot, butt shot. Hey, get back. Where's he shot at, man? Look like in the head. In the head? So you got a place? Yeah. Right there. Right there. Right there. Hey, look up.
Now, at some point, EMS takes over from you, is that correct?
Yes.
I'll just start the record at 7 minutes and 17 seconds. Were you able to observe what, if any, efforts EMS did to try to render aid to Mr. Willis?
I believe one of the EMS paramedics had put their fingers up to see if there was still a pulse, Mr. Willis.
Were you present when EMS investigated the body to figure out where exactly he was shot?
Yes,
Okay. And ultimately, was Mr. Willis pronounced dead at the scene or somewhere else?
at the scene.
And after EMS completed their efforts, what additional information were you provided regarding Mr. Willis?
That I cannot recall.
Because you're not the lead detective, is that correct?
No.
All right. Once Mr. Willis was pronounced dead at the scene, was the scene being treated as a homicide scene?
Yes.
So what steps do you take now that the scene is a homicide scene to secure the scene?
Just ensuring that there is a perimeter. We have crime scene tape that's set up to prevent anybody from entering the crime scene.
And so you establish a perimeter
Yes.
and you place a crime scene tape?
Yes.
Now, as you're walking the perimeter, how do you determine how much of a perimeter to establish?
Typically we just keep an enlarged area around the where the body might be.
Now, as you established the perimeter, were you able to observe any firearms on the ground?
No.
While you rendered aid to Mr. Willis, did you observe any firearms on his person?
No.
If you had to estimate, how far was the body in relation to the vehicle?
2 or 3 feet.
And were the doors opened or shut?
Open.
Was the hood of the car up or down?
It was down.
Right, so Officer Simmons, so once you've established a perimeter and turned the scene over to homicide, did that conclude your role in the investigation of this case?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, officer.
Good afternoon.
How long have you been a patrol officer?
3.5 years.
And in those 3.5 years, has this always been your beat?
No, that was not my beat.
Okay, and how long was it your beat?
I'm sorry.
How long were you patrolling in that area in your career?
Are you talking about my career or just
Right.
where that incident occurred?
Right.
My career? 3.5 years, the full 3.5.
Okay, how many times have you been to those apartments?
I cannot recall. I think that was
More
my
than once?
twice or 3 times within my career.
And while on scene, you didn't have any actual involvement with the investigation, correct?
No, ma'am.
So you don't know any parties involved, right?
I don't.
You don't know if your alleged victim was there taking advantage of a woman, correct?
I don't.
You don't know if individuals tried to help that young lady, correct?
I don't.
You don't know if your alleged victim threatened to shoot someone, correct?
I don't.
But when do you know that he wasn't shot on the passenger side of the car?
That I was not aware of.
Do you know how he got from the driver's side of the car to the passenger side of the car?
I do not.
Do you know? You don't know, did you ever watch any video surveillance in this case?
I did not.
Okay, so you have absolutely no involvement with this case.
No, ma'am.
All right, and you don't know Jeremiah Oliver either, right?
No, I don't.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Were you the first officer on the scene?
I was the first of 3.
First of 3. And I think, and I heard you indicate that as being first of 3, it's part of your job to secure the crime scene.
Yes, sir.
And securing the crime scene means establishing a perimeter, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, when you establish that perimeter, you're still able to look at the apartments to your left and to your right, correct?
Yes.
And in so doing, there are quite a few apartments to your left and right, correct?
Yes.
Of those quite a few apartments, how many of them had Ring cameras or something similar?
That I cannot recall.
But you understand, back in 2025, way back in 2025, Ring cameras for the like are fairly not ubiquitous. They're all over the place, right?
Sure.
Did you take note of you didn't take note of how many Ring cameras were present, though, correct?
I did not.
I'm sorry?
I did not.
That is not part of what you are there to do, correct?
No.
Who would be the person to actually take note of the Ring cameras?
The investigators.
Would that be the lead detective? Would that be, what investigators?
The assigned unit that would have been on scene, so the homicide detectives.
So none of the one of three would look for such video or visual surveillance?
We would have.
I'm sorry?
We would have, I'm sure, but I cannot recall if we ended up looking for the Ring cameras or not.
I want to make sure I heard you because you're sort of fading off. And
Sure.
I think the court reporter is having difficulty hearing.
Sure.
Could you repeat that answer, please?
We would have, but I can't recall during that investigation if we ended up looking for Ring camera footage or not.
Certified, correct?
Yes, sir.
And if I believe what POST stands for, the Police Officer Standards and Training, correct?
Yes, sir.
And POST, it's like Police Academy, right?
Yes, sir.
They teach you stuff, right?
Yes, sir.
And part of the stuff they teach you do incident reports, correct?
Yes.
Or document what you do, correct?
Yes.
And in so doing, you document because sometimes it might be a year and 4 months before you're in trial, correct?
Yes.
So you want to take notes, right?
Yeah.
Do you have a note indicating the presence of Ring or any sort of body camera or any sort of camera?
No, I don't have one.
Beyond Ring camera or cameras that would be installed by a tenant, it's also fairly common that apartment complexes also have cameras, correct?
Yep.
Did you take note of any apartment cameras, correct? Or did you, I'm sorry, withdraw all of that. Did you take note of the presence of any apartment cameras?
I do not recall.
And you don't have a note of such, is that correct?
I don't.
And you don't know if any of the other two first officers have such a note.
I do not. No.
But you understand why visual surveillance is important, correct?
Yes.
Sometimes the only thing that stands between solving a crime and not solving a crime is visual surveillance, correct?
Sure.
Yet in this case, you have no record to see or to tell or to show the jury that there were cameras present.
I do not at this time.
No further questions?
Can you
Just
redirect?
briefly, Judge. Officer Nguyen, you were one of the first responding officers, correct?
Yes, I was.
And after you turned over the case to homicide, there were a number of other officers who assisted with the investigation.
Yes.
So you don't have any personal knowledge as to what any other steps they would have taken, correct?
Yes.
Anything else, Ms. Fagan?
Are you aware that no one even tried to look for other surveillance?
I'm not.
Thank you.
But it's something someone should have done, correct?
Yes.
Further questions?
Let me just be clear. You don't know if anyone looked for cameras, do you?
I don't.
Thank you.
All right, you can sit down, sir. All right, members of the jury, I think we're trying to get through at least one more witness today. We need to take up something outside your presence. If you could be patient with us, I think we need maybe about 10, 15 minutes, we'll see. So just let us know when you're ready.
Get it over with. Yeah.
Because I'm not straight.
Okay.
All right, and what are Mr. Oliver's scheduling issues, Ms. Charles?
My understanding is that Tuesday would be difficult for him because of work. And so we're trying to get him done today, so he doesn't have to come back tomorrow.
Well, and how much time do you expect you need on direct for him?
No more than 30 minutes.
Okay. All right.
I do have one other officer present, Judge, I wanted to get through today as well.
I don't know if we'll be able to do both. We'll see. Mr. Regis, we'll give you, until the top of the hour here, and we'll plan on having the jury back in here at 4 and with whichever witness you call next. Okay? All right. We're in recess.
Yeah, same place.
If you want to come back sooner, that's fine. Just there you have it. We're off the record.
Just like. Is your hand better?
It was my shoulder and, yeah, it's doing a lot better. Not completely bad. But
And that's how it's.
Oh.
I know, I just.
She's done.
It's supposed to be bringing them up. No.
You can't do no more than I just bring it. I just bring it.
Click. Well, she's in that conference room. So. That.
So you can come out that.
What's your last name? She said she emailed him. What's your last name?
Williams.
Williams?
Uh-huh.
He was that good. Yeah. So you don't see it at all? What's your full name?
Lucia, Lucia.
Huh?
Yeah, Lucia Williams.
Okay.
It's all right. Where's my computer? Oh, it's over there. Let me get it.
I mean, but you be walking behind me like that.
It's cold in here now.
Hey, if you don't.
Oh, I'm on.
We were hot this morning.
Yeah, well, it was hot.
I'm talking about like you're long.
It's cold.
So how about the audio?
And I wanted to say something. That's what I say.
In the beginning.
Because once you click on the
And you
audio-
know he doesn't talk like that when he tells you put your hands up.
No.
You know he's not so quiet then.
As little as he is, he's probably, I'm pretty, he's loud.
Yeah.
Compensation.
And you know he's probably got Mighty Mouse in him.
Yeah. Oh, shoot. Wait, we're live.
Oh. I still need to make another copy of this.
Okay, you're on this.
So for now, I'm gonna give you this, but I still need to make a new copy. Cause it's still double sided.
Oh, you want it to be double sided?
I don't want it double sided, cause then it will be writing on this. So.
Oh, okay.
Need a copy of double sided, but I only need that page, but we'll fix it if
I haven't been around.
Then we'll take it.
Oh, 358.
Say,
That's what I was looking for.
say May 28th. She said they sent it out May 28th.
Oh, tender.
Have you observed much of the trial today?
Yes, I came in with.
You got a little on your.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Well, some people are sticklers for its opening statement.
He won't come out here.
So hold on.
So what do you need me to do? What shall I do? What should I do?
So when we play it, you probably come around here, cause without the lag, we're gonna play this.
Every time you guys put that on HDMI, you never put it back. And then the next day is not working.
No, cause they.
I took it off and now it's gone.
You'll do it.
Quentin, come on, get back. No, I took it out. I took up the cord because I can't have it up
Yeah,
until.
plug it all the way.
Okay.
Tom, you didn't have another case this week? Yours
Hold on.
resolved this morning.
Okay, so do it, take it off. And then,
Where?
because I need to have it like, you know what I mean? Like, look at it.
You knew that was resolving. Vehicular homicide, I hate them.
So you turn it back on and I just hit
So
play.
I have to go back to Zoom.
Okay.
then we click back on.
Okay, so I'll give a heads up and you'll do it. I'll just take it like this. And I'll come around and hit this position.
But what did he
Like,
get?
he like a couple minutes, you know, one.
What's up? I can do it.
I can see it now.
Oh my God.
Oh, so
Maybe you can help me. Look down the bottom.
I'm trying to say the
It
four.
wasn't nearly that bad. This for now? It wasn't nearly that bad.
Wait, is this the kid that had a bunch of car issues? I think I saw you argue one. No, that was, I think it was maybe Jennifer. Okay. This feels like this type stuff, so. DUI?
No, no alcohol.
So what, speeding really bad, like.
9-1 is.
Listen. Yeah, the Biggs family were anti him or pro him?
They were, yes.
Yeah.
That's what I talked to. Yeah, just.
Bullshit, my dad got killed in.
You getting all
Well, no, my point is, like, I think that's. They were all fun.
I'm sorry.
I appreciate it, you're used to saying that. But, well, he was on a motorcycle. Yeah, and he had a passenger, she died too.
Yellow wheel.
Yeah, but my point being is that I still feel like those kids, like, it was just bad. It's just like five. Did you have any comments like that?
Everybody had Camaro on this.
Or something, what? I know, they make it hard.
Everybody else.
You know, I don't like to ask questions of.
Hey,
I don't.
I play with my name is Robert Sonic.
I said, what are you talking about?
I know you like to move fast. I like to stretch because
It's gonna take your
if you're,
time.
if you're a baseball fan, my life is I'm calling it
But these are the
every
witnesses I
day.
stretch
I'm a
with.
trial, I'm on base. Y'all can't fuck
No, but these are the.
Yeah, I love
witnesses.
that.
No, but these are the witnesses you stretch with.
I like that too, I'm not.
I'm laying groundwork for something different.
I got you. For the hell.
Right.
Boom.
She's like, oh, you don't know, listen to this jail call. That's basically what she's saying.
You're so silly now.
Yeah. Is this the last four of your number? Just to make sure.
You've been doing this too long.
I'm just making sure I peep when the game comes in.
You know where you're going. Thank you very much. Because why lie?
What did he say? What did she say?
You'll hear.
I think I've seen them. It's like 5 calls that you have in a file for her.
No, I think I've got for her.
You ready for Scott?
Scott or Jason Brooks. Yes. Yes, bring Officer Brooks in. Yeah, bring him, bring him. Let's get him done so he can go.
I've never seen it before.
Yeah. So you can fit both of them in.
I can. I believe I can.
It's always like this.
Yeah.
Never seen it. Oh, I'm sorry.
You're fine.
I'm really back there for stuff.
Well, you're really mad. So I'm getting this thing. I want
Yeah.
Bring them to whom? To you? Okay.
I'm back.
Listen, if I'm out of it,
I'm back.
thank you for telling me, but I'm good.
But she can wear the same thing all of
Yeah, he can go ahead and stand up. Yeah. And sometimes they need to be told that. I think because she's bringing them out, can you go ahead and give the jury like a heads up?
Yeah, we spent money on that.
So you can have-
Meanwhile, our jail.
Thanks, sir.
Oh, they all look good. No.
He's just giving them a heads up. If you can bring them out, no, or you can just get them ready.
I was about to bring them out, but I didn't want to bring one and then go back and.
Okay, all right, understood. Just hold tight.
Do you know?
Well, she needs you.
Tell them.
You told him everything you could.
Okay.
You wasn't trying to hear anything you had to say. Not a word.
Well, we still have Kamari, them and Mowski gonna be long. Autopsy, Tucker.
Oh.
Yes.
Well, only because of the last two.
All right, you ready?
Wait, no.
All right, we are back on the record. We have all parties, all counsel present. And Mr. Regis, anything to add on the testimony of the witness, Mr. Oliver?
We are ready to proceed as far as Ms. Jaleesi Smith.
All right, then unless there's anything else for anyone to raise, I'll ask Deputy Scott to retrieve the jury.
Class with jury.
Thank you. Please be seated, everyone. State may call the next witness.
They called Sergeant Jason Brooks.
I do.
State your name and record.
Sergeant Jason Brooks, City of Atlanta Police Department. That's JASON BROOKS.
Good afternoon, Sarge.
Good morning, or afternoon, sorry. Been a long day.
How long have you worked for the Atlanta Police Department?
25 and a half years.
So give the jury a brief history of the time of APD.
Okay, I've worked field operations division, for approximately 20 years of my, 25 plus years. I've been an instructor at the police academy for 6 years total. Currently I've been a supervisor at the academy for the last year.
And so you were the lead detective in this case, correct?
I was the lead detective? No, I
You were
was
not.
No, I was not, correct.
So what was your assignment to the case on January 29th of 2025?
That particular day I was assigned to Zone 3. I was a supervisor on the evening shift.
What is the evening shift?
The shift that answers the 911 calls in Zone 3 patrol area, and my shift was from 3 to 11.
And when you responded to the Brookside Apartments, what, if any, information were you given?
I was actually down, I was fairly close to the location at the time when the call came in. It came in as a person shot. I was there within, I think it was about 2 minutes approximately. It was a little after 9 o'clock. And when I arrived, I exited, well, when I first got there, the only information that was really given was that the victim was lying next to a sedan with the doors open. It was obviously an apartment complex, so that was a very vague description. So I arrived at the same time the fire department did and a couple other officers. And I went around the south side of the apartment complex and approached coming up northbound. I guess you could say along 75, 85 on the backside would have been outside the apartment complex. And as I approached, I noticed a SUV that was sitting there with the doors wide open. I exited my patrol car. And when I came around, I located the victim on the backside of the passenger side of the vehicle.
And did you begin moving through the area near the playground?
Yes, the playground, I believe, was, I guess, to the west of our location at that time.
Why did you go sort of towards that location?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Why did you go towards that location
You're talking about initially or?
initially?
There was a couple young ladies that were standing there that had said that they had observed, well, they had said they had heard 2 gunshots and then seen a male that they looked like, somebody that looked like a male, but it was really dark out there, running across the parking lot south towards the direction that I had actually entered and come in.
Can you describe the lighting conditions you approached?
It is really dark out there in that parking lot, that particular area. So the lighting conditions are not good.
And can you describe sort of the weather? Was it cold?
It wasn't, I wouldn't say it was cold. It was cool. It wasn't really cold that night.
And were you using like a light to assist you as you walked the scene?
Yes, as I approached, I had my flashlight out and because I was still didn't as I approached the vehicle with the doors open, I did not know the victim was on the other side of the vehicle immediately as I approached. So I was using my flashlight and shining it inside the vehicle, shining around the vehicle. And then, like I said, as I came around the backside, that's where I located the victim on the ground.
And you looked at the ground around you as well?
Yes.
And were you looking for anything specific or just sort of walking up to the body?
At that point, I was looking for the victim. And then once we located the victim, we realized we needed to go ahead and secure the crime scene. So Officer Wynn started performing CPR on the victim, and I started trying to get the rest of the scene secure because it's a large parking lot out there. So
Now, as you're securing the scene, did you observe any weapons of any kind outside of the sedan?
never located any weapons.
Like anything on the inside or on the outside when you say?
I looked on the inside, looked on the outside. I did not see any weapons out there.
And as you're walking the scene, were you wearing your body-worn camera?
Yes.
And was it functioning properly?
Yes, it was.
Does it fairly and accurately depict, all of your interactions as you move around the scene?
Yes.
I'm handing you what's been marked as stage 311. Prior to testifying to the opportunity to review your body-worn camera?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Prior to your testimony, did you have an opportunity to review your body-worn camera?
Yes, I did.
And when you reviewed your body-worn camera, did it fairly and accurately depict all of the activities you just described?
Yes, it did.
Did it appear to be altered or changed in any way?
No, it was not.
And at this time, still would tender into the record states 311.
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
311 submitted.
And just for the record, states 311 is 1 hour and 19 seconds. We propose to play from the 3-minute 58 mark to the 7:15 mark. And we try to improve the quality of the technology and we move to HDMI. So I'm just walking up to hit play at about 3:54, but that's better than the lag we had earlier. Sergeant, what time is it there on the screen?
9:03 p.m. Looks like the subject's 15 ahead. Yeah. Is he breathing? Tell me like, I don't either. Fire commander, we're all the way in the back corner.
So when you push the button,
complex by the freeway.
whether Mr. Willis's pants were up or down?
He was fully clothed when I approached.
Was his shirt ripped or intact?
His shirt was intact.
Did y'all see what happened? No, we just see somebody running that way. We heard gunshots. I heard gunshots. How many did you hear? I heard two gunshots. I heard gunshots. Someone get shot. So when we looked out the window from a distance, I seen that bird that's popped up here. And when I looked out the window, I see a white shirt over here. And I see the doors kind of walk down the stairs. That's when I seen him. No, and I looked at the window. I seen somebody running. I said, somebody running real fast. Something just happened. And that would make me look this way and see his body.
Okay, can y'all just stand by for me? I see we got some tape in this car. The yellow tape is to basically cordon off the area that is the crime scene, or that we suspect at that moment is this crime scene. And we try to make it as big as we can, because we, at this point, we're still investigating as to where the crime scene actually, where the crime initiated, obviously, and then we want to expand out from there. Myself, no, that was Officer Nguyen was.
Did you observe where he had been shot?
Yes, he had been shot once in the head and once in the leg. And the
Upper leg, lower leg?
headshot was a little close to his eye.
I think this is the body that was any blue shorts visible.
Blue shorts, I didn't see the blue shorts on the video. Right eye, I'm just above the right eye.
It's got a very thin parts. Do you want anything at all?
Did you estimate how long before EMS arrived?
Well, fire was on scene basically the same time I was. They were just waiting until we once again had the scene secure, and then they came in to assist. EMS, I believe, was a short time there after. Well, I guess they're already there. So
Once they arrived, they transported the body away from the scene?
no, they never. They didn't, because they ruled that he was deceased on scene.
Understood. So I'm just stopping for the record at 7 minutes and 37 seconds. And so Sergeant, there's an inference that there was some shorts available, visible on Mr. Willis at the time you arrived, or his shirt was ripped in any way. That would be inconsistent with what you saw, correct?
Yes, when I came around the vehicle and found him on the ground, he was completely clothed.
And when you walked the car onto the side, the driver's side, not just the passenger side, on the driver's side, did you observe any weapons on the driver's side?
I did not.
How about along the hedge line by the sidewalk?
I did not.
How about when you walked away from the car into the established perimeter, did you observe any weapons, knives or otherwise?
Did not see any weapons or knives.
And all of the activities we just described happened here in Fulton County, correct?
They did.
And once this case was turned over to homicide, did that conclude your role in the investigation of this case?
Yes, homicide arrived on scene. I explained to them what we had, and they took over control of the scene.
Thank you. Nothing further, Sergeant.
Good afternoon, Officer Brooks.
Good afternoon.
So the individual that you arrived to, he had on basketball shorts, correct? Under his pants?
He had on clothes. I don't know if he had on basketball shorts or not. Like I said, I didn't take his clothes off. So that was all handled by that.
All right.
Checking the clothing gets done by the medical examiners when they arrive, and I wasn't there for that.
All right, so are you unaware that his clothes were found lower than his waist?
When well, like I testified to, he was fully clothed when I saw him.
Okay. And so would fully clothed include basketball shorts under your pants? Are you even aware he was wearing basketball shorts?
I'm not.
Okay, so you didn't look to that. You weren't looking for that.
No.
Are you aware that the shooting occurred on the driver's side?
I don't. I'm not aware of that.
Okay, so
I can only go by the position of where he was lying at when I made contact with him, and that was on the rear passenger side.
So you have no idea that the gentleman gets out of the driver's side door and that's where the first shooting occurs?
I have no idea.
You have no idea that after he continues to thread and walks towards the back of the car, are you aware that's where the second shot occurs? All on the driver's side?
Not aware of any of that.
Did you ever look at any surveillance in this case?
Didn't get a chance to do that. That was the detectives would have followed up with that.
Okay, so because it wasn't a part of your job assignment, it didn't matter?
No, I can tell you up to the hour where I actually left the scene, and we turned it over. Basically, my shift was over with, and the morning watch came in and took over, and the scene was turned over to the homicide unit. Any further investigation after that point would have been done by those units.
Okay, so you were done your job until you left.
Correct.
And so are you aware that shell casings were on the driver's side?
I did not find any shell casings.
All right, so you're not aware of any shell casings?
I am not aware of shell casings.
Okay, are you aware of two individuals that passed the vehicle? Are you aware of two individuals that passed the vehicle?
Before we got there?
Yes.
No.
Are you aware of two individuals that walked back to the vehicle?
I'm not.
Are you aware of an individual that saves a girl from the passenger side car?
I'm not.
Are you even aware there was a girl in the passenger side car?
I am not.
Are you aware that of an individual that approaches the driver's side car?
I am not.
When you were there, did you find the man's drugs?
I did find some drugs.
Did you find his money?
I don't recall any money.
Did you find his cell phone?
Don't recall making contact with the cell phone.
Okay, are you aware that lead detective confiscated the phone in this case?
I would guess they probably did after they probably found it on his body, which we didn't touch his body until the medical examiner got there.
Okay, but you did find his drugs and his alcohol
the-
and everything?
The drugs were outside the car. I can't say who they belonged to. They were outside the car. It was a decent amount of suspected marijuana, but I can't say exactly how much, but it was not, it was on the other side. It was actually on the driver's side rear.
Driver's side rear, a decent amount of marijuana, you said?
Yes,
What's a decent amount?
less than an ounce.
Okay, so still misdemeanor amount.
Yes,
And is it in a baggie, in a book bag? What is it in?
I believe it was in a bag if I recall.
Just like a regular sandwich bag?
Yeah,
And so so you find a bag of marijuana on the driver's side?
driver's side, yes.
And was the bag opened or closed?
I believe it was closed.
Did you find any evidence as if he had been rolling that marijuana or smoking that marijuana?
No,
Okay, so you don't have any evidence of smoking the marijuana?
I have no evidence of him smoking marijuana.
But you have evidence of someone who shot, right?
Okay, evidence somebody shot for sure.
And evidence that whoever shot him didn't take his weed, right?
I guess that would be accurate. Whoever, yes,
Because you find the weed, right? It's in plain view
it is.
and so nobody took it, right? And in your involvement in the investigation, you would agree that you're not aware whether or not the man threatened anyone, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
You're not aware if the man went towards the back of his car as if he was about to retrieve a firearm, correct?
Not aware of that.
And so ultimately, you would agree that in this case, you really weren't involved in the investigation, correct?
Correct. Just the initial securing of the scene and, what we could, finding witnesses and basic preliminary investigation, yes.
And you don't know Jeremiah Oliver?
I do not.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
So I'm looking at you on the screen and I couldn't look at you right here. When you say you were preliminary witnesses, what did you do to locate preliminary witnesses?
Well, as you saw, as we were securing the scene, that's when I made contact with the two females that you saw in the video.
Females who approached you.
Yes,
What
yes.
further did you do to secure witnesses?
After that, I did not secure any other witnesses other than the other officers that were on scene were speaking with them.
What did you do to locate witnesses?
I'm the supervisor on the scene, so my actual job function is number one, making sure the scene is secure and making sure we have all of our resources responding, notifying homicide, notifying our command leadership, things like that.
It wasn't your job to locate witnesses.
Correct.
Now let's talk about surveillance cameras. Do you notice, or I'll withdraw that. Do you know how many people had Ring or the like type cameras?
You talking about in the apartment complex?
Yes.
I have no idea. I know there was a camera on the side of the building facing the parking lot, which may or may not have caught the incident. I did not actually observe it. It was advised to me that the camera was up there, and I had one of my officers go knock on the door and try to make contact with that resident.
With that one resident, do you know if there were other cameras?
I'm sure there are, but I'm not aware of them.
And when you say you are sure there are cameras, that is because cameras are fairly frequent, correct?
Yes.
Do you know if anyone made any attempt to get footage from any of those other cameras?
I believe the officers on scene were attempting to get footage from the one camera that we located. Now, as far as other cameras, I can't speak to that.
Well, I'm talking about the others. When you said you are sure there were others, I'm talking specifically about the others. Do you know if anyone attempted to get footage from the other cameras?
I do not know.
That is something that should be done, correct?
Correct.
Also, in apartment complexes, very often, the very apartment complexes will have cameras as well, correct?
That is correct.
Do you know if this apartment complex had cameras?
I do not know.
Who would be charged with discovering such information?
Usually the homicide detectives would follow up with that because at that hour, the leasing office would be closed anyway. So we wouldn't be able to access those cameras anyway, unless they're attached to our, VIC center or something like that.
Well, access is one thing, but taking note is another thing. Who would even take note of the physical presence of cameras on a pole or a building or the like?
Well, officers on scene and then the detectives after they follow up.
Now, what time did you arrive on scene? Do you know?
Around roughly 9 o'clock.
And I think you indicated that you were there until you went home. Was it the next morning?
No, I got relieved about an hour later because that's right there at shift change. So the morning watch came in, they relieved us. And then what ends up happening is usually the beat officer or the first officer on scene, they stay at the scene until homicide is done.
And morning watch, what time does the morning watch come on?
10 o'clock.
10 o'clock. This is AM or PM?
PM. 10 PM.
Okay, all right. Do you know who the lead detective was in this case?
I'm not sure.
Do you know who the other officers present on the scene were in this case?
That arrived with me?
Yes.
Yes, Officer Wayne and Officer Cogdell.
And what's the other?
Cogdell? Yep.
And as far as you know, neither of them gathered any other camera footage.
That I don't know. I can tell you, I told Officer Kent to go check on the camera that that was located and was advised to me that was on the side of the building facing the parking lot directly.
But you recognize the value of multiple angles, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you, sir. For more questions.
Can you redirect?
No judgment from the state.
All right, you can sit down, sir.
Thank you, sir.
All right. They may call the next witness.
I call Raekwon Oliver.
Yeah, but there's no audio, so yes.
Sounds good.
Okay. You may be seated. Well, into the mic, state your name and spell it for the court.
Raekwon Oliver, RAIKWAN OLIVER.
Good afternoon, Mr. Oliver.
Afternoon.
Mr. Oliver, what is your nickname?
Ma'am,
What is your nickname?
Duda,
You spell that?
DOODA.
How are you related to Jeremiah Oliver?
He's my uncle,
How old are you?
22.
How old is Jeremiah Oliver?
Think 25.
How do you know Jaleesa Smith?
We saw each other briefly.
Can you keep your voice up so the court reporter can hear you?
We talked briefly.
What do you mean when you say talk briefly? What does that mean?
We saw each other casually.
Were you dating her in January of 2025?
You could say that.
At that time, approximately how long had you been dating her?
Not long. Just probably then, started then. In maybe 2 months,
I'm sorry, I missed it. How many months?
maybe 2.
About 2 months? How are you related to someone by the name of Sosa?
I'm not.
How is Jeremiah Oliver related to someone by the name of Sosa?
He's not.
Were you familiar with the apartment at 1960 Ramblin Lane?
Yes.
Were you present at the apartment on January 29th of 2025?
I think so.
And prior to testifying today, you had a conversation with myself and the officers in my office, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And we asked you a series of questions, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Same questions I'm asking you today, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When we asked you who was Sosa then, what did you tell us?
I don't know.
Is it correct you said Sosa was your cousin?
Objection to leading.
No, ma'am. Overruled.
Isn't it correct you said that Sosa was also Jeremiah Oliver's cousin?
No, ma'am.
While you were at the apartment at 1960 Ramblin Lane, who all was present with you that evening?
I don't know.
How many people were present at the apartment?
Maybe 4 or 5.
Who's on the lease in the apartment?
I don't know.
Was Jeremiah Oliver on the lease?
I don't know.
Why was he over there?
That's where his girlfriend lived.
Okay, so was his girlfriend there that night?
I think so.
What is her name?
Deja?
Do you know her last name?
No, ma'am.
Who else lived in the apartment with Deja?
I don't know.
To your knowledge, does Deja have a brother? What is his name?
Kamari?
Was Kamari at the apartment that night?
I don't know.
Where was Jaleesa on the night of January 29th, 2025?
I don't know.
Was she at the apartment with you?
I don't know.
When you spoke with myself and my investigator, isn't it correct you said Kamari was in the house in his bedroom?
Maybe.
In fact, when you spoke with defense attorney on the break, they asked you the same question. You indicated Kamari was in the house and he was in his room, correct?
I think so.
You also stated when you spoke with myself and my investigator that Jaleesa was also present in the house.
I guess.
When you spoke with myself and defense attorneys just on the break, you also indicated in our presence that Jaleesa was in the house, correct?
I guess,
So was she in the house or was she not in the house?
I don't know.
What were yourself and Jalicia doing that evening?
I was getting my hair did.
Who was doing your hair?
She was.
She was in the house, correct? And she was doing your hair, correct?
Mhm.
Did you have dreads at the time, the same hairstyle you have today?
Kinda, yeah.
Is it longer or shorter?
Shorter.
Where in the house were you getting your hair done?
In the front room.
Who typically lived or slept in the front room?
Deja and Jeremiah.
How long, to your knowledge, have Jeremiah and the Deja Tucker been dating?
I don't know.
And did you come to the apartment that day or another day?
Another day.
So by that point, how many days had you been there?
Not many.
So where would you sleep?
In the living room, or it was another room that they had that nobody slept in.
How many bedrooms were in the apartment?
Like 3.
Where was Jalicia Smith sleeping?
Maybe in the living room or the other room.
With you? Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
And where would Jeremiah Oliver sleep?
In the first room.
The Deja? Where was the studio where you made music in the house? Where was it located?
In the closet of the first room.
Can you describe the closet? Like, what did it look like?
Like a little box.
Was there equipment in there? How?
Yeah, it
What
was
sort of equipment was in
like
there?
a laptop and an interface, speakers and stuff like that, and a microphone.
Can you repeat that?
It was laptop, speakers, interface, microphone.
Who would make music in the closet?
We would.
When you say we, can you tell me specifically who you're talking about?
Me and Jeremiah.
Sosa make music with you also?
hmm
You would?
Mhm.
How often would Sosa make music with you?
I don't know.
Was Sosa making music with Jeremiah that day?
I don't know.
Was he making music in the day before?
I don't know.
Before you arrived, who got to the apartment first, you or Sosa?
I don't know.
Do you recall when you spoke to my investigator and myself, you explained that when you got there, Sosa was already in the apartment?
Hmm. Well, I guess I was there first then. I mean, he was there first, I think.
He was there first and you came and you joined them, correct?
hmm
Now, how old is Sosa?
I don't know. He's younger than me though.
You're 22?
Mm.
So between the three of you, Jeremiah is the oldest?
hmm
Where would Sosa sleep when he was there?
In the living room.
That'd be yourself, Jalicia, Sosa sometimes?
Yeah,
Where did you meet Jalicia Smith?
over there.
Okay. So who brought you over there for the first time that you met Jalicia?
I came over there to record. Nobody brought me.
Got it. So you came over with Jeremiah to record?
Mhm.
Now, when did Jalicia tell you she was going downstairs?
I don't know.
What time did she go downstairs?
I don't know.
How long did she stay downstairs for?
Not long, I don't think.
You have to put a time on it. 5 minutes, 10 minutes?
I don't know.
What was she wearing before she went downstairs?
I don't know.
Who was she talking to before she went downstairs?
I don't know.
When she came back upstairs, can you describe her demeanor?
I wasn't paying attention.
When you spoke with myself and my investigator, you stated that Jalecia was chill.
Right.
She's smoking a blunt, correct?
Mhm.
So you do know? Is
I
that fair to
guess.
say?
No,
Where was she rolling the blunt?
I don't know.
You spoke with myself and my investigator, you stated that she was near the kitchen areas rolling the blunt, correct?
I don't remember that.
What did she do once she was done smoking the blunt?
I don't know.
Do you recall when you spoke with my investigator and myself, you stated that she had to finish doing your hair?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, ma'am.
So when she came back up, she carried on doing your hair?
Yes, ma'am.
What, if anything, did she describe happened outside when she came back up?
Can you say that again?
What did she tell you about what happened outside when she came back to the apartment?
She didn't. Or maybe I wasn't listening.
Now, when she went outside, where was Jeremiah Oliver?
I don't know.
Where was Nadeja Tucker?
I don't know.
Where was Kamari White?
I don't know.
Where was Sosa?
I don't know.
Between Jalecia Smith and Jeremiah Oliver, who went outside first?
I don't know.
Do you recall when you spoke to myself and my investigator, you said that Jalecia went outside first?
No.
And at some point, you also went outside, isn't that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Why did you go outside, sir?
To get some air.
At what time did you go outside?
I don't know.
When you went outside, how far into the parking area did you get?
I don't know.
What did you observe as you were outside of the apartment?
I don't know.
Recall when you spoke to myself and my investigator, you told us that you went to get some air and there was police outside.
No.
You also recall when you spoke to myself and the defense attorneys at the break, you said that there was police outside when you went to get some air.
No.
How long did you stay outside while you were getting this air?
I don't know. Not long.
Time on it?
Not long.
2 minutes, 3 minutes?
Maybe.
So if there was police outside when you went to get some air, is it safe to say it would be a bit about 9 o'clock that night?
I don't know.
Do you know why the police was outside?
No, ma'am.
Did you ever speak to the police?
No, ma'am.
What time did you leave the house after you came back from getting air?
I don't know.
That same night?
No.
To the next day?
Yes, ma'am.
How did you leave?
I had a ride.
Who was with the ride?
My aunt.
How did your aunt know to come pick you up?
I called her.
What time did you call her?
I don't know.
What time did Sosa leave?
I don't know.
Did you leave before or after Sosa?
I don't know.
Leave the house before or after Jeremiah Oliver?
I don't know.
When Jeremiah Oliver left the house that night, where did he go?
I don't know.
You're pretty close to Jeremiah, correct?
Yeah,
You talk to him pretty often?
kinda.
When was the last time you spoke to him?
About a month ago.
A month ago?
Ring camera.
Now, I'm going to show you states 314. And that should come up on screen just now. I'm not going to just yet tender it into the record. I'm going to show you a still shot, and I'm going to ask you if you recognize who that person is in the still shot, correct? Okay?
Wait, are we?
Not yet. I'm going to bring it up on the screen. Then I'm going to show you.
Wait, I'm just gonna show him. the CD.
Yeah, I was. I'm going to bring him.
Not the CD, physical
No, no.
CD.
Okay, let me do it. I didn't want to tender it.
Will you
Okay.
publish it or tender it?
All right, hold on.
I'm gonna object if there's any publication.
No, I'm not publishing to
Okay.
the jury yet. I'm going to show him something. Now, when we met the last time, we showed you a series of videos, right? I'm handing you what's been marked as states 314 and 317. When you reviewed states 314 and 317, who did you recognize in states 317 and 314?
Myself.
And when you looked at states 314 and 317, did your likeness appear to be changed in any way?
What do you mean?
Did it look like you?
Kinda.
Did it look like it been changed in any way?
Looked a little stronger.
The ring camera that we showed you, where was it taken?
I don't know.
Earlier, you testified that you had stepped outside for some air, correct?
Mhm.
So you were in the apartments, correct? And the ring camera that you identified was at the apartments, correct? On the night of January 29th, correct?
I think so.
Okay. The court reporter came here, you need to speak up.
Oh, I think so.
And at this time, for the purpose of demonstration, instead of tender 31317.
For a video.
No, I'm gonna show him. The screenshot.
All right, so 314 and 317 is what exactly?
Yeah, there are ring videos, Judge.
All right,
But I wanna
so
show you the still shot from that.
state is tendering 314 and 317. Is there an objection to 314 and 317?
Yes, well, I object to ring camera footage for lack of foundation and authenticity, but if the state has a screenshot printed, then that would be appropriate in my opinion, but as 314 is a video, 316 is a video.
Or 317, rather, right?
Yes, Judge, I was proposing to bring it for different.
All right,
reasons.
so authentication objection to 314, 317. Any response?
Judge, I
Mr.
was not proposing to show the video to Mr. Oliver, just a still shot of the video.
Okay, and can you show the opposing counsel what still shot you're
Yes, I
referring
did.
to? Are you able to print out a copy later for the record?
Yes, Judge. Okay.
All right, so, and how would
So
this
I
be
have no
marked?
objection to a picture.
Okay.
And I object
Yes.
to 314 and 317 as they are not just a picture.
So then, are you gonna give this a different number, or what should we do?
Can make
with
it
this?
314A.
All right, so 314A, any objection to a still shot of 314A?
No objection.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, and just note, what's the time marker for this still shot?
2055, 855.
All right, 314A is admitted, and I'll direct the state to follow up with a printed copy.
Mr. Oliver, I'm approaching you with a still shot frame of states 255 previously shown to you. Who is that?
Me.
You see that?
Me.
Okay, and what time is that on the screenshot?
2055,
And what date does it show on the screenshot?
January 29th.
Now, what brought you outside, Mr. Oliver?
I was hot. I had been drinking
What had you been drinking?
Taylor Port.
You're gonna have to lean forward and speak up.
Taylor Port, about 2 bottles.
Is that your drink of choice?
It was then.
Okay. Who else was drinking Taylor Port that night?
All of us,
When you say all of us, who's all of us? Be specific.
me and Jeremiah,
Who else?
Sosa,
Who else?
just us.
What was Jalicia drinking?
Taylor Port.
Who bought the Taylor Port?
I think we went in on it.
At what point was there a plan to go to the store?
I don't know.
Who went to the store that night?
I don't know.
Did Sosa go to the store that night?
I don't know.
Did Jeremiah Oliver go to the store that night?
I don't know.
Did Nadeja Tucker go to the store that night?
I don't know.
How far is the nearest store from the apartment complex if you had to walk?
Not far.
How long?
Like 3-4 minutes.
Say that one more time.
Probably 3-4 minutes.
What's the name of the store?
I don't know.
Pardon?
I don't know.
So the store is 3-4 minutes away, but you don't know the name.
Mm-mm.
Is it like a convenience store, gas station store?
Mm-hmm.
Which one?
Both.
Now, when Jalicia returned back to the apartment, did she appear upset?
No.
Did she appear frightened?
No.
Did she appear like she'd been crying?
I don't know.
Was she screaming?
No.
Did she tell you she had just escaped a dangerous situation?
No.
Did she tell you she had just escaped a dangerous situation?
No.
Did she tell you she had just been threatened?
No.
Did she tell you she had just been assaulted?
No.
Did she tell you anyone had put hands on her?
No.
Did she tell you anyone had tried to force her to do anything against her will?
No.
Did she continue doing your hair that night?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes. So did otherwise everything continued normally when she got back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did Jalicia Smith tell you anyone had been shot outside?
No, ma'am.
Did Jeremiah Oliver tell you anyone had been shot outside?
No, ma'am.
Did Sosa tell you anyone had been shot outside?
No, ma'am.
Did Jalicia Smith tell you she had witnessed a shooting?
No, ma'am.
Did Jeremiah Oliver indicate to you he had witnessed a shooting when he came from the store, allegedly?
No, ma'am.
Did Sosa tell you he had just witnessed a shooting?
No, ma'am.
Did Jalicia ever mention to you she was being forced to do anything against her will by anyone?
No, ma'am.
After that night, when was the last time you saw Sosa?
I don't know.
When was the last time you spoke to Sosa?
I don't know.
When you came over there, did you have a firearm?
No, ma'am.
Who did the Glock 40 belong to?
I don't know.
Who did the 9mm belong to?
I don't know.
Do you have a current number for Sosa?
No, ma'am.
When you went outside, did you shoot and kill Latrey Willis?
No, ma'am.
Do you know who shot and killed Latrell Willis?
No, ma'am.
A minute. Nothing further at this time, Judge.
All right, Mr. Oliver, now we met for the first time recently, what, 45 minutes ago?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and you would agree that until today's Monday, so what, it's been about 72 hours that you were even relevant in this case,
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
You never talked to police, correct?
No, ma'am.
You, I mean, the DA's office arrives to your mama's house on Friday, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
To serve you a subpoena, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And prior to Friday, you didn't have any involvement in this case,
No, ma'am.
right? And so we met about 45 minutes ago in the room across the hall, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've always said you don't know nothing.
Right. I don't.
Okay, so now what you did say, what you have been consistent about is that you were drunk that night, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You had a lot of Taylor Port, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Taylor Port's a cooking wine, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And were drunk as a skunk, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so now you're drunk. Now let's back up a little bit. So you and your cousins are all together, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You guys were only all together because your cousin had just passed away, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so you all were staying with Miss Tucker together because you were grieving, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had just met Miss Smith, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You had just met Miss Smith. You had just lost someone close to you in your family, and you were getting drunk,
Yes, ma'am.
doing some music, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Ultimately on January, but I mean, on either side, even when I asked you questions, you said, I don't know, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's not that you are favoring either side. You were drunk, grieving, and had just met a new girl.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the extent of your relationship, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You didn't talk about your goals and your dreams, right?
No, ma'am.
You weren't talking about marriage and having children, right?
No, ma'am.
And for you, that night didn't mean anything until Friday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
So now, Duda, that's the nickname that you got from your family?
Yeah.
Okay. And I had asked you about Kamari White. You might not know his last name. Do you know Kamari's last name?
Mm-mm.
Okay. So Kamari, you know as the brother to Miss Tucker, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Kamari doesn't hang out with y'all, right?
No, ma'am.
Kamari was in his room, right?
Yes, ma'am.
That's where he plays his video games, correct?
Yes.
Besides your cousin/nephews. So hold on. So besides your cousin's girlfriend's brother, do you have any communication with Kamari at all?
No, ma'am.
Okay, because she's just your cousin's girlfriend's brother, right?
Yes, ma'am.
You guys weren't hanging out, right?
No, ma'am.
He wasn't hitting the bottle of teleport, right?
No, ma'am.
He wasn't hanging out with you guys in the living room, right?
No, ma'am.
He wasn't hanging out while you were getting your hair done, correct?
No, ma'am.
He wasn't doing music with you, right?
No, ma'am.
While you were there, did you ever hear anyone talk about an armed robbery?
No, ma'am.
While you were there, did you hear anyone talk about meeting someone for prostitution?
No, ma'am.
All right. Ultimately, were you sober enough that you could walk?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you go outside because you needed air because you were that drunk?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you were just sitting there getting your hair done, drinking cooking wine.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, how many times in your life have you been to this apartment complex?
Not many.
More than 5?
Maybe.
Okay. More than 10?
No.
Okay. Do you go there often enough that you know whether or not the gas station is a Shell, a Citgo, a BP?
No, ma'am.
Do you know it's a gas station?
Yeah.
Okay. And that gas station would be 3 to 4 minutes away, you said, walking?
Mhm.
Yes or no for the court reporter?
Yes.
On January 29th, 2025, did you even hear gunshots that night?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
Taylorport?
Yes, sir.
It's cooking wine
Mm-hmm.
and you drink it.
Mhm.
Does it have a high alcoholic content?
I feel like it.
But that night, all of you were drinking Taylorport, right?
Mhm.
And I think you indicated the people drinking the Taylorport, it was you, it was your cousin here,
Mhm.
it was Sosa, and it was Jalecia, correct?
Mhm.
And it was also Miss Tucker, correct?
I don't think she was drinking.
She was there, but she wasn't drinking it, right?
Mhm.
So in fact, I think her son was in the room. He was there also, correct?
Mhm.
And you were all in that front room area?
Yes, sir.
And while you were all in that front room area, there was zero conversation, correct? About robbing anybody, right?
Yes, sir.
There was no conversation about hitting a lick. Isn't that correct?
No, sir.
Now, this happened, what, about a year and a half ago almost, right?
Mhm. Yes, sir.
And your very first contact with the government was Friday?
Yes, sir.
You've been hiding?
No, I've been working. Got a job.
One second. I know they asked you a series of questions and you'd answer, I don't know, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then if you heard them, they would then come back and say, but when you met with us, you said X, right?
Yes, sir.
And then sometimes you'd say yes, sometimes you'd still say, I don't know, correct?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes you just say, no, you didn't say it, correct?
Yes, sir.
What am I holding in my hand?
A phone.
You can make calls on it, right?
Yes, sir.
You can take pictures on it, right?
Yes, sir.
And you can record on it, correct?
Yes,
And you
sir.
never bothered recording anything you said to them, did you?
No, sir.
No further questions.
Can we redirect?
Just briefly, Judge. You don't know how the state found out your name or found out where you lived on Friday, correct?
No, ma'am.
And you testified with defense for Mr. Oliver that you went outside because you were drunk. When I asked you the same question, you said you went outside because you were hot. Which one was it?
Both. I could be hot and drunk. I'm drunk. I'm hot because I'm drunk.
And how much had you been drinking that night?
A lot.
When did you start drinking?
In the morning.
And you're smiling. Is that funny?
Because it ain't right. But it was a time.
And who was that started drinking with you in the morning?
Jeremiah.
Where was Sosa when you started drinking that morning?
I don't know. Maybe sleep.
Where was Jalecia when you started drinking that morning?
Sleep.
When you walked outside to get some air, did you meet any of the neighbors in the breezeway?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further.
So 2 quick questions. On that night, did you hear my client arguing with anyone on the phone?
No, ma'am.
On that night, did you see my client arguing with anyone on the phone?
No, ma'am.
And on that night, do you recall them leaving? Maybe you do, maybe you don't, I don't know.
No, ma'am.
Okay, on that night, I mean, for you, it was just a night of drinking, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Just one last question.
Well, no,
Oh, I'm sorry, I thought you were done.
And
I
when
didn't-
Miss Smith came back, she didn't come back with a big old bottle of Taylorport, did she?
No, ma'am.
And she didn't come
No,
back
sir.
with a bottle of Hennessy, did she?
No, sir.
And she didn't come back with another stash of weed, did she?
No, sir.
Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Ms. Charles, we're gonna do this the last time, all right?
Yes, Judge, just
All right.
literally one, because of what Ms. Fagan just asked. That night, you were present when Tucker and Jeremiah Oliver were fighting, correct?
I don't know. I think so.
You broke them up, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
I have a question to that one because Miss Tucker had caught Mr. Oliver talking to other women on the phone that night, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And so when he got caught, Miss Tucker went to her car. Do you know that? Maybe you don't.
No, ma'am.
All right. And that night after he got caught talking to other women, he went to the store with Sosa, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And besides that, you don't know anything else.
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
And you didn't know Miss Tucker well, but you know that she was a jealous type, right?
Yes, sir.
She got his phone, looked at his phone, and found he was talking to other women, right?
Yes, sir.
And he was upset about, and she was upset about it, right?
Yes, sir.
And Mr. Kamari White knew that they had been in a fight, correct?
Yes, sir.
Because it wasn't just a verbal altercation. They exchanged blows, didn't they?
Yes, sir.
And Kamari White knew they exchanged blows, didn't he?
Yes, sir.
And that's Kamari White is the brother of Miss Tucker, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And he was upset that they exchanged blows, correct?
I don't know.
And he was upset with Mr. Oliver. That Mr. Oliver, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, can Mr. Oliver be excused?
Yes, Judge.
All right, you can step down, sir. All right, members of the jury, thank you for your attention today. We've covered a lot of ground. We are well on track. We can break for today. Please be back tomorrow at 9 a.m. and we'll be doing our best to start as close to that time as possible. Don't discuss the case with anyone, including amongst yourselves. Don't do any research about the case. We'll see you back tomorrow. Unless there are any concerns, feel free to stay behind. You can raise them, but otherwise, see you bright and early. Thank you so much. All right. Anything to take up on behalf of the state? Really anything at all, logistically or otherwise, before we break for the day?
Not at this time, Judge.
Okay, Ms. Fagan?
Your Honor, can we leave our stuff?
That should be fine. I think we lock up every night. All right. And Mr. Regis, okay. Then we'll see you back. We'll kick it off at 9 as best we can, logistics permitting. And until then, we're off the record.
Got my pen back from you.
I'm the stealer of pens.
You
Hold on.
take my pen.
Let's wrap up.
I don't need to read. I don't have anything to do. I feel like I have nothing to do. I don't know this. I'm just here. I'm just here. No. I'm taking the threes, the dubs, everything else. I'm just here. I'm making it.
When you zip it up, here's your.
You need to keep it?
I have one. Every day.
Wait, what you have, you don't have, you have your, well, you know what I'm saying. Oh, you know. You don't have the one that you borrowed.
Wow, no, where are they?
I think I have it. I know I have it. It's at.
Let me get my stuff away. I might have to.
Oh, did you get that? Let me call him. Monday.
11? No.